put in his first call to Bill and Nicole, up in their hill house in the Garavan district. Thank God, he thought, that Jean Parassini's hiding place on the other side of town from Cap Martin was so far from Chandon Villa. "Keep a better eye on Jean," he began, wasting no time. "But he's safely back. He's eating dinner now," Bill said. "Where?" "In the kitchen with Bernard, as usual. Everything's normal, don't sweat." "When did he return?" Bill consulted with Nicole, who took over the receiver. "He arrived only 8 minutes after I did," Nicole said. "I was here by 12:15. "That's odd. Impossible, in fact." "Why?" "When I last saw him, he was tailing Rick Neely from the market, and that was at 5 minutes to 12. "Then he couldn't have followed for very long. Perhaps it was a coincidence. He just seemed to be—" "It was a tail." That silenced Nicole. "Who does Parassini think he is, the Invisible Man? He is taking too many chances." Curious, thought Tony. He hadn't had time to tail Neely all the way to Cap Martin, so why had he followed at all? Or hadn't Neely returned to Chandon Villa, stopped a few blocks from the market area, and Jean, curiosity or ego satisfied, had headed home? A puzzle. "Let it go, meanwhile. Keep him under wraps this afternoon. Don't lose sight of him." "Even when he's resting in his own quarters?" "Where are they?" "Above the garage, of course." "Separated from the house?" "Yes." "Put Bill back on the phone. Bill, move Jean over to the main house. Put him up in one of your spare rooms, for his own security." "He will refuse. He likes his privacy, and the only room available is right next door to Brigitte and Bernard." "Who's in charge, anyway? You and Nicole better start sweating along with me. Now, here's some other business. I want you to phone Chandon Villa. See if Charles Kelso is around. Have a good story ready if he is there to take your call. You've just heard that his brother, an old friend, is staying in Menton. Can Chuck give you his address? Then I want Nicole to call Chandon. Yes, she's to phone too. She will ask for Rick Neely. Try to find out if he's there. She can be a reporter from Nice wanting an interview. I'll call you back in 20 minutes. Get your answers." Planning a visit to Chandon? He's too damned smart, Tony thought irritably. He didn't answer the question, said, "And now hear this. I'm sending out for reinforcements, and I want you to accept their invitation to take you and Jean sailing tomorrow." Bill said, "What if he refuses to go with them?" "They'll be senior men. They'll pull rank. Besides, it's a matter of security. He'll listen. Explain to him that they want to clarify some of his earlier information. What better place than a boat?" "We're using the sea breeze? I thought you had engine trouble." "Not so much as all that. We'll be ready by the time the reinforcements fly into Nice tomorrow morning." "Serious problems?" Bill was really listening now. "When weren't they?" "Sounds like an alert," Bill said reflectively. Tony hung up, checked his watch with the post office clock. He had used up several jetons, and his next call was to Paris. But all he'd have to do when he did make sure of the right connection would be to identify himself by his code name, Uncle Arthur, and leave a message with significant phrases for further relay. Weather deteriorating, heavy winds possible. Advise dual repairs, best available, at dockside by 11 a.m. tomorrow. They'd know where the Sea Breeze was moored, its exact location in the harbor. All that had been reported on arrival yesterday evening. And let's hope, he thought, once the brief talk with Paris was over, that the best they have available for this repair job will be a couple of men senior enough to keep Jean Parassini in place. Bloody nuisance. Protecting an ally could be more difficult and definitely less rewarding than tracking down a hidden enemy. His third call was to Georges, in the room he had rented at the seaside edge of the old town. Excellent position right across from the harbor, with a view of the sea breeze, neat in a row of small boats, large boats, old boats, spanking new boats, short masts, long masts, or none at all. "Cancel your visit to Bill," he told Georges. "And Emile is still working on repairs? Fine. Get in touch with him. Everything has to be ready by 11 tomorrow morning, and he is to lay in supplies for 5 people. Better make it enough for 3 days, perhaps more. Did you rent that Citroën? Oh, a Renault. Cream-colored, two-door. Okay. Pick me up near my hotel at 2:30, and wear a collar and tie, and a jacket. We're turning respectable. Back now to Bill on his hill. 4 minutes later than arranged, damn it. Would Bill notice? Of course he did. 4 minutes late, he said in mock surprise. Run into trouble? Napped too long. Forgot to set the alarm clock. Bill laughed. I believe you. Okay, listen to this. Charles Kelso lunched at the villa with the director and his family, but he seems to have gone out. The girl at the phone didn't know where, couldn't care less if you ask me. There was a lot of banging in the background. I joked about it. Seems there are a lot of workmen still around trying to get everything finished for next week's grand opening. And here's Nicole to add her little piece. Nicole said, Rick Neely hasn't been around since he delivered Chuck at the villa this morning. He had to dash off to Ez, and that will be making arrangements for next week's guests. He should be back around 5 or 6 this evening. Good. Now, how's Jean, our intractable friend? Sulking in his tent like Achilles? He balked at first, but now he's packing his things to move over to the main house. Regrets his good TV in the chauffeur's quarters, though. His new room isn't set up for television. Has he a telephone there? No. But there was a telephone in the old room. There would have to be one linking the main house and its garage. Of course, Nicole sounded puzzled. 2, actually. An outside line as well? Somehow a disturbing thought. It came with the place. And no one thought of having it disconnected. Why should we? He'd avoid using it, wouldn't he? He's more security-minded than... She paused, realizing her tactlessness. Then I am, Tony suggested. Okay. Glad all is under control at your end. One thing you can do for me, Nicole. Scout around the harbor near the Petit Port this afternoon. Not the new marina in Garavant, the old one. And mark where the sea breeze is berthed. She's lying just under the big mole. You can stroll right along it. Many people do. Got that? About the middle of that row of boats. She's a cabin sloop, a one-master, porpoise bow inboard engine. But although she might look slow, she could make 10 knots, and there was space enough for 6 people, even if slightly cramped. D'accord. Put Bill back on. Bill spoke at once. Here. Get Parasini down to the Sea Breeze tomorrow at 11 a.m. on the dot. Can you manage that? Yes. I've already told him that he will have 2 NATO visitors. His reaction? Just what you'd expect. Thinks their visit here could be dangerous for all. Tell him that's why you decided, as a security precaution, to make arrangements for him to meet the visitors elsewhere. Will do. But aren't we going to a lot of extra trouble? Yes. Indeed we are, thought Tony. But it's a safety measure. And keep him happily occupied at the house for the rest of the day. He has already arranged with Bernard and Brigitte to take in a movie tonight. It's one they all want to see. Where? The movie house is part of the building. There was a deep silence. I'd tell him that idea is out, Bill said. It won't make anything easier for tomorrow morning, though. What showing of the movie, early or late? There's only one show. This is off-season. 8:30, I think. Tony calculated quickly. Let him keep his engagement tonight and have him in a good mood for tomorrow. How did he get away with arranging a visit to the movies anyway? Said it looked unnatural if he stayed cooped up here all the time like a prisoner. Some people might start wondering. I see he has got his confidence back, has he? Well, it's true enough. If a fish doesn't want to be noticeable, it had better learn to swim with the school. It seems to me, thought Tony, that I've heard that dictum before. His phrase or yours? His. And a good one, don't you think? Yes. Now, where did I hear it? Tony wondered. He glanced at his watch. It was 1:35. See you tomorrow, dockside. You can throw away your crutch, use a cane and limp slightly. I'm going for a sail, too. You know how to handle a boat. It looks better. Chauffeur goes along to help you board, right? And you? Vaguely in the background. If you need to contact me before then, leave a message with Georges. He has rigged up an answering device on his phone. You have his number? And you won't see him this afternoon. He's needed elsewhere. Tony rang off. He took a taxi to his hotel, one of the new ones on the Quai Laurenti, that stretched east along the waterfront from the old town and its port. He had registered there that morning, left his bag. He'd change into something more in keeping with a visit to Shandon Villa, tweed jacket and flannels. He could risk bumping into Chuck Kelso. The important thing was to keep out of Rick Neely's way. Meanwhile... And his ostensible reason for the visit? He had found a good one before he had left the hotel and was strolling towards Georges and the waiting Renault. Certainly, over the phone, it had impressed McElhose enough to let him extend a welcome for a brief tour of Shandon Villa. He couldn't very well snub a visitor who brought direct greetings from the director of the Shandon Institute in New Jersey. Paul Krantz's name packed a punch even at this distance. Hadn't Krantz given his own guided tour to Tony on that unpleasant morning back in November, when the memorandum crisis was in full flap? Of course, McElhose had said. I remember you. Drop out here anytime. This afternoon? If you could make it early, I'll be here to show you around. And how is Paul? Couldn't be better. I'll be with you before 3. Good enough. Oh, just one thing. What's the quickest road to take through Cap Martin to reach Shandon? McElhose gave him the directions. Much needed, he told Tony with a laugh, and the call ended amicably. Now, as Tony stepped into the Renault, he could say, All set? We'll head for Cap Martin and stop at the casino on the way. I've a brief visit to make there. And Georges, a tall, thin, dark-haired, a 30-year-old Frenchman, carefully selected for this assignment in Menton, he knew this area well from family vacations as a boy, said in his usual offhand way, Don't expect much action there until the evening. At this time of year you'll probably find the casino closed for the afternoon. All the better to let me see the layout clearly. Planning a night on the town? Georges' sharp brown eyes looked both interested and amused. You won't find it pulsing like Monte Carlo's casino, where the busloads start arriving in the morning? Tony's smile was wide, his spirits rising. All arrangements made, nothing forgotten. Georges smiled too. And I thought this trip was going to be all dull work. He approved of the change. His manner was deceptively mild, cloaking his natural exuberance. Like Tony and Emile and Bill and Nicole, he wasn't in this profession for money. He had brains, a contempt for danger, and deep convictions. He had lively curiosity, too. It surfaced now. Any excitement this morning? He couldn't resist asking. And Tony, sketching in the details, put him neatly into the recent picture. Enough of it, anyway, to let him know what was on the agenda and why. Later, Georges would fill in Emile, who was now superintending the repairs to the boat's engine. There were moments, Tony believed, when a need to know was the best safeguard for concerted action. He enjoyed teamwork, strange as that would seem to some people who thought of him as a loner, and based it on his old quid pro quo maxim. You got good cooperation if you gave it. To those you could trust, of course. And Georges, with whom he had worked for the last 7 years, was a man who was dependable. Even to the way he now drew up the car a short distance from the casino's entrance, not too far to walk, not too near to be noticeable. The entrance steps faced a square, complete with flowers, palm trees, and small taxi rank. Tony noted it for future use. There weren't many taxi stands around this town. Inside, a small vestibule and more steps, and no one to stop him. He found himself in a totally deserted hall, spacious, light. The wall directly opposite the vestibule's steps was of glass, giving a view of terrace and large pool, and beyond that a glimpse of the front street where Nicole and he had walked along the promenade. There were 2 wings to the hall. The left one consisted of the salle privée, well-marked, well-screened from curious eyes. But a thin young man, dark-suited, pale-faced, appeared out of nowhere at the sound of Tony's footsteps, and politely barred him from pushing open its curtained door. Nearby was a large and empty dining room, handily adjoining that side of the pool's terrace, and across from it, Close to the vestibule steps was a pleasant and equally empty bar. The main hall itself had 2 large green-covered tables, where play would be less private and certainly easier on the budget. Beyond them, occupying the right wing of the building, there actually was a movie theater. That was all he needed to see. He headed back for the vestibule, nodding his thanks to the dark-suited young man still guarding the other end of the hall, and came out onto the busy street. He was thinking automatically that there must be other ways in and out of the building. The movie theater must have at least 1 emergency exit, even 2. The pool, with its garden and colonnades along the waterfront view, had possibly an entrance of its own. The dining room? After all, it was a public place, this municipal casino. Except for those who enjoyed high stakes in a salle kept très privée. Quiet as the tomb, he told Georges, and about as cold. Some summer sun was needed to heat that high-ceilinged hall. Only one character bobbed up near the salle privée door. What did he think I was going to do, anyway? Jiggle the wheel? Place marked cards in the shoe? You don't gamble, do you? What do you think we are doing right now? And the stakes couldn't be higher. As Georges drove past the wooded gardens, past glimpses of large houses surrounded by flowering trees beyond impressive gates, he said, I think this address you've given me lies on one of the private roads. In that case, we'll be stopped. Only residents' cars and their friends' cars and taxis can get through. Everyone else, well, drive around some other road if you must, but keep out of this one. Taxis allowed? It's a local rule. There's logic to it, I suppose. People in taxis are usually going to a definite address. We are too. I hope you, Mr. Macinnes, told the guards you were expected. Guards? We aren't visiting the Élysée Palace. Not really guards, more like, guardians. They turned out to be a fresh-faced woman in a cotton dress and cardigan, and her elderly husband with a cloth cap almost as old as he was. They looked like small stall holders down in the marketplace, ready to sell Tony a dozen oranges. But they took their job seriously, checked the name of Lawton on their list, Macinnes had remembered, and with a nod from the man and a smile from the woman, let the car proceed. Georges took it easily, for the road was narrow and twisting. I know what you're thinking, he told Tony. They couldn't fight off more than their shadows. They might not stop a jewel thief, but they could certainly identify him to the police. The strangest keep-out notice I've ever seen. But Georges was right. No stranger could come wandering around here unescorted. Jean Parassini, if he were tempted to seek payment for the damage done to him and his friends by Chandon, justice, he would call it, would find a direct approach impossible. I wonder if Chandon Villa has a beach, a landing place for small craft. Georges stared at him, and then went back to keeping count of the houses. That's the second on the left, and Chandon's the 5th? Tony nodded. The villas were generously spaced, securely separated from one another by walls and hedges, scarcely visible behind the screens of shrubs and trees that decorated smooth lawns. And here we are, gates wide open. Chandon Villa doesn't subscribe to the closed-door theory, I see. But they have 2 muscular gardeners working close to the driveway, Georges pointed out with amusement. They studied the villa before them. It was a massive assertion of an architect's dream of Italy, with Spanish memories creeping in. The gardens, even from a view mostly blocked by pink stucco, were lush and extensive. A touch of Eden. All right, Georges, let's find the snake. The door to the villa was impressive. 2 tall bronze panels, one of them ajar, both of them encrusted with decorative scenes depicting myths and men. A slight echo of Florence, murmured the irreverent Tony, not quite sure whether to let the massive door-knocker clatter down on Aphrodite's backside as she received the apple from Paris, or to heave the door fully open and enter. If the Duchess of Chandon couldn't have Ghiberti, she hired his great-great-great-great-grandson. He compromised by both knocking and pushing. A fake, he added sadly, as the panel swung back easily, wood covered with copper. Now what? A broad hall stretched before them, running through the villa until it ended in a wall of glass. Sunlight and a terrace lay out there, making an inviting vista from this dark threshold. Beside them a door opened, and McElhose came bouncing out from his office, his hands outstretched in a slightly effusive, if belated welcome. "Come in, come in. Just finishing off some dictation." His face was tanned and healthy, his large and cumbersome body several pounds heavier, his smile beaming, his eyes wary but clearing as Tony conveyed warm greetings from Paul Krantz. Delighted to see Tony again, delighted to meet his friend. "Georges Despinard," Tony explained, "a journalist from Paris. He is writing a series of articles for La Vie Nouvelle about social changes in the Côte d'Azur. Naturally, he is very much interested in Chandon Villa. We were lunching together, and when he heard I was coming here—" Of course, delighted," McElhose said for the third time. "Yes, we are changing things," he told Georges. "But for the better, I hope." He's nervous, Tony thought. Under all that exuberance is uncertainty. He's wondering if I'll mention that unpleasant morning back at Chandon Institute, when heavy flak was flying around and unhappy McElhose was dodging the fallout. I'll do him a real favor. I won't even breathe a reference to the NATO memorandum. "Let me show you around," McElhose was saying, leading the way past the open door of his office, really an anteroom tucked near the front entrance, where his secretary was pretending to be unaware of the two visitors. A handsome redhead, Tony noted. Tight sweater, slender legs, face pretty but expressionless. McElhose waved a hand to her. "Find that guest list for the first seminar, Anne-Marie. Bring it to me." He went on his way, hurrying along the hall, gesturing to right and left as he identified the rooms. "That's the library. I'm afraid I must leave in 20 minutes. The dining room is over there. As I explained to you on the phone, I have engagements for this afternoon, and here's the main sitting room. Must have someplace where our guests can relax between serious business. This place is a madhouse today, last-minute checks on electrical work." He nodded to two men who were carrying their toolboxes down a broad staircase. "Bedrooms up there, of course, 10 of them, not counting the quarters for my executive assistant. He has his office and bedroom in the corner suite. He's constantly on the job. I tell him he even sleeps with his problems. And next door to him, 2 very sizable rooms which we've turned into group discussion areas. Now, down here we have the main seminar room. It was a large drawing room at one time. And across the way, the terrace room just beside this door, of course." He swept them through the large glass panels that slid apart at their approach and brought them out onto a terrace overlooking a series of descending gardens that stretched to the sea. "Remarkable," said Tony, thinking of the executive assistant's suite. "And your quarters, where are they?" "Oh, we thought it better to keep the family at some distance from our distinguished visitors. So Mattie and I have set up house in the cottage over there. You can't see it because of the acacias. Very comfortable, 7 rooms. Simon Chandon used to live in it when his wife had her friends stay here." McElhose looked around. "Beautiful, isn't it?" "Remarkable," Tony said again. "So the director has only a small office in the main building, and placed right at the front door as if he were the concierge. Doesn't he realize he is giving up his power base? Distinguished visitors were going to see much more of his executive assistant than of the director. Cozy chats and late-night conversations would not be shared with McElhose. And at dinner, who would be the host? Seldom McElhose, I'm willing to bet. He can't leave Mattie and the children night after night, can he? Not his style. A nice, good-hearted family man, as virtuous and well-meaning as they come. An ideal place. Don't you think so, Georges?" Georges reacted out of shock. What wealth could build when it set its mind upon it always stunned him for a few initial moments. "Extraordinary!" Georges lapsed into French and let off a run of sentences. McElhose looked embarrassed, covered his perplexity with a wide grin. "My friend is saying that you have done an outstanding job of transforming this place," Tony obliged. "He is deeply impressed, and so am I." Tony's eyes were now on the gardens, green terraces with bright beds, edged by shrubs and groupings of trees. Georges would also like to stroll among your flowers. He is interested in gardens, too. In fact, he was a landscape architect before becoming a writer. By all means, tell Monsieur... McElhose was uncertain of the name. Tell your friend to go down to the pool. It's just above the beach. We've had some workmen fixing the lights there, underwater illumination. He glanced markedly at his watch. I'd like to spend the next 5 minutes showing you the guest list for our first seminar. He looked around for Anne-Marie, but she wasn't in sight. See you back here in 5 minutes, Tony called after Georges. And don't forget a visit to the beach. I envy you your French, McElhose admitted. They speak so quickly, that's my trouble. A pity my executive assistant can't be here to meet you. He's an expert linguist, but he had some final arrangements to make for our guests next week, up at Aise. They'd enjoy lunch up there, a very fine restaurant. That's a pleasant idea. Relaxation for tired minds. McElhose laughed. All part of public relations. That's my executive assistant's main job. But he really can turn his hand to anything. I don't know what I would have done without him. He took charge of the alterations, found a reliable contractor with a team of first-rate men, carpenters, painters, electricians, and the work was completed yesterday, except for a few corrections, and all in less than 8 weeks, imagine. And who's that? The contractor himself? Tony asked as a quietly dressed man came climbing up from one of the lower terraces along with an obvious workman. No, I think that's the inspector who is checking our wiring system. We had a certain amount of trouble with it. He looks satisfied now, said Tony. All must be well. Your executive assistant will be relieved. Neely, yes, indeed. He had to call in 2 other electricians to get the final adjustments made. And the contractor himself didn't blow a fuse? And what about his team of first-rate workmen? Oh, Neely added a bonus. The work was finished in time except for a few modifications we wanted to make. The contractor has nothing to complain about. We wanted to make. Tony let that go, although it was tempting to hint that a bonus might be construed as bribery. But he resisted putting at least one warning fly into McElhose's too trustful ear, his full attention now on the man who called himself an inspector. The man drew near, the workman a step behind him, and suddenly Tony was on the alert, memory stirring, another scene floating up to the surface of his mind. Washington, the Statler Hotel, a group of Soviet agricultural specialists, an interpreter who left and was followed, and Rick Neely slipping into the car where the man waited, a man in his early 40s, 5 feet 10 or 11, broad-shouldered, strong build. The dark hair was no longer streaked with gray. The placid face was now tanned. The eyes were the same, blue, cold, and confident. Boris Gorsky. He passed close enough to make Tony, now admiring the profusion of the nearby flower beds, feel a touch of cold sweat at the nape of his neck. Boris Gorsky, good God. Yes, Gorsky himself, as cool as when he had walked into Lennox Hospital and couldn't identify his old comrade Vladimir Konov. These huge pink and purple patches, what are they? Tony asked. Cyclamen, McElhose told him. Certainly, he was replying to the inspector's query. Go right upstairs. I'm sure you'll find it's all in order now. The 2 men reached the house as the redhead at last stepped onto the terrace. Cyclamen? Masked close like that? Tony shook his head in wonder and managed a glimpse of the redhead's brief hesitation, a momentary question on her pretty face and a small smile on her lips as she glanced at Gorsky. Then she came forward to McElhose, a sheet of paper in her hand, her face once more expressionless. She isn't as dumb as she looks, thought Tony. She knows Gorsky. He looked at McElhose, standing proudly on his beautiful terrace in front of his beautiful house, above his beautiful gardens, and he fell silent. McElhose took the list with a warm smile of dismissal for Anne-Marie, and began explaining the importance of the names it contained. The subject they would discuss was of paramount importance to the allies of the United States, The Weakness of Superstrength. A good title, don't you think? Applicable only to the United States? For this seminar, yes. Later, we'll examine Russia's response to challenge. Responses, Tony corrected gently. And when will that be? Oh, sometime, I hope, this summer. It's a matter of getting the right specialists together. And there are more of them on America's weaknesses than on Russia's? Tony asked blandly. Then, glancing at his watch, he exclaimed, Our time is almost up. Disappointing. I did want to hear about the rest of your staff, too. Surely you can't run a place as important as this only with Neely. Oh, he will have an assistant. Besides that, there are 2 seminar aides, 3 translators, 4 secretaries. A neat progression. McElhose laughed. His anxiety about this visit from Krantz's friend had left him. The report back to New Jersey would be positive. Will they live on the premises, too? Tony asked. A bit crowded. I agree. There's no room. Domestic staff and storage take our top floor. They'll stay in town. And go home early. Tony was smiling. Very nice work, if you can get it. Oh, no, they'll work a full day. They start on Monday. No need to have them around with all the hammering and sawing going on. McElhose looked at his watch and tried not to frown. We are detaining you, I'm afraid. Why don't we say goodbye now, and I can find Georges? Would you? McElhose's hand was out. There he is at last, said Tony, looking down over the garden. Georges had been running, and now, as he saw them standing on the high terrace, halted abruptly, signaled urgently. He called out something unintelligible, ending with a shout of, Vite, vite! At the first signal, Tony had already begun moving, and was 10 paces ahead of the startled McElhose. Georges, turning on his heel, raced back the way he had come. A gardener lifted his head from setting out masses of begonias in a lower terrace bed, rose from his knees as he saw the running men, and, trowel still in his hand, followed Georges. Someone else, a workman in dungarees, emerged from some trees to stand bewildered at this madness. He let Tony and McElhose pass him before he too started downhill. There was a shout from the gardener, now hidden on the last terrace by a hedge of trimmed shrubs. Another yell from him, a warning, an answering shout from Georges. Behind Tony, McElhose called out, They're at the swimming pool! My God, the children! And he put on a desperate burst of speed that brought him slithering over the steep slope of grass to end up crashing against the hedge. He tried to see over the top of the clipped yews, but they were chin-height and dense. Oh, my God, he said again, and he followed Tony down the short flight of steps to the last terrace. Then his fears calmed as he caught sight of the pool. It was only half full of water, probably had been emptied that morning for work on the undersurface lights. Some heavy wires still snaked over the terrace as evidence that the electricians had been busy there, perhaps still were. At the shallow end, floating face down with arms stiffly spread, was a man. He was fully clothed, tweed jacket and all, except for his shoes. They lay haphazardly, scattered below the body, on the pale blue floor of the pool. The gardener, in a mixture of Provençal and French, was shouting at everyone. Georges translated as best he could. He says the water's dangerous. He was warned to stay away from this terrace. Work was going on here. Tony stared down at the pool. The back of the dead man's head, dark hair, was all he could see. Sharply he glanced at McElhose, who stood there, absolutely speechless, his eyes bulging in a face whose tan had faded to a pale yellow. Then, as a woman appeared on the far side of the terrace, McElhose came to life. "Get back, Matty! Get back there! For God's sake, don't step on those wires! Keep off the wet paving! Get back!" Matty stood still, incredulous. "Chuck Kelso," she said slowly. "It's Chuck." I know, McElhose shouted angrily. "Get back to the house, Matty! Keep the children away from here." "The children? But they're safe in the garage. We were all waiting for you, and I came down to see what was delaying." "Get someone else to drive you into town." Unbelievable, thought Tony. Here we all are, standing in the exact same spot where we stopped short, on this terrace, as if we were in a bloody minefield. A man is telling his wife he can't drive her into town, and there's a corpse floating in the water beside us. And as background to all this, a three-way argument was going on between the gardener and Georges and the workman. The gardener said there were live wires all around. The electrician said the current was shut off. No one would work at the pool with the current still on, and Georges was trying to get an answer to a sensible question. "Where is the main switch?" he kept asking. "Where?" Tony walked over to the gardener, took the trowel from his hand, threw it into the pool. It broke the surface without a flare or a sizzle, and sank. "Let's get the body out of there," Tony said, and looked around for a rake. 15. "We'll stop here for a few moments," Tony said, breaking their long silence as they reached the Roquebrune road. Georges nodded, found a parking space near a group of small shops, and turned off the Renault's engine. Neither had spoken since they left Chandon Villa. The police were still there, questioning the electrician, all interest now focused on what power near the pool area had been turned off, what turned on, when and why. The pool itself was safe enough, all work there completed. Only one section, controlling the lights that would illuminate the trees at one side of the pool, were still under repair. The power switch controlling that small area was still active. A regrettable oversight, a case of human failure, judgment, against which the unfortunate electrician kept protesting. The power had been off today on all areas of the pool and its surroundings. No, he hadn't seen this done. He had just assumed it to be so. As for the other electricians, they'd be back tomorrow to clear up the mess they had left. His job was to check the lights on the upper terraces, and that's where he had been working. Hadn't heard or seen anything. Yes, everyone had been thoroughly baffled, and McElhose gave the verdict that possibly would stand. An accident, a terrible accident, he kept repeating. It seemed a plausible explanation. The trees at the dangerous corner of the terrace screened the small pavilion where McElhose had installed his visitor. Official guests at the villa, our own friends in the pavilion near the pool. Matty fixed up the upper floor nicely for them. Just no room over at our place. Poor Kelso. He was the first to use our guest house. Arrived this morning, was only going to stay here overnight. Tomorrow he'd be on his way to Gstaad. Always takes a winter vacation. 2 weeks, he said. Suicide? Ridiculous. He wasn't depressed. Preoccupied, perhaps. Certainly he was in a serious mood at lunchtime. Seemed 10 years older than I remembered him. Just wouldn't let us plan his afternoon. He said he was going to wait for Rick Neely's return, and after that he was going to see his brother. His brother! Good God, Lawton, what do we do about his brother? And Tony said, "You let him know." Yes. I'd better call him right away. You are leaving? The police have our names and addresses. They'll know where they can reach us. Which was true enough. And if the police wanted to check further than Tony's hotel or the Seabreeze, they'd end up at a wine shipper's office in London, at a journalist's desk in Paris. "I don't think they'll trouble you," said McElhose. "And I hope," his anxious eyes were praying, "they won't trouble Chandon Villa either. No publicity about this," he added, glancing at Georges. "The less the better, don't you agree?" "I agree." "Accidents will happen," McElhose said miserably. He sighed a deep sigh as he shook their hands and went back to staring at the figure covered now by a blanket, as if he could by sheer willpower bid the stretcher-bearers move it out of sight, out of his life. Tony turned abruptly away, said nothing more. He began climbing up through the gardens, with Georges hurrying to catch up. "Accident?" Georges wondered aloud. "Perhaps it was. When I passed across the terrace on my way to the beach, there was nothing to see. No one, nothing. Just a pool that was half full of water. And 5 minutes later, there he was, Kelso. And a few minutes before that, 2 men had come up from the terrace." "2 men? But I saw nobody. Or were they inside the pavilion?" "Where else?" Then Georges remembered Tony's brief visit to the upper floor of the pavilion in search of a blanket to cover Kelso's body. "What did you find there?" "A bed where a man had been lying. tie and sweater on one of those valet stands, keys and wallet on a dresser, jacket certainly off. Who sleeps in a jacket? Shoes probably off too. They managed to get the jacket back on him, hadn't time for the shoes. You had given them a scare, walking down towards the beach, so they heaved him into the pool and the shoes after him. Turned on the power to look as if he had stumbled over a live wire and been jerked into the water by the shock. How was he killed? There was no sign of a wound. An injection, possibly. Enough to knock him out and let the pool do the rest. Expert. They should be. I recognized one of them. Boris Gorsky. Gorsky is here? George was dumbfounded. My God, he thought. Neely has some real support. He must be of major importance. He glanced back over the placid gardens. None of the stress and strain down at the pool was either audible or visible from this upper terrace. Sheltered by hedge and trees, it was all peace and tranquility. In silence, they entered the house and passed through the hall. A policeman was taking statements from 2 electricians. But there was no sign of Gorsky. Expert, George had murmured again. Tony's only comment had been a tightening of his lips. And then, on the Roquebrune road, as George switched off the ignition and sat back to wait for further instructions, his eyes on the traffic, his thoughts on Boris Gorsky, Tony startled him by saying vehemently, Jean Parassini, that's our best bet. Our only one now. George, his mind still circulating around the pool, the body, the guest pavilion, looked blankly at Tony. He must have something tucked away in the corner of his memory that could help us. Just one small lead. That's all we want to find Rick Neely's true identity. God damn it, Parassini must have tried to uncover that. His chief Washington source, surely it was something he would try to ferret out. He did name Alexis as his chief source in Washington, George volunteered. Tony brushed that aside. No big deal. We had guessed that, but who is Alexis? Rick Neely? Tony paused for emphasis. And who is the man who calls himself Neely? And what happened in East Germany to the real Heinrich Neely? George asked softly. Silenced, as Chuck Kelso had been silenced. But Tony was following his own train of thought. You worked with Gerard when he was in charge of Parassini's debriefing in Genoa. Did you talk with Parassini himself? No, never met him. My job was background research on all the reports Parassini, as Paladin, had sent us from Moscow. The idea was that I might find certain pieces of information in them that needed more clarification or expansion. Gerard questioned him about that. The results were satisfactory, with occasional blackouts. What did you expect? Paladin's reports from Moscow covered 12 years. How many altogether? Just over 100. Only about 9 or 10 each year. He was a very careful operator. Didn't send them regularly, and never from the same location twice running. A broken pattern like that makes it more difficult to recall every small detail stretching over 12 years. I know. Tony was irritated. Not with George. With Gerard. He didn't press Parassini hard enough. Gerard? He did shoot off the names you had suggested. Alexis, Oleg, Heinrich Neely. And no impact on Parassini. None. Except for an educated guess about Alexis. Someone with important contacts and friends in Washington. Someone who could supply all varieties of information, from facts and figures to scurrilous gossip. So he could be a political journalist on an important newspaper, or a television reporter, or a columnist. Not a young man, too judicious, too experienced, possibly in his 40s or even 50s, judging by the age groups with which he mixed. An educated guess, Tony echoed in disgust. Was that the most that Gerard could get out of Parassini? It doesn't sound much like Rick Neely, George admitted. Could it be that there's another agent? There were only 2 of them in Central Park with Vladimir Konov on the night he was mugged. He's really stuck with his theory that Alexis must be Neely's code name, George thought, and Parassini's analysis doesn't back it up. Take it easy, Tony. 2 of them, Alexis and Oleg, insisted Tony, exasperated with everyone, himself included. One was security, the other was Konov's Washington agent. Which name fits Neely? Are you certain he was in Central Park that night? The New York police have a description that matches Neely exactly. Also a composite picture of the other man. He's a ringer for Gorski. Ah, said George. I didn't know that. You might, thought Tony, have assumed that I did know. Or were you actually thinking I was just frothing at the mouth? He glanced at his watch. Surely McElhose had called Tom Kelso by this time. All right, George, let's get cracking. Up the hill until you see, on the left-hand side, a nursery marked Michel. There used to be yellow mimosa trees to mark the spot. Drop me just inside the gate. George switched on the ignition, released the brake, kept his eyes on the traffic, and waited for the first safe chance to join the procession of cars. We really may trigger some new detail in Parasini's memory tomorrow. He's had time to rest and think, and remember. He'd better. That was a devilish journey he had. He almost lost his life in an Aegean northeaster. The fishing boat that was taking him from Istanbul to Lesbos nearly foundered. Most of their gear went overboard. And 2 of their men. I know. Tony restrained himself, tried to smile. I'm short on patience today, but we haven't much time. Shandon Villa is a perfect setup for Neely's kind of work. Neely could gather all kinds of information, some hard intelligence, some dealing with the personal quirks and indiscreet remarks of prominent men. The disinformation boys in Moscow would have a propaganda bonanza. They'd take the facts and twist and magnify and drop them into a willing journalist's ear for his next expose of Western chicanery. It was all too simple nowadays to drive a wedge between democratic friends and allies. They were in a self-destructive syndrome, always willing to believe the worst about themselves and the best about their enemies. Yes, he said, as George at last joined the stream of traffic. It's a perfect setup. And Neely won't be working alone. We'll have a nest of agents that we will. Who's directing them? Gorski? Could be. He's senior enough. Or perhaps he was only acting as protector-in-chief. He doesn't hesitate, does he, when he thinks security is threatened? Could Chuck Kelso really have been such a hazard to them? You saw the action they took, which only proved in its desperate haste that Rick Neely was an agent of prime importance. One more thing. Memorize this telephone number in New York. Slowly, Tony repeated Brad Gillen's private number. Call it immediately. Speak only with Bradford Gillen. Tell him the message is from me. Give him the news about Chuck Kelso. Advise him to warn Martin Holzheimer to keep his mouth shut and get an assignment in Alaska. Alaska? Don't be so damned literal, George. Any place that's out of sight, out of mind. We've got to keep at least one witness alive. I don't want any more convenient accidents on my conscience. The yellow mimosa shimmered in the sunlight, air-spun gold, as heart-lifting as a host of daffodils. George was signaling for a left turn into the gate, and Tony's hand was already gripping the release knob on the door beside him. He wasn't a man of protracted goodbyes, thought George with amusement. But Tony had some afterthought. As the car drew up under the powdery blossom of the mimosa trees, he sat very still. What are Parasini's plans? Plans? His future. There must have been some discussion about that. Oh, he will keep a low profile in Menton for the next few months, and once it's safe enough, he can move into a new job. With us. With NATO intelligence? What branch? Gerard could use him in his department. Gerard's idea or Parasini's? Does that matter? It was a natural, whoever thought of it. Of course Parasini will keep his cover as chauffeur. George studied Tony's frown and tried a small joke. Bill and Nicole will give him excellent references. But Tony wasn't in a mood to smile and make one of his usual quips. He's exhausted, thought George. He doesn't need this visit to Tom Kelso. He needs a couple of hours' rest, an evening to relax, enjoy himself. Tomorrow will be a heavy day. Tony said. Like to join me this evening for a drink in the bar at the casino? Shall I be literal about that? The words still stung. Or do we just keep an eye on each other? A very close eye and ear. 8 o'clock, okay? Tony stepped out of the car and began walking uphill towards the house high above the olive trees. Georges noted the slow footsteps, the slightly bowed head. He could have ditched going up there, Georges thought, as he reversed and turned to point the Renault in the right direction for the drive down to Menton. Damned if I wouldn't have telephoned my sympathy and condolence, and let it go at that. From the olive trees came a persistent sound, a light and steady tapping of wood on wood. Tony halted to look. The house was only 50 yards away, and perhaps he wanted any excuse to delay the first meeting with Tom and Dorothea. If I hadn't promised her, he thought, I'd never have faced the next half hour. What good would it do anyway? I can't tell them what I know or fear. Can't drag them into this bloody mess. It's safer for them, for everyone, if they just stay out and accept what will be reported as a tragic accident. Tom is too intelligent not to ask questions. That will be my worst problem. And Dorothea, God, I wish she hadn't so much quick intuition. Not now, at least. The constant sound of the small, firm blows didn't miss a beat. He could see, far below this driveway, a white cloth spread under a tree, and perched on its gnarled branches, 2 men with long canes. What the devil were they doing? "Tony!" Thea called, and she came hurrying down to meet him in spite of high-heeled sandals. She had dressed up for this afternoon, a white frock whose pleats floated around her as she moved, some thin, soft material that was as fluid as the swirl of a chiton on a Greek vase. "Tony, are we glad to see you?" she cried, happy and breathless, her smile radiant. "You're early, and that's sheer luck. Come on, come on." She caught his hand, urging him forward. They don't know. Tony halted, looking away from her. They don't know. He stared down at the olive trees. What now? Blurt everything out or wait till I get them both together? That was the thing about news. If it were good, you'd tell it and repeat it and go over it a third time willingly. When it was bad, you only wanted to say it once, briefly, and then wish you hadn't been forced to do even that. What's going on down there? They are tapping the olives. They sit up in a tree and beat it gently, and the ripe olives fall to the ground. She looked at him curiously. Does the sound annoy you? Tom said it was getting on his nerves, so we'll probably avoid the terrace and sit indoors. Too bad on such a heavenly day. Come on, slow coach. She pulled his arm gently and started him towards the house. Where's Tom? Oh, the telephone rang just as we were coming down to meet you. He went back to take the call. He checked the time on his watch. 10 minutes to 5. You're early and Chuck is late, but that's all to the good. Tom has some questions he needs answered before he sees Chuck. Dorothea, just like Chuck, she was saying. He decided he couldn't wait till 6 o'clock, so he phoned. When? After lunch. Around 2, I think. What did he say? The fool, Tony raged secretly. He actually called them from Shandon Villa and told them how much. Dorothea's smile had vanished. He was going to give Rick Neely exactly until 4 o'clock. If Neely was still avoiding him by that time, he was coming up here. By 4:30. He said he had a tremendous problem, and would Tom help him solve it? Tom had friends who worked in intelligence, or even Brad Gillen, people who could act, take the right measures. What measures, Tony? They had reached the terrace, and Tony stood there silent, his face averted, his whole interest seemingly on the view of coastline that spread before them. Tony, what's wrong? Oh, I know Chuck must have had a bad quarrel with Rick, but why? Didn't he tell you? And I hope to God the answer is no, thought Tony. Let the pros deal with Neely, not the amateurs. Hints, mostly, but they were strong enough. What kind of hints? About Rick Neely. Chuck's anger was all directed against him. What could have happened between those two? They were so close. She drew a deep breath. But out of bad news there comes some good. Chuck's call ended abruptly. He was using the telephone in Maclehouse's office. His own was out of order. But as he signed off, he sounded less worried, even relieved. When Tom promised to help in any way he could, Chuck said, "I've been a goddamned idiot. I know that now. And I'm sorry, Tom, I'm sorry." Which, you know, is a considerable admission. I've never heard Chuck say sorry like that, meaning it, truly meaning it. For once, he wasn't going through his usual routine, all charm and little substance. He was really contrite. She studied Tony's impassive face. "But that is good news," she insisted. "Tom needed it. Oh, he's worried about Chuck, yes, but contact between them is reestablished, and that counts, you know. Tom—" She broke off, unwilling to admit just how difficult those last months had been. And then, still watching Tony's face, she asked quietly, "Is Chuck's news as bad as that?" Her eyes widened, pleading with him for the truth. There was no evading the directness of her gaze. "It was bad enough, and now it's worse. The worst possible kind of news for you and Tom. I didn't want to break it to you, not alone. Better that you and Tom should hear it together. But possibly he already knows, if the telephone call was from Shandon Villa. Chuck has met with an accident, a fatal accident." For a moment, Dorothea stood rigid. Then she turned and ran into the house. Its silence paralyzed Tony. The Shandon call must be long over, and Tom? Tony slumped into a chair, lit a cigarette, listened to the insistent tapping on the olive trees below. I handled that badly, he thought. But how could news about death ever be handled well? And now Tom would come out here, start asking questions once the first shock had worn off. And as a seasoned reporter, he was adept at questioning. I'll tell him everything that's possible to be told. No mention of Paladin's escape, or that he's still alive as Jean Parassini. Enough to let Tom know that the NATO memorandum had been lifted from his brother's New York apartment and ended up in the hands of the KGB in Moscow. That Neely seems to have been the only man who had access to Chuck's apartment on that Saturday night. Yes, we'll have to talk about Neely. Chuck made sure of that. But I'll keep silent about Misha and Alexis and Oleg, and not only for security reasons, a matter of safety, Tom's and Dorothea's. Chuck was true to the last, lost in his self-centered world, righteous anger at being duped, hints blurted out about the source of his problem, sharing trouble when it overwhelmed him, involving others, endangering them. No, Chuck hadn't thought of that. Or he would never have unburdened himself in a telephone call from Maclehouse's office, where a red-headed secretary had monitored every word. Why, oh why, couldn't Chuck have stayed in New York, made contact with Brad again once the truth began to get through to him? Perhaps he still couldn't believe he had been duped until he had a chance to confront Neely and demand an explanation. Whatever Neely had told him on that ride from the airport this morning hadn't worked, and Neely knew it. Tony lit a second cigarette, and then threw it away. If Brad hadn't pushed Chuck into facing unpleasant realities, and that was my doing, I suggested Brad see Chuck lay the facts on the table. 2 men executed, several still under rigorous questioning, others scattered and hunted. Yes, if I hadn't urged Brad to talk frankly, pierce through Chuck's rationalizations with some truth, Chuck would probably be alive today, skiing merrily in Gstad, no thought of Neely or Shandon Villa in his head. All things right with his own world. And who worried about what happened to other men in other places, especially when they were espionage freaks, spooks wandering in a maze of threat and danger? Their own choice, wasn't it? Probably their own creation, too. They did it for kicks or the money. Everyone knew that. Read your friendly local newspapers. Saving the West, me included. That's a big laugh. All part of their own hothouse fantasies. Who's threatening me, little men in black pajamas? Look, get rid of the ego-trippers, the paranoiacs. Then we can all make nice profits and get promotion and enjoy our skiing or bowling or golf or fishing and our sun tanning or dining or whining or women. and live in a better, still better and better world without end. Amen. Tony lit a third cigarette. It tasted worse than the others. Yes, Chuck would have been alive if I hadn't wakened him to the truth. He awoke. That's something. Millions wouldn't have. He'd be safely far away in happy Switzerland, and when I visited Shandon Villa today, Neely would have been on hand to give me a guided tour, all wreathed in smiles and innocence. But Boris Gorsky would not have been there. Not visible, certainly. And so I have learned nothing, and known less. Not that I know too much, but now I make that knowledge count. This I owe to Chuck Kelso. Behind him he heard Tom's footsteps on the terrace. He rose and faced him. 16. Sunset had come, a blaze of vermilion and gold dissolving into an amethyst sky. The olive trees, twisted ghosts rising out of deepening shadows, rested in peace. Down on Cap Martin, the heavy foliage became a massive block of blackness against a sea of faded ink. The air had turned shrewd and cold, but the two men still talked and walked on the terrace. Dorothea, chilled perhaps as much by Tony's information as by the evening breeze, had long since retreated into the warmth of the Michel's living room. Tom's manner was quiet, dangerously quiet. From the first moment he had come out on the terrace, he had been in taut control of himself. His first words to Tony were cold, totally unemotional. "How did you learn about Chuck's death?" "I was visiting Shandon Villa." "You saw what happened?" "No one did." "Tell me what you can." "Exactly." And Tony had done just that. Then came the questions, and answers, and long pauses, and more questions, and now, with the sun already set, color and warmth drained from the land, Tom halted his steady pace and stared out at the bleak scene. "And who," he asked at last, "is to deal with Neely?" "We will." "How? You haven't had much success in these last months." "There wasn't enough hard evidence to support official action. No witnesses to back up some of the statements in my report on Neely." Grimly, Tom said, "And you've lost your best witness now. Holzheimer, if you could get him to tell what he knows, could only testify that Neely approached him, put him in touch with my brother, was present when the first part of the memorandum was handed over." "Where did that happen?" Holzheimer supplied his editor with the address, the apartment below Chuck's. Neely spent the weekends there, but that's still not enough evidence. Then, as Tom's face twisted with sudden emotion, Tony said, "We have one possible lead." And Parasini had better come through, he thought. "I can't tell you any more than that, not now, Tom. There's no need to know, and it's much better not to. I'm going down to Shandon Villa tomorrow. Look around. Question McElhose. You'll get no information. I'll pick up some details. That's my job, Tony. And I don't expect much from McElhose. He didn't even telephone me this evening. Bugged out." "Then who?" "Neely. All-purpose Neely. Yes, that little bastard called me himself to tell me that my brother was dead." "Good God." "I let him talk. You know what I think? He was trying to find out how much I had learned from Chuck. He even brought up the subject of the quarrel they had this morning. About a girl, Katie, he called her, all a misunderstanding. So Neely blamed himself for not having canceled his engagements today and stayed with Chuck, explained more, made him understand the truth of the matter." Tom stuck a clenched fist against the palm of his hand as his anger broke loose. "His phrase, the truth of the matter." "And what did you say?" "Is that important?" Tom asked bitterly. "It could be." "I said, 'You son of a bitch,' and I hung up." Tony was silent. Neely had caught Tom at an agonizing moment when all defenses were down. "You think that wasn't too smart of me," Tom said, suddenly truculent. "But that is what Neely is. He's one—" I know, I agree completely. I'd probably have called him worse." "Not you. You wouldn't have given him a hook onto which he could latch his suspicions. Sure, he now probably thinks I know too much. So let's see what he will try with that. Stop goading him, Tom. How else do you trap him into a false move? Don't you try it. That's right, Tom said. Leave it to the professionals. And what use have they been so far? Tony's fatigue suddenly caught up with him. His voice sharpened. Ask that question of your own people. Who has been building up public opinion against your professionals? Nothing but denunciations, imputations, revelations, recriminations. How the hell do they manage to work at all? He turned away. I have to get back into town. I'd better call a taxi. He headed for the living room. At the French windows he paused. I'm sorry, Tom. Forget what I said. Tom didn't answer. Didn't even look around. He stood staring out at the lights circling the bay, hearing nothing, seeing nothing. Tony found the telephone easily enough. It stood on the same old, rickety 18th-century table he remembered from his weeks spent as a guest here. Solange had put him to work. She believed in keeping her visitors busy. These wall panels on the other side of the room testified to that. He had painted them, and Michel had added the finishing touch by smearing them with a dirty rag. Antiquing, Solange had called the process. You know, said Dorothea, as she appeared quietly beside him, and noticed his interest in the paneled wall. Solange did that. She's really very clever about such things. Indeed she is. He opened the telephone directory, and Ashley smiled. There was relief, too, to see that Dorothea was avoiding an emotional scene. That's sensible, he observed of her change of clothes. The thin dress had been replaced by a heavy sweater and tweed pants. I was frozen. She studied his face. I've made some coffee. Boiling hot. Sandwiches, too. I think you need both. It was 20 to 7, he noted in dismay. The half-hour planned for his visit had stretched considerably. I'd like that. I'll have some coffee while I wait for a taxi. No need to call a cab. We'll drive you down to Menton. Wouldn't hear of it. He glanced back at the terrace. Tom often stays out there by himself. Don't worry. Please don't. And, Tony, don't let his words disturb you. He didn't mean them. He often has these moods. Tony concentrated on dialing. Tom's had too rough a day to drive anywhere tonight. He's going down to Menton anyway. Why? To see the police. They phoned him just after Rick Neely's call. Time enough to talk with them tomorrow. They'll know more by... He broke off as he made the connection with the taxi stand near the casino. A cab for 7:30 without fail at the gate of the Michel Nursery, Roquebrune. Night rates, of course, and a hefty tip if punctual. That's what the police suggested, but Tom wouldn't wait. He's a man who needs action. She hesitated. These last months have been difficult for him. And for you, Tony wondered. He remembered his first glimpse of her today down at the market. An unhappy girl, he had thought. Let's have that cup of coffee. Possibly a sandwich, too, just to please her. Besides, she was right. He needed it. Rick Neely, she began, as they sat down at the kitchen table and then fell silent. Tony braced himself. More questions, more answers. The only way to handle them was to plunge right in, keep everything brief and restrained, and above all, generalized. He's been working in Washington for the last 9 years. As an enemy agent? So she had either heard talk from the terrace, or added up her own suspicions to score a solid guess. He shrugged a reply. And never discovered? That horrified her. He's good at his job. Good? How can you say that? He's a monster. To us, yes. He's one of the bad guys. To the opposition, he's the hero, and we are the villains. It just depends on what side you stand. But you can't approve of what he has done. No. If I did, I wouldn't be interested in him. Were you following him on the day we met in the Statler lobby? Frankly, until I saw him there, I didn't even know the fellow. It was you who told me who he was, remember? But you were interested. Immediately. She looked at him angrily. Why didn't you tell the CIA? And have them up before another investigatory committee for more interference in domestic affairs? Then the FBI. From that day at the Statler until he left Washington, Neely kept his head down. No peculiar phone calls, no contacts with anyone doubtful. Just an innocent citizen going about his own business. Her anger faded, leaving only bewilderment. How can these things happen? The Cold War is over, a matter of terminology. You can call boiled cabbage a pourri of roses, but it still smells and tastes like cabbage. There's too much rhetoric, too little thought nowadays. Much of our own fault. We keep accepting words and ignoring acts. You don't, which makes me a very bad boy indeed. And it hurts me to say, not just to the other side, he reminded her. Yes, she admitted. Once I thought you were an anachronism, a bit of a fake, like that antiqued paneling, cheap pine pretending to be weathered oak. Not a fake, she said quickly. Never that. I just thought you were wrong. All wrong. A waste of a good brain. I'm a pretty good wine taster. Doesn't that justify my existence? Oh, Tony. She almost smiled, checked herself and frowned. Tears were not far away. In alarm, Tony said, I didn't mean to. You didn't. It's just me. I feel terrible. About Chuck. I always found something to criticize in him. Oh, not openly. But I had a lot of hard thoughts, especially when Tom kept excusing. She shook her head. Chuck didn't like me very much either. I wish now it hadn't been that way, and I'll always keep thinking that No, you won't keep thinking about that, he told her. Everyone feels guilt when sudden death comes to someone close to them. There's always remorse as well as regret. The last tribute. But no brooding, Dorothea. You aren't the morbid type. And how much would that help Tom? What guilt is he feeling right now, do you think? He rose from the table. Restrain Tom, will you? Don't let him do anything on impulse. That's usually disastrous. He raised her hand and kissed it. Just as abruptly, he left. He took the exit through the living room's French windows. The terrace was in darkness. Tom called to him. Hey, wait there, Tony. I'll run you down to Menton. A voice normal, friendly. Tony halted in relief. Tom's arm went round his shoulders. Why don't you stay and have some supper? I wish I could, but I have promises to keep. Besides, I'm bulging with sandwiches and coffee. You could use some yourself. Let me give you a lift. Thanks, Tom. But the taxi will arrive any minute now. I'm meeting it at the gate. Tony began walking towards the driveway with Tom at his side, relaxed and friendly. No direct connection with this house, Tom asked, making the right assumption. He has recovered, Tony thought. He's using his brains instead of his emotions. Better not, don't you think? Anyone been following you? Hope not. How many of them are there, I wonder? He has recovered too damn well, thought Tony. Tom went on. Who arranged the accident? Not Rick Neely. He must have had help. They're around, and all the more reason for you to watch your step, old boy. Keep Dorothea safe, will you? He grasped Tom's hand. Take care, both of you. I'll walk you to the gate. Not even that, said Tony. A final handshake, a grip that reassured them both, and Tony was off. Where is he bound for? Tom wondered as he turned back to the house. Promises to keep. Business or pleasure? No, not pleasure, not tonight. Business that dealt with Neely? That was Tony's main preoccupation now. We have a possible lead, his words. Was that what he was searching out? A possible lead? Tom burst into the kitchen. Look, Thea, he said, I think I'll go down to Menton right away, get it over with. But I don't feel like eating. I may as well learn what the police have to say. He put his arms around her, kissed her anxious face. Lock up after me, thoroughly, and go upstairs. It's cozier there. You'll be all right, won't you? Yes, of course, she said in some surprise. I'll be as quick as I can. Must you at all? Tonight? Yes. He left as quickly as he had entered. Obediently, she locked the kitchen door, the front entrance, and the French windows. In the study, she searched for a book to take to bed. Nothing in English, all in French. The television was black and white, a discussion from Paris with solemn novelists disagreeing at great length. French intellectuals talked in paragraphs, not in sentences. She picked up Time and Newsweek. switched off most of the lights, leaving just enough to welcome Tom back. Then, with a last look at the lonely rooms, at the empty terrace, she broke into tears. "I wish I were home. I wish I were home." Down by the gate, headlights swooped into the driveway and stopped, their beam casting a white arc around the flower beds as the taxi turned to face the road again. One moment more, and it began moving out. Tom was already in the Fiat, its engine running. Smoothly, he started downhill. He knew what Tony would say. Or perhaps he would be so tight-lipped with anger that the words would choke in his throat. But this, thought Tom, is when I must take some action of my own. I will not be stuck on that terrace, knowing little, doing less. Once past the gate, he abandoned caution until he picked up the rear lights of the taxi. Then he kept an even speed at a safe distance. From the front road along Montone's West Bay, the taxi made a left turn and cut up into town. Not far, it dropped Tony just short of the English church at the corner of the square, if that's what you could call it, really an open stretch of central flower beds bordered by 2 avenues, a pleasant prospect for the casino's entrance. Tom found a spot to park and took it. What now? His first impulses were draining low. He felt both foolish and uncertain, but he got out of the car. He wouldn't have far to walk from here to the commissariat, the police, in any event, and began strolling towards the church. Mentone, in the off-season, was an empty place by night. There were few people around at 10 minutes of 8, as if everything had closed up tight for dinner. Tony could be easily seen in the well-lit streets, which means that I can be easily seen too, Tom reminded himself. As a small protection, he hunched up his coat collar. He needed that too, in the cool wind blowing up from the sea, and stared into a shop window. As he risked another look, he saw Tony cross the street, start up some steps, and disappear. The casino? It couldn't be. Tom followed, his mind incredulous, but yes, it was the casino. First, there was the shock of disbelief. Next, a sense of frustration. Damned if I'm going in there, he told himself. His face grim as he turned the corner at the church and strode past the taxi rank, the stretches of flower beds and palm trees. So, he had come chasing into Mentone after Tony and got nowhere. At the last moment, he had balked. Totally irrational behavior, but he had been in no mood to step into a world of fun and games. His emotions were too raw, unpredictable. Better get them under control and his mind working again. This was no way to enter a police station. Halfway up the avenue, he halted and looked back at the casino. Even if he had put his own feelings aside, entered there, what good would he have done? What purpose served? He would have been too noticeable. The casino trade hadn't begun as yet. This wasn't Monte Carlo with all its slot machines, Las Vegas style, packing in the busloads of people from early afternoon till dawn. No, he realized now, I'd have accomplished nothing at all, only caused unnecessary complications. Tony wasn't here for amusement. Tony was strictly business tonight, and he had no part in it. For a moment, even now, something of the old urge to know, to help, to do, reawakened in Tom. He hesitated, cursed his feeling of uselessness, turned away, walked on. The commissariat lay a short stretch to his right, somewhere off these avenues. Few people around here, everyone enjoying their bon appetit soup. The idea of eating still nauseated him. It was something else than hunger that gnawed at his guts. He had judged his direction and distance accurately, at least. The police station was just where it should be. It was functioning, too. A visitor was leaving. The figure, clearly seen under the brilliance of the streetlights, was familiar. Automatically, Tom ducked behind a row of parked automobiles, the new-style barricades of every western city. He hoped he looked part of a logical explanation, a man with head and shoulders bent about to unlock his car door. For the figure, young, well-dressed, fair-haired, now hurrying across the broad street, was Rick Neely. Tom kept motionless, attracted no nervous eye. Neely had reached the black Citroën, new model, and waited for a man to leave an automobile parked just a few yards ahead. The meeting was brief. Sentences were exchanged, that was all. Within 3 or 4 minutes, the stranger returned to his car, and Neely entered the Citroën. Thinking of his Fiat parked snugly several blocks away, Tom damned himself for an idiot. He couldn't even follow, only watch. He felt vulnerable, though, and testing the door he stood beside, he found it was unlocked. He slid into the front seat, kept his head well down. Neely's Citroën passed him, traveling westward, back to Cap Martin. The other car, an Opel, green in color, passed close to where Tom sat, and then made a left turn down the avenue that led to the casino area. At least, thought Tom, I could partly describe that stranger in the green Opel, Nice registration. From a distance he was about my height, but heavier and broad-shouldered. Near at hand his features were strong, his hair dark. And who the hell was he? Thoughtfully, Tom crossed the street and entered the commissariat. He was politely received with just the right touch of official sympathy. They would know more about his brother's unfortunate death by tomorrow. Yes, it did seem as though it possibly might have been a most regrettable accident, a tragic error on someone's part, responsibility still to be allocated. Meanwhile, Monsieur Kelso might consider what arrangements he would desire, cremation or burial here, or perhaps he would prefer transport to the United States and interment there. There were local agents who were fully capable of handling such matters. De rien, monsieur. But one thing more. He could now take possession of the suitcase that held his brother's belongings, including his wallet, cufflinks, engagement diary with addresses, wristwatch, traveler's checks, keys and keychain, air flight reservation for tomorrow to Switzerland, hotel post booking in Gstaad, all intact, all carefully listed in triplicate on this official police form of inventory. Be so good as to examine them and then sign here. Merci, monsieur. À demain. Until tomorrow, Tom echoed. His voice was flat, unnatural. His movements slow and uncertain. He stood at the doorway, Chuck's case in his hand, hesitating. Something else, he kept telling himself, something else. Mr. Neely was here, wasn't he, from Shandon Villa? But yes, the assistant director. Naturally, he wanted to hear about the results of our investigation. He had the fear that your brother's death might have been suicide, but with your brother's plans for travel tomorrow, a Gallic shrug indicated suicide was not a likely theory. Then the hint of a tolerant smile covered the next remark. Perhaps Monsieur Neely was also afraid of the adverse publicity that Shandon Villa might receive. But he can rely on our discretion. There were 2 visitors at the villa today, and he was worried about how they might talk. However, he was happy we could provide their names and addresses. He intends to visit them and make a friendly explanation about the necessity for restraint. Shandon Villa, after all, is beginning its meetings next week. Tom asked bitterly. Did he not want to view the body? A small shocked silence, and then a mild reproof. Monsieur Neely wants only to help in any way he can. He offered to take your brother's suitcase to your house, spare you the trouble. But, naturally, said Tom, mastering his French, that was impossible. My signature was required. And you yourself were coming here, so Monsieur Neely left. I bet he did, thought Tom. He knew better than to meet me here tonight. But at least this proved that the police were efficient. They had removed Chuck's belongings from Shandon before Neely could examine them, make sure there was nothing to endanger him. What the hell had he expected? Or was it just part of his training that he always must make sure? Thank you very much, he told the police sergeant, a round-faced, middle-aged man with a drooping mustache and kindly brown eyes. You have been most helpful, thank you. De rien, monsieur. And we regret... Yes, said Tom, and left. He locked Chuck's suitcase safely inside the trunk of the Fiat before stepping into the driver's seat. He switched on the ignition and then turned it off. For fully 10 minutes he sat there, his head bowed, thoughts giving way to grief within the darkness of the car. At last he raised his eyes, looking along the bright street. There were people entering the casino now. Not many, but enough. He wouldn't be too noticeable. Pocketing the car keys, he got out and began walking. Remembering the meeting between Neely and his contact, which he had witnessed tonight, Tom sensed urgency. Neely's moves had been too quick, too immediate, not to convey a warning. Okay, thought Tom, I'm taking it. He entered the casino. 17. It was almost 8 o'clock. The main hall of the casino was brightly lit and practically empty. 7 people, all told, and employees at that. A woman, behind a glass-enclosed booth at the far end of the hall beside the cinema. A young usherette, arriving for duty. 4 croupiers, young, tall, lean, dark-suited, paired off at the 2 adjacent gaming tables. A 5th man, similar in dress and manner, on duty at the salle privée. The dining room, facing Tony as he took brief inventory, a natural pause after mounting the stairs that led up from the foyer just inside the front entrance to the casino, was equally lethargic. 3 tables occupied. And the bar beside him? He turned and entered, dismay rising. Empty, too, except for an attendant polishing glasses and a couple of men, one at the bar, the other at a corner table. 2, count them. Tony almost exploded in a laugh. He halted just inside the doorway, letting his eyes adjust from the hall's brilliance to this small room's imitation moonlight glow. Très chic, très moderne, but mostly disconcerting. It had taken him half a minute at least to see that Georges was the man seated at the bar. And shall we remain aloof, keeping that promised eye on each other for the benefit of one stranger and a bartender? The subdued lighting was evenly spread, giving 20/20 vision a chance to reassert itself. Tony could soon recognize the man who sat at the corner table and faced the room. He might now be wearing a gray lounge suit instead of this afternoon's work clothes, but he still had the same fair hair, sharp features, and slightly pop-eyed look of the electrician, climbing up through the gardens of Shandon Villa at Boris Gorsky's heels. And, thought Tony, he has recognized me. Probably Georges as well. "Hello there," he said as he joined the young Frenchman at the bar. "Sorry if I kept you waiting. Had a hard time parking the car." Georges turned his head to stare in amazement, perhaps in disbelief. Unperturbed, Tony ordered a Tio Pepe. "Do you want to perch, or shall we lounge? More comfortable over here." He led the way to one of the low tables flanked by 4 squat armchairs. It provided, as he had hoped, an excellent view of both the bar's doorway and, beyond that, part of the main hall, the most important part as far as Tony was concerned. It lay at the head of the stairs leading from the foyer. Arrivals and departures easily noted. "Much better," Tony pronounced, flopping into the chair that faced the bar's entrance, and indicated with an almost imperceptible nod the chair close to his left elbow. From there, Georges could watch the man in the far corner, as well as observe the doorway by a turn of his head. Just as necessary, they could talk at close quarters and yet look natural, no table between them. "Now let's relax and have a couple of drinks before we move in for dinner. There's nothing like sightseeing to exhaust a man. Any ideas for tomorrow? But some place, I beg of you, where we don't have to walk and climb." He rattled on until his sherry arrived, but his voice was dropping gradually until it would reach a level that neither the barman nor Popeye could hear. Georges caught on to Tony's stratagem quickly enough, but he still hadn't recovered from his first shock. "You're crazy, Tony," was his low-voiced comment. "Here we are, like 2 sore thumbs, as noticeable as hell." "We'd be more noticeable if we were sitting apart. Have a look at that man in the corner. He probably saw you passing through the Shandon pool area." "He and Gorsky, they were together?" Georges asked softly. "Very much together." Georges' eyes were grave, his lips tight. Gorsky was a name he knew only too well. The man himself he had seen only once, but there was enough in the Gorsky file to make that face memorable. "Let's laugh it up a little, shall we? Heard any good stories lately?" "That's better," thought Tony, as Georges produced a convincing smile. "What did you find down at the beach? Can a boat dock safely there?" "A rowboat? Not much more. There's only a small jetty. The water is shallow at the shore edge." As he talked, Georges' eyes had followed a couple coming into the bar. A nice chance to look at the man in the corner. It was a quick but thorough study. Rocks on either side of the beach, property boundary, as it were. The beach itself is stony, a romantic but uncomfortable place to swim. The jetty is in shallow water, no good for diving. So, thought Tony, anything larger than a rowboat would have to lie offshore, and anyone, if Shandon was his target, would use a dinghy to get to the beach. But would Parasini really take all that trouble to get at Shandon? And he couldn't be too much of a sailor. He had been landlocked all his life. Nor did he have enough cash to let him hire a boat and a crew to manage it. And, Tony concluded, I just don't see Parasini rowing all the way around Cap Martin to reach his objective. So he'll have to reach Shandon by car, and that isn't such a simple operation either. Too many restrictions on free access. Perhaps he'll give up his whole idea. Or perhaps I was wrong. He never had it. Just an unnecessary fear on my part. And yet, his hatred for Shandon must be real enough. He has a large score to even out with Neely. Did you reach Brad Gillen in New York? All taken care of. I also got in touch with Brussels via Lyon. You did? Tony was impressed. So you're all set up? Quick work. Georges nodded. That morning he had transferred all his special equipment from the Sea Breeze to his new room in the Old Town. Good and safe communication with Brussels was a first necessity. He eyed two more couples entering the bar. That's a smasher, he observed one of the girls. Things are looking up all over. Two sore thumbs begin to seem normal, swelling much reduced. I hope that guy in the corner is beginning to believe that too. An odd place to choose, and not much visibility from there. My guess is that Popeye isn't here to watch the hall, and thank heaven for that. Parasini could arrive at any moment. A few people had already been drifting towards the cinema. Waiting for someone to make contact? And keeping a low profile until he gets the signal. You know, he ought to attend to that thyroid condition before his eyes really bug out. Georges' laugh was spontaneous. Interesting, he thought, how Tony's attention never drifts far from the hall outside. Expecting someone? Any minute now. Our friend Jean is going to the movies tonight. Jean Parasini? Georges' head turned casually towards the hall as he lit a cigarette. I don't like it, he said softly. Far too much risk, he thought, and stopped watching the hall. He'd have to keep the same balance as Tony between looking and not looking. No staring allowed. Oh, he won't be alone. He's bringing Bernard and Brigitte with him, Bill's devoted cook and butler. And devoted they were, loyal and trustworthy. But the weakness was that they knew little, only that Bill's household and Bill's guests, whenever they appeared, had to be safeguarded. Parasini was someone who spoke Russian and was learning French. That much was obvious. Parasini was important. That much they had been told. Paladin was a name they had never heard. Few had. Keep smiling, old boy, we're on camera. More people had drifted into the bar. So far, none of the tables near the entrance were occupied, but soon Tony and Georges might be surrounded, and that would make any further exchange of information a very tricky business. I still don't like it, Georges insisted. Why couldn't the damned fool stay at home? He's safe there, and getting bored, wouldn't you be? Besides, he's quite confident he can fool anyone. His appearance has changed, completely. I see. He's trying out the transformation on the moviegoers. But I wish... Georges checked himself. So do I. Perhaps he'll get more sense talked into him tomorrow. Is the boat ready? Everything's repaired. Emil is sleeping on board. You've radio contact with him? Of course. Weather reports aren't too good for tomorrow, but improving on... Here they come. Tony's eyes looked away from the three new arrivals in the hall and studied his sherry with disapproval. Georges registered all three of them. A light-haired man, balding, of medium height. A woman with short red hair, a patterned dress and cardigan. A man, also of medium height, tanned face, thick dark brown hair, a black mustache. Both men wore blue suits, white shirts, black ties. Georges shook his head, finished his drink. I give up. The dark-haired one. Nothing like his photograph, thought Georges, remembering its details. Nothing. In Genoa, Parasini had been blond, thin on top, with a round fleshy face and a heavy body, corpulent, in fact. He doesn't even wear glasses. Georges' voice had dropped to a whisper. Contact lenses? The miracles of modern science, Tony said. Why don't you slip out, have a closer look at him? See they all get into the movie safely. All the way, Georges suggested. Might be an idea to mark their position. We may join them later. And as Georges shot a quick glance at him, Tony said, Why not? We have to put in an hour and a half until the movie ends. Better there than here, perhaps. Then very quickly, make sure no one is tailing them. So that's it, thought Georges, already on his feet, excusing himself, moving into the hall. We're here as added protection for Parasini. And for once, Georges didn't think old Tony, 9 years older than Georges' 30, was over-worrying. Georges was still slightly shaken by Parasini's self-confidence, even if an outing of the domestic staff from Garavan House would seem to be normal downstairs procedure. Cook, butler, chauffeur out on the town for their night off. He caught up with them as they were about to pass the roulette and baccarat tables. So far, no customers there. Brigitte was already complaining about the coolness of the air, while the two men, in comfortably warm jackets, discussed the lighting overhead. Parasini seemed totally natural and quite oblivious to those who passed him. He put on a good show, Georges had to admit. Searching for the price of admission, he angled himself near enough to Parasini to have a front view of the new face. Totally unrecognizable. Reassured, Georges made his way just ahead of them into the cinema, felt its cold air strike the back of his neck, and wondered how long Brigitte, in her thin dress and skimpy cardigan, would last. The bar was now almost half full, and a couple of men had taken the table next to Tony. It had to come sometime, he thought. When Georges returns, 4 minutes gone, allow him 10 at least to get Parasini and company nicely settled, we'll be reduced to discussing Uncle Joe's gallbladder operation or the weather, that good old standby. Which reminds me that tomorrow's forecast, according to Georges, is not promising. Let's hope that a rising sea won't distract Parasini too much from our questions, or us from asking the right ones to start unlocking his memory. He must know more about Alexis than he has been able to recall so far. It's all a matter of deep recesses in the mind which have to be explored. We all need that now and again. Yes, I'm convinced that he knows more than he realizes. Or am I being too insistent that he can lead us to Rick Neely through Alexis? No, I don't think so. Why? What, for instance, would I myself have done if I had been Paladin? On that day in Moscow when I was faced with disaster, when I knew there was no option but escape. My plans would have been long made, ready for such an emergency. What would I have done with the time left me before I could set these plans safely into action? We know from the delay in Paladin's alarm signal to us that several days had elapsed before it was safe for him to set out for Odessa. He hadn't just received the NATO memorandum with Alexis's covering report and walked out of his KGB office there and then. He had played it cool, probably sidetracked the report for at least a few days of respite. No sign of panic to arouse suspicion. No precipitous flight. How would I have used those last 3 or 4 days in Moscow? Of course, it's easy to say how I'd have reacted. I am sitting here in a quiet bar, not in my KGB cubbyhole with wary eyes all around me. Still, as Paladin, I'd have done some things automatically. I was a top-flight operator with a built-in sense of what was vital information, and powerful enough to make a try for it. I'd have damned well found out every possible detail about this Alexis in Washington, the man who had ended my career and smashed everything I had built up over the last 12 years. And I'd have brought those details out with me. Not just an educated guess, but hard information, even if it was in small bits and pieces. Every little helps. That's the first rule of the good investigator, and you were that, Paladin. An educated guess. The phrase rankled in Tony's mind. Alexis was middle-aged, was he? A Washington reporter or columnist? Oh, come on, Paladin. You were one of the best we've ever had as an agent in place. But as Parasini, you're a real pain in my... Tony's thoughts were chopped off. The man entering the bar, looking directly at the corner table without even having to let his vision become accustomed to the understated lights, was Boris Gorsky. As Popeye rose obediently, payment for his drink already calculated down to the obligatory 15% tip, Gorsky turned to leave with a sweep of his eyes around the other tables. Tony sat unmoving, totally uninterested, a picture of boredom. He had resisted his first impulse to drop his cigarettes under the table and go looking for them. Too obvious a maneuver, enough to solidify Gorsky's suspicions of him. What has he chalked up against me so far, Tony wondered. Someone who always seems to turn up where he isn't wanted. I hope that's all. I hope to God that's all. Gorsky had left, trailed by Popeye at a short distance. Keeping that formation, they strolled towards the other end of the hall and soon were out of sight from Tony's vantage point. A new worry lunged at him, gripped his mind. Somehow, some way, they had managed the impossible. Gorsky knew who Parasini really was. He had found Paladin. How? A traitor among us? No, couldn't be. Bill, Nicole? Both were unthinkable. Bill's faithful retainers? Unlikely. Someone closer to home, like Georges or Emile? Totally impossible. Gerard receiving reports of Operation Parasini in far-off Brussels? Or someone on his staff, a trusted aide? Hell and damnation. Gorsky is turning me into a paranoiac, throwing suspicions around like streamers at a New Year party. Tony signaled to the bar attendant and made a sign for his bill. Pointless now to keep on sitting here. He had to see for himself. His fears might be unfounded. Gorsky could be here on other business than Parasini. You didn't drink your sherry, said the attendant. Perhaps it was too dry for you, sir? Only appreciated by true connoisseurs, his manner implied. I had a sip, and that had been quite enough. Of both of them, Tony added with a smile. The man was uncomprehending, counted out Tony's change in silence. Resist complaining, Tony decided. He wouldn't believe me anyway, that someone had accidentally mixed 2 sherries together, an Amontillado with a Tio Pepe, and hadn't thought it mattered. Both were dry, both light in color. Who'd notice? What was more important, thought Tony as he left for the hall, was to find Georges and alert him, and then keep Gorsky under judicious observation. Now I can be thankful that this is a quiet night in the casino. No mob scene to increase our difficulties. Gorsky must have bought some chips. He was one of a small group forming at the opened roulette table. Some distance away, Popeye was circulating aimlessly, and Georges, equally nonchalant, was walking back towards the bar. Tony halted to light a cigarette, let Georges do the approaching. Gorsky is here. Georges stood still. That's big trouble. More so if he and Popeye had headed for the movie house. Where's Parasini? On the aisle, 3rd row from the back, right-hand side of the theater as you enter. Watch Gorsky. At the roulette table? Can you identify him? He's wearing—
I know him.
And not all my identifications are made on the strength of photographs, said George. Or perhaps it was the sudden increase in worry that had spurred his sharp response. Then he knows you. Tony's voice was extra mild.
Not necessarily. There were at least 100 journalists milling around Kissinger at that Paris press conference on the Vietnam peace talks. Gorski was there, calling himself Zunin, a representative from TASS. He had no reason to be interested in me.
But you had a reason to be interested in him.
He was masterminding that West Berlin kidnapping.
George forgot Berlin. He was looking past Tony's shoulder.
Someone's just arrived. Very uncertain, but he keeps watching you. Almost 6 feet, dark hair graying at the temples, rugged features, light tweed jacket.
Kelso. Tony risked a glance behind him and met Tom Kelso's eyes. Hold the fort, he told George. Don't let Gorski out of your sight. I'll be back as soon as I can, a matter of minutes.
Something wrong?
I hope not. Something important, though. If it wasn't, Tom wouldn't be here, not tonight. And he had stayed only long enough to catch Tony's attention. He was already out of the front door into the street as Tony walked, don't run, show no sign of haste, down the short flight of stairs into the small foyer. The convergence of avenues and streets around the casino was placid enough. There was little automobile traffic and less people, bright lights over empty sidewalks, a town dozing off into early sleep. Tom was maintaining his head start. He had crossed over to the English church, was striding on without one turn of his head to make certain that Tony was still with him, and for his part Tony was keeping to his side of the avenue. He had no wish to catch up with Tom until he was reasonably sure that no one was interested in their movements. Apparently no one was, not one loiterer or follower in sight. A short distance beyond the church, Tom stopped at his car and got in. Within seconds, Tony was slipping into the front seat beside him. "Neat," Tony said, "but I can't drive around and talk. Have to get back.
This won't take long. It may not be as important as I think it is, but you ought to hear about it."
Tom, without wasting a word, plunged into a brief resume of what he had seen and heard tonight on his visit to the commissariat de police. "So," he concluded, "they know where you are both staying in Menton. The way Neely went after your addresses was just too purposeful. We'll disappoint them. Thanks for the warning, Tom. And for the other details, too. Boris Gorski was driving a green Opel with a Nice plate, was he? Most useful." "What did they want with Chuck's suitcase? There's nothing of interest to them inside it, as far as I saw. No letters, no documents. Not even a diary. Just an address book with a section for engagements." "Have a careful look through that," Tony advised him. "For what?" "Anything that catches your eye. And you've got a good one, Tom. I'll call you later, around midnight, if possible."
"Call me as late as you like.
I'll be awake. And one thing more. When Brad Gillen puts in a call from New York any hour now, yes, we let him know about Chuck. Ask him to start working hard on Katie Collier. The FBI must have made a thorough check on her phone bills. Get Brad to find out the calls that were made from her apartment during the weekends." "Made by Neely?" Tom asked quickly. "Always a possibility. Sorry to lay this on you tonight, Tom. Really sorry. Don't be. I need something to do. Take care, Tony." Tony half smiled. "You know me, old boy," he said as he stepped out of the car and began walking back to the casino. The deserted streets were still innocent, so he made no detours but concentrated on speed. 16 minutes since he had left George, whose usual sang-froid must now be simmering with anxiety. George met him as he reached the hall.
"Thank God," he said. "It's all breaking loose. Haven't enough eyes to keep watching everyone. They've left the cinema."
"Parasini and party?"
"Brigitte insisted on leaving. Her complaints about incipient pneumonia were loud and clear. She's walking around the hall, trying to warm up,
while Bernard has gone to pick up his car and bring it here to take them all home. And Parassini, walking around too, damn his eyes. Gorski, deep in a game of roulette. His friend is playing at the other table. Let's move in their direction. By the way, Gorski has discovered my hotel, and the sea breeze too. Don't go near her tonight. You've left nothing of your special bag of tricks on board? Nothing but Emile's transceiver, enough to keep contact with my room. I'll alert him when I get back there. Do that. Where's Parassini? Tony couldn't see him. The red-haired Brigitte was now alone, standing still, hugging her cardigan close to her body, looking around her in rising alarm like an abandoned waif. He was near the big windows only a minute ago, with Brigitte. Georges' face was as tense as his voice. We'd have seen him leaving, Tony said reassuringly, but his own stomach tightened. Then he relaxed a little. I spot him. Almost in despair, he added, I could wring his bloody neck. Georges had followed the direction of Tony's eyes, looked aghast at the carefree Parassini sauntering around the tables. Roulette seemed to fascinate him. He halted, found a place in the small group of onlookers, listened to the croupier's calls, watched the turn of the wheel with obvious interest. Let's join the spectators, Tony suggested, but not too close to Gorski, and keep behind him. Nothing noticeable. And as Tony was about to congratulate himself on finding a place where they could see without being observed, Parassini made his move. He reached Gorski, halted, stood beside him, seemed absorbed by Gorski's play. He bent down to drop a few friendly words of advice in Gorski's ear. There was a brief but amiable exchange between them, almost casual it seemed, all perfectly natural, the polite smiles included. Gorski went on playing, concentrating on his winnings, and with a final remark Parassini turned away, his gaze now sweeping around the spectators, both Georges and Tony apparently absorbed in the game like the others who crowded near the table, past muster. Parassini gave them neither a hard look nor a second glance. He strolled off in search of Brigitte. There was a long, long silence between Tony and Georges. At last it ended. Georges said, I think the roof just fell in. Tony had no reply. For once he was quite speechless. They began their leisurely walk back towards the other end of the hall. A drink, suggested Georges as they neared the bar. Tony shook his head. We'll leave. Right now? Right now. Tony led the way downstairs. 18. They came out of the casino into the cool night air. The streets seemed more deserted than ever, although it was barely 9:30. Tony halted for a moment, took a deep breath to steady himself. God, he said, what a fool I've been. We've all been, Georges reminded him. And you, he added with pained frankness, least of all. There was I, he thought, reporting back to Gerard earlier this evening, relaying Tony's apparent doubts, and there was Gerard, convinced that Tony might really be going off half-cocked about the Parassini debriefing in Genoa. Gerard's final comment had been acerbic. Lawton not completely satisfied? Indeed. Or is he too intent on finding a quick solution for his Neely problem? But Tony was in no mood for postmortems. After that brief pause on the steps of the casino, he had set a smart pace, cutting along the avenue towards their left, then taking the first road down to the sea. It was as dark and restless as his surge of emotions. They crossed the front street to the promenade. Is this, wondered Georges, where we cool off? Yet after a brief stretch of salt air and lonely beaches, Tony plunged back into the town once more. Making sure that no one followed, Georges decided. That was obvious. But as well as that, they were still not far from the casino. Had been circling around it, in fact. If no one was interested in them, and Georges in his own mind was sure that no one was, then this was the time to take up position within safe view of the casino's entrance. We could keep an eye on Gorski, Georges suggested, breaking the long silence. We can sit in the car. I parked it not too far. Tony brushed that aside. Not tonight. His emotions had subsided. Jumbled thoughts were coming back into order. At least, he thought, we know the worst. We can start from there. Let him think he has won? Even if that gave Gorsky a false sense of security, Georges still didn't like it. Why not? Reappraisal, decided Tony. See how we stand, then act. We're missing a first-rate opportunity. We may never have a second chance to find out where he's holed up, and risk raising his suspicions still more. But Georges persisted, found good reasons to bolster his own impulse. We didn't add to them tonight. We showed absolutely no interest in him at the casino. Why shouldn't we have been there? We're tourists, and our visit to Chandon Villa was equally understandable. We haven't given Gorsky any reason to suspect. Then we'll keep him unsuspecting for as long as possible. And that won't be too long, Tony thought. How much did he actually learn about my movements in New York last December? Or at New Jersey's Shandon? Or in Washington itself? His voice sharpened. Damn it, George. You are a hard man to persuade. That makes two of us. I'm telling you to forget Gorsky meanwhile. How can we? He is in charge of this operation, not he. Think back to that scene at the table. I see, Georges said with a touch of sarcasm. It strengthened. That's why Parasini was the one to make contact? Here I am, sir, reporting for duty. Any new instructions? A matter of protocol? Tony repressed the smile. He had no other choice. Where's your car? Next street, said Georges stiffly, and led the way. But he was thinking back, as Tony had advised. True enough, Parasini had no other choice than to make the first move. He had come out of the cinema earlier than expected. He hadn't had much time at his disposal, 5 or 6 minutes at most, before Brigitte would find him. He's good, Georges admitted. He's flexible, decisive, isn't fazed by any variant in a set plan. But that doesn't prove he's important enough to outrank Gorsky. Which of them had the last word? Tony didn't wait for a reply, stepped into the car as if to close the argument. Parasini. Yes, Parasini. Administering a final piece of advice? Or instruction? If this is true, Georges began, and paused. The idea of Parasini's importance was still too shocking to be easily believable. What have we been protecting? Bill, Nicole, all of us, keeping him happy, comfortable, worrying our brains out about his safety. Yes, the joke is on us, a very sour joke indeed. Georges got into the driver's seat, sat there, staring at the wheel. We haven't only been fooled. We become a laughingstock when this news gets out. And Gerard, for one, may find his career, a good one too, suddenly amputated. If this is true, Georges repeated, but he was less doubtful now. Neely is here to run the Chandon Villa operation. Parasini is here, among other things, to supervise Neely. And Gorsky, Executive Action Department, is here to supply protection, which meant that Chandon Villa must be of far greater importance in future KGB plans than either he or Tony had first guessed. You know, he admitted frankly, if you hadn't been so intent on Neely, we would never have stumbled on all this. It's one hell of a situation. Tony had been keeping a careful eye on the street, fore and aft. It seemed as safe as those they had passed through in the last 10 minutes. No more than 20 people encountered, couples, homeward bound, an occasional singleton, self-absorbed. But no one dodging into a doorway, no one dogging their footsteps. He relaxed now, lit a cigarette, offered one to Georges. It could be worse. That is what appalls me. Georges was remembering his discussion with Tony only that afternoon, about Parasini's future and a cozy career with NATO. My good God, he said. What have we escaped? A KGB agent in perfect place, thought Tony. Let's get moving. Take the tunnel. Head for the other side of town. I've had enough of this one. Can you put me up for the night?
Of course.
Georges maneuvered the car out of its parking place. We can always toss a coin to see who sleeps on the floor. His high spirits were returning with the thought of some action. There would be plenty to do before either of them stretched out to sleep. There would be a sense of decision, of accomplishing something important, the good feeling of being in the center of things. His luck had been in today, and Emil's had been out, stuck as he was on board the Seabreeze. That was the way it went. Stretches of boredom, of patient duty. And then, suddenly, like tonight, the big chance. We'll have to move fast, Tony. And Gerard could be a problem, so paralyzed with shock that we could lose 2 good hours. Parassini has been his pet project, remember? How do you deal with that, I ask you? That, said Tony, is what I am trying to think about. It was a gentle reminder to stop talking and leave Tony in peace. Georges grinned, said, "Yes, sir," and concentrated on the rear-view mirror. No car was following. The casino, the shopping area, the public buildings and private houses all vanished behind them as they entered the tunnel and sped through the hill on which the old town stood. This was a shortcut, the underpass that linked the 2 other sections of Menton, west and east. A strange way for a town to grow, thought Georges. First, the mass of medieval houses and churches packed together on a steep spine of rock. Then, centuries later, a spread of people to lower ground, with their houses and markets and churches clustering around the base of the hill on either side. 3 towns, actually, with the most ancient of them still functioning. Not a historical relic, but a place with a life of its own. Today he had settled in nicely, sous les toits de Menton, and had imagined that he'd be part of the old town for a pleasant week. But now it was possible he'd be out of there by tomorrow. Parassini had changed all plans. They swept out of the tunnel, entering on the broad avenue that followed the shore of Garavan Bay. The old town, dominating the harbor, rose up behind them. "The quick way up to my place," Georges said, pointing backwards. Tony jerked round, but saw only a solid stretch of high-rising tenements. "It's the street, a flight of steps, really, that lies about halfway along that row of shops and Italian restaurants." "I'll find it." "Are you sure? Perhaps we'd better make the climb together." "Negative. We'll stick to our usual routine. Except that I'll follow you more closely than usual. We won't have far to go. My room is on the bottom layer of the old town. Lucky it isn't up on the pinnacle. And it faces the Mediterranean. I have a front row seat to all this." He gestured with his right hand towards the dark incurve of water edged by the continuous lights of promenade and avenue. "Another night," thought Tony, "and I can admire the view. But now—" His eyes followed the shoreline ahead of them and reached the new anchorage for yachts and cabin cruisers. "That marina at the east end of the bay. Wonder if it has boats for hire. Nice big boats with powerful engines." "We've already got a boat, with a good engine." "Not good enough, not for what I'm thinking. Let's go to your room." There was a sudden urgency in Tony's voice. "And make the turn back at the next traffic light. I have to call Bill before we start sending any message." All right. Georges took the next turn and headed back to the old town, traveling now along the waterfront apartments and hotels that had recently mushroomed on this side of the avenue. "Sorry about this delay," he said, too politely. It wasn't too much, he thought, only 6 or 7 minutes altogether. "I've been admiring your caution. I always take care when I'm approaching my place. It's the only base of operations we've got. I am still admiring your caution." Georges' defensiveness ended in a laugh. He brought the car to a smooth halt, stopping short of the old town to leave them still about 200 yards to cover on foot. The spot he had selected for parking was well calculated, too. The Renault had merged with a dozen cars that were drawn off the avenue, herded near a garden wall of one of the large apartment hotels. "Now for that damned walk," Georges said, eyeing it with distaste. "I'll give you 3 minutes and then follow. Remember, it's the first street you reach. lies between the pizza palace and the beauty salon with yellow curtains. 47 steps up, and you take the street on your right. I'll be waiting. Fine. Georges had one last look around him before he stepped out of the Renault. I wish this place wasn't so deserted at night. What we need is a good thick crowd for comfort. Next time we'll arrange our assignment for July. Georges eased into a smile, started along the empty sidewalk. I don't feel too happy about this either, thought Tony. Yet we've taken every precaution. There was some traffic, a few cars, an occasional taxi, but it was all fast-moving. No car had drawn aside and parked, and no one was suddenly stepping out of a doorway to follow Georges. Tony's glance flickered to his watch. The 3 minutes were almost up. Now it was his turn to step onto that lonely sidewalk, singing the off-season blues. As he approached the old town, he had a closer view of the harbor. The mole, its claw-like arm thrown around the anchorage, was well lighted. 1 or 2 people walking out there, he noted, and 1 or 2 people landside on the promenade. The boats were hidden, but he could see rows and rows of masts, the long and the short, the slender and the thick, and those of the sea breeze riding peacefully among them. Yes, he thought, the sea breeze is another thing I don't feel too happy about. Gorski will not only have her under surveillance, but he will find out that 3 of us arrived, and now only 1 is left aboard. He knows I'm at the Hotel Alexandra, but Georges, where? He won't rest until he traces Georges' real address. He can sense its importance. Why else did Georges keep it out of the police records? And he can easily discover that the sea breeze has been taking on supplies, more than necessary for 3 people who say they are sailing along the coast. And he may do exactly what I was tempted to do at that marina on the other end of the bay. He may hire a cabin cruiser. Not a pleasing prospect for the sea breeze when she sails out of harbor tomorrow. So, we cancel our plan? Tony heaved a sigh of regret. It would have been so simple, a neat, clean operation, get Parasini aboard the sea breeze, but instead of cruising, the original idea, sail direct to Nice, coax him onto a plane for Brussels. Using what as the incentive? An interview for that job in NATO intelligence? Yes, he wouldn't refuse that invitation. So simple, like all might-have-beens. What else was there to take its place? Convey Parasini to Nice by car? He'd balk, most definitely. A secret meeting with 2 senior NATO officers on board the cruising Sea Breeze, that would seem logical enough. Privacy and security combined. But a sudden switch to a car, he'd sense a trap. He'd never go of his own free will. Messy. A drugged man needs a stretcher and bearers to get him onto a plane. I'm no kidnapper, Tony thought, and shook his head. Even a helicopter, there was a stretch of open ground near the marina at the other end of the bay, wouldn't serve our purpose. We'd need local permission, and how do we get that before 11 tomorrow morning? And again, there is the unpleasant problem of carrying an unconscious man. No, Tony told himself sharply. That isn't the way you work. Just think harder, Lawton, will you? Pizza advertisements, boldly printed and plastered all over a restaurant's window, shouted at him for attention. Beyond it, a small shop with its hair dryers showing, and curtains that might look yellow by day, but now, under the electric lights, were the color of porridge. And between the pizza and the porridge was tucked the street, a flight of stairs that would lead him up into the old town. He began climbing. It was a steep pull, the stone steps made sway-backed by centuries of clattering feet. On either side, no more than 2 arm-lengths apart, were the gable ends of houses, reaching high, cutting the night sky into a sliver. But the lights on the walls were evenly spaced, and adequate enough to keep a man from breaking a leg. Tony didn't have to fumble for his footing, grope his way. He could concentrate on moving as quickly and silently as possible. There were scattered windows above and around. sounds of muffled voices, of a radio muted behind shutters, and always at his back the night breeze that came funneling up this narrow street from the sea. 47 steps, and he could turn, breathing heavily, muscles taut, into a slightly broader street, and flatter too, thank heaven. 3 boys chasing one another, jostled a young man and his girl out of a tight embrace. An older man, fisherman type, walked slowly. Tony kept on his way as if he too were en route home. He passed Georges leaning against the wall, heard him whisper, "Second entrance on your right, and all the way up." Tony reached the top landing, sat down on the last step to wait for Georges. If there hadn't been so many neighbors behind the closed doors he had passed, he might have laughed out loud. 19. Georges had already drawn the curtains across his window and pulled the shade over the glass panels of the door that led on to the midget terrace before he turned on the lights and let Tony enter his room. It was of medium size and sparsely furnished. A heavy wooden table and 2 hard chairs, a narrow bed, a chest beside it with a radio on top, a small wardrobe, a scrap of rug. The paintwork was orange, the plaster walls covered with the work of a previous tenant, abstract murals in scarlet and purple. "Cheerful," Tony said, investigating a narrow door to find a tight squeeze of toilet and hand basin, and running water, too. There was a definite drip from the small overhead cistern. "It may not be the Ritz, but it has a better view." Georges took off his jacket, hooked it on a peg at the door. "And things to tempt the gourmet," said Tony, examining the contents of the wardrobe, which Georges had selected as his pantry. "I think you could use some of that right now," Georges said. It was his only reference to Tony's inexplicable attack of laughter that had met his cautious arrival on the landing. Thank God Tony had suppressed it. And there was nothing funny about all this, nothing. "Business first. Where are your miracle workers?" Georges pointed to the radio beside his bed. "That's one. Didn't you have dinner before we met?" And he certainly hadn't had much lunch today, thought Georges worriedly. Hunger makes a man light-headed. "Not quite. It's 10:05. And time to call Emile." There was nothing light-headed about that voice. Georges opened the drawer, picked out his transceiver, and made the call. Tony took over. "Emile, this is serious. You may have some curious strangers wandering near the sea breeze tonight. How's the situation at present?" "Normal," Emile's placid voice said. "A few people on the mole, 1 or 2 on the quay, and 3 fishermen practically next door fixing something on their boat. Been working hard on it." "Since when?" Tony asked quickly. "Since this afternoon." "Then they're okay. Anyone you've noticed before 8 o'clock tonight is probably all right, too." "So that's when the whistle was blown?" "Around then. And look, if someone tries to board, don't be proud. Yell for those fishermen. If they are still here. They like a bottle of beer, don't they, after a stretch of work?" "Invite them on board?" "Why not? Give them a friendly hail anyway. Let them know you're around. See you tomorrow." "Sleepless," Emile said with a laugh. "Who won't be?" Tony flipped off the connection, looked thoughtfully at the transceiver, balancing it in his hand before he laid it on the table. It was little bigger than a pack of cigarettes. Georges said, "All right, Tony, I read you. I'll carry it next to my heart from now on. The truth is I didn't expect any excitement on this assignment. Just a simple little tour of inspection, hadn't that been our idea when we came sailing into Menton this morning? Make certain that all was going well with Parasini." "Quel con," was Georges's final comment on that subject as he fished out a neat object, disguised as a portable phonograph, from under the bed, along with an equally portable machine pretending to be a typewriter. He placed them on the table where he had already set out his versatile radio, some tapes, a pad, and pencils. "Any time," he told Tony, "readying typewriter and phonograph for their proper functions." His entire equipment covered less than 1/2 of the table. Compact, said Tony. The wonders of modern technology. Georges worked on. He was taut and angry, and much too solemn. No more aerials draped out of windows. It runs on batteries. Georges was intent on the final adjustments. Ready when you are. And no sending keys. I don't even see you looped up in earphones. That's all past tense. And nowadays Georges checked his reply and saved himself in time. He joined in Tony's smile. His voice eased. What's the first message? To Gerard, I suppose. He looked at his watch, nodded his approval of the remarkably brief time it had taken to set up the preparations. First, you run over the various points you want to make, then I can either tape or scramble. First, said Tony, I think we ought to get in touch with Bill, but by less exotic means. He picked up the telephone and dialed Bill's private number. He had to wait, impatience growing with each unanswered ring. This call is necessary, he reassured Georges, who was watching him in dismay. We must know where we stand before we... Bill's voice interrupted him. Already in bed? Tony asked. No, I was in the next room watching television with Nicole. Sorry for the delay. Something new to report? Nothing. Just wondering if they all got safely home from the movie. Early, Bill told him. Brigitte couldn't take the air conditioning. What about Bernard? Is he around? Playing chess with Parasini downstairs. I don't suppose... No, you couldn't. Couldn't what? Tell Bernard to slip quietly down to the harbor. But that's impossible now. Oh, I don't know about that. I said quietly, Bill. We don't want to alarm Parasini, or the others either. It's nothing much, anyway, just a feeling I have about the sea breeze. I don't like having only one man aboard tonight. Why? This afternoon, and keep the casino and Gorski out of this, I saw evidence of the opposition. Bill went into high alarm. They're on the track? They've actually uncovered Parasini? No! Repeat, no! Just the opposite, Tony would have liked to say. Instead, he led into the question that had impelled him to call Bill. And don't set Parasini into a panic about them. Shandon Villa is where the action is. Better say nothing to him. Keep his mind at ease. He has a big day ahead of him. When will you tell him that we've decided to have the meeting on board the Sea Breeze and not at your place? Oh, that's already done. Thought it better to break the news tonight. Didn't want to spring it on him at the last moment. Tonight? Just before dinner. We were having drinks, and I hope he wasn't unhappy about it. Far from it. It took him but a couple of minutes to see our point of view. I emphasized additional security. So, thought Tony, Parasini needed only a few minutes to decide. No consultation necessary with anyone. He's the man in charge. No doubt left about that. Did I act out of turn? Bill asked, puzzled by Tony's silence. Relax. All that's bothering me is the sea breeze. She could use some of that additional security. If anything goes wrong with her tonight... Tony left that idea hanging in the air. Bill said slowly, If you feel you need some extra support, I can get in touch with a couple of good men. I knew it. Bill wouldn't be here without some backup, some kind of insurance, Tony thought. How soon? They're on standby notice today. I don't want to call them, though, unless it's absolutely necessary. Is it? With the opposition in town? But not in connection with us, you said, Bill reminded him sharply. What's their business here, do you know? It was Chuck Kelso. That has nothing to do with us. I know, but I'd still feel more comfortable with a couple of good men around. I'll call them. Bill wasn't too enthusiastic. He liked keeping his insurance well covered. Where do you want them? No need to go aboard, unless, of course, something breaks. Tell them to keep a close eye on the sea breeze, that's all. Okay. Bill was reassured. We play it cool. All of us, Tony emphasized. And for God's sake, don't disturb Parasini's sweet dreams, he thought, as he rang off with a cheerful, See you, early tomorrow. And that was that. Georges, sitting with his feet up on the table, looked with undisguised impatience at his watch. I agree. It took far too long, Tony conceded. It was like pulling teeth. But we did learn something important. Parasini was told about our Sea Breeze project before he went to the casino. Then Gorsky knows. He knows. Either this room is getting hotter or my blood pressure is rising, thought Tony. He pulled off his jacket, dropped it on the bed. Georges swore saltly. That alters everything. He shook his head in commiseration. Too bad, Tony. It was a good plan. It still is. Sail straight to Nice, then by air to Brussels. Couldn't be simpler. Why, even the Nice airport is in the perfect spot for us, right at the water's edge. Tony added softly, We really can't refuse an opportunity like that now, can we? Drop the whole idea, Tony. We can't pull it off, not now. Tony said nothing at all. Gorsky will hire a cabin cruiser and keep the Sea Breeze well within sight. The moment he sees we aren't having a leisurely cruise, he will send out a general alarm. We'll never get Parasini anywhere near Brussels. We won't even reach Nice if Gorsky has a boat that can outrun the Sea Breeze. The best we can do in our motor sailor is 10 knots. And his men will be heavily armed. He does nothing by half measures. We'll have a couple of handguns, if that. Georges stared at Tony, his thoughts now back with the Gorsky file. You know, if he couldn't board us, Gorsky would blow us all out of the water, Parasini included. He'd do that rather than let Parasini remain our prisoner. It's not the first time he has killed one of his own for the sake of security. Hands in pockets, Tony had been studying the equipment on the table. Let's begin, he said, pulling the other chair into position opposite Georges. But I want to know what to expect here. First, you tape my message, and then... A waste of breath, Georges said. You didn't listen. The plan is out, Tony. I listened, and you gave me a new idea. Always a pleasure working with you, Georges, my boy. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. First, you tape the message, then you speed it up in transmission. Turn it into a screeching background to harmless chit-chat. And at the receiving end, there's a tape recorder to pick up the screech, right? Georges nodded. Tony always knows more than he pretends, he reminded himself in surprise. And when the taped screech is played back and slowed down to the original recording speed, it becomes intelligible. Is that how we'll do it? That's one way. But there's a new and quicker variation. Equally safe. Safer. The latest in scrambling devices. Produces screeches that can be directly untangled as they arrive at the receiving end from any ordinary conversation. Simple and secure. I like that. Highly sophisticated and secure. Tony's smile broadened as he pulled the writing pad in front of him. Contact Brussels. He began jotting down what needed to be said. Geneva, you mean? Gerard is there this weekend. He's working late in his office in case we have anything further to report. You really worried him, this Brussels, repeated Tony. Straight to the top, Georges. Where do you think our message will get some real response? Special Service Division, attention Commander Hartwell? If he can be reached. He can be. Did you think I picked his name out of a hat? He's in charge of night duty this week. Sleeps in his office, stalwart fellow. He's American, so we'll jolly him up with a starting signal he'll recognize. Officer requires assistance. Next comes urgent call for immediate help, highest priority. And then we follow with this. Tony pushed the pad over to Georges. You'll compress it for coded transmission, but don't drop out any words or phrases such as vital, necessity, threat of attack, officers' lives in extreme jeopardy. And that last phrase, thought Tony, might be no exaggeration. Pencil in hand, Georges was already abbreviating Tony's notes as he read them back. They were concise enough, but slightly more dramatic than Georges himself would have risked. High-ranking enemy agent under arrest, escorted by 4 NATO officers, will sail tomorrow, Saturday, on Sea Breeze, maximum speed 10 knots, departing Menton Harbor, 11 hours, arriving Nice around 13 hours, weather permitting. Request immediate air transport to Brussels. A warning added operation now seriously endangered by Soviet agents, Department 5 executive action, known to be in possession of sailing information. Sea breeze will be followed, intercepted. Real threat of attack. Officers' lives in extreme jeopardy. Require vital support. Necessity for immediate action. Most urgent request for... George looked up, his pencil poised in midair. For a naval vessel? A very small one. But how many navies does NATO have? George laughed, finished the job of abbreviation, began coding. But why Navy at all? He asked, as he completed the message for transmission. NATO could find us a medium-sized cabin cruiser. There must be hundreds of them all along this coast. If Hartwell can arrange for it, I'd settle for that. In fact, Tony had an additional idea, and smiled. I'd like both. A cabin cruiser, not too big to dock in Monton Harbor beside the sea breeze. A Navy cutter out in the bay, waiting, ready to escort. Tell Hartwell that, too, from me. You know him? My old and good friend. Even so, you're asking too much. And making sure we get at least half of what we need. Tony pushed his chair away from the table, stretched his back muscles, and rose. Sign off with one last nudge. We are here all through the night, awaiting instructions and final arrangements. You are as confident as that? George asked. But there was a renewed assurance in his own voice, an added zest when he made contact and could begin transmitting. Confident? Tony had wondered, walking aimlessly around the room. If hopes were dupes, fears may be liars. Certainly, doubts never won any arguments, and we'll get plenty of that. But I'm damned if Gorsky is going to blow any of us out of the water and then report that the Sea Breeze's engine must have exploded. Explosion. Another possibility to take into account. But later, Tony decided. Deal with that later. Now there was a message for Gerard to be whipped into shape. Difficult, this one. Gerard would have no super-sophisticated gadgets in a small room in Geneva. Nothing as costly as the newest equipment available in Brussels. It wasn't only security that was the problem. Gerard was a problem in himself. First, there would be shock, disbelief. But once he was convinced, he'd start sending messages to prepare the two officers who were arriving in Nice tomorrow morning. The name of Parasini would be loose in the air, ready to be picked up by monitors, or even KGB ears. It only needed a dutiful little secretary or a bugged telephone in Gerard's office to blow everything wide open. Gorsky would warn Parasini to clear out, and Parasini would be into Italy tomorrow morning before Bill had poured his first cup of coffee. So, Tony thought as he sat down on the bed, we talk with Gerard, make him realize we're faced with a major problem, and say nothing about Parasini, not even a circumlocution like high-ranking enemy agent, nothing. Yet we can't keep Gerard out of this. Tempting, but not possible. How do we warn him? Tie loosened, belt unbuckled. Tony stretched out on the thin mattress. How? He asked the ceiling. He felt a tug at his arm and was instantly awake. George was saying, Time we call Geneva. Sorry to do this. You were sleeping so deeply that I... Just drifting in and out. Tony swung his legs onto the floor. Exhaustion had left him. He felt as clear-eyed and brisk as if he had been asleep for several hours, but his watch told him it was barely 20 minutes since he had stretched out on the bed. What about Brussels? Completed. Don't worry. They received the message. Now we wait. And what will we get? Pie all over our faces? We'll get worse than that, thought George, if we have miscalculated Gorsky's possible reactions. What if it could be all plain sailing to Nice, and no interference? Hastily, he put that thought out of his mind. By the way, I expanded that reference to Department 5 executive action. Just a little. A neat insert, I thought. Hope you don't object. Too late anyway. What did you add? Gorsky's file number. Okay? Wish I had thought of that, Tony admitted, walking over to the table, looking at the equipment. wondering if a telephone call using a voice code might not be the quickest way to contact Gerard. He noted that Georges hadn't only been busy expanding references, but had found a spare minute to dump a small hunk of boiled ham, some brie and chèvre cheeses, along with a loaf of bread and a bottle of wine on the free end of the table. Is Gerard as fascinated by Gorski as you are? More so, and with good reason. What, for instance? Georges hesitated. Come on. This info could help us now. Gerard had a Soviet defector from disinformation 3 years ago, sequestered him in a safe house, 24-hour guard, but Gorski got at him through one of the kitchen staff. The defector died, and 2 of our men with him. Food poisoning. What was his code name in Gerard's casebook? That's Gerard's private property. It wasn't even listed. All the better. Less chance of its being recognized by outside ears. Our talk with Gerard could be monitored if we used the telephone. You know that. Georges nodded. For at least a year, Soviet intelligence had been able to intercept and record telephone calls in all foreign countries, not only between government officials but between private citizens. Computerized scanners could monitor and separate the microwave frequencies. Fixed antennae on the roofs of Soviet embassies were picking up signals between foreign relay stations, even signals beamed to American communication satellites. They've been using our technology, Georges burst out, suddenly as much American as he was French. That's how our telephone call to Geneva could be monitored, by Telstar. Ironic, isn't it? Tony said thoughtfully. Now, wouldn't it be nice to cause a hiccup or two in those busy little Soviet computers? He paused. What was the code name Gerard gave to his dead defector? Hector, the Trojan hero, dragged around by his heels at the tail end of Achilles' chariot. Well, said Tony. Do we use the telephone? Or have you a better idea of how to contact Gerard? Yes, but he will want to talk with you, and that could tie up our transmitter for the next hour. Further explanations requested, counter-suggestions. No, said Georges. We've got to keep our lines of communication open with Brussels. Then we haven't any choice, have we? We could always use the old-time scrambler for telephone conversations. That might help. What would nowadays? Twinkle, twinkle, satellite, shining in the sky so bright. What do you hear up there tonight? That at least brought a small smile to Georges' worried face. All right, Tony went on. Get Gerard on the line. You speak first. Soften him up with a few friendly phrases. He likes you. And the sober truth is that neither Gerard nor I have ever liked each other. We are 2 Englishmen with clashing personalities, which can make for disagreeable sounds. Remember, Tony warned himself as Georges at last handed him the telephone, don't let Gerard's bloody bullheadedness get one rise out of you. Sweetness and light and firm persuasion, and keep it brief. And brief it was. 4 minutes of talk, with Tony in control most of the way. For once, Gerard gave little argument. Perhaps the initial shock was so great that its tremors lasted through the remainder of the conversation. Tony plunged right in with, Bad news about the condominium you are planning to build here. Serious difficulties have developed with the construction plans. A real crisis, in fact, that needs your personal attention. I know you were sending your 2 architects to consult the builders, but you ought to be here yourself. Why not fly down with them? We'll meet all 3 of you, and we can go over the blueprints without delay. I'd suggest an hour earlier than previously arranged. We have a lot to discuss about building specifications. They must be met, and that means you should oversee the necessary changes in the blueprints. A brief visit should be enough, but your presence is imperative. We need your guiding hand, just to ensure that your special project goes smoothly and agreeably. The blueprints were excellent. They met all building specifications. Who's objecting to them? One of your rivals in real estate. He has an eye on your property. An aggressive type. The Achilles complex, you might call it. Remember Achilles? He was the fellow who killed poor old Hector and dragged his corpse around the walls of Troy. I've read my Homer, was Gerard's icy reply. And so you have. Stupid of me to forget. 3 years ago, was it? Yes, 3 years ago you used to have a passionate interest in the Trojan heroes. There was a short but painful silence. Achilles is actually intolerable at times, Tony broke in, blotting out any mention of Menton. I agree. A memorable character, though, not easily dismissed. Stays in mind, doesn't he? Yes, said Gerard. He began to recover. I'll make arrangements to join you. Good. And you'll inform the others about the time of arrival? They won't like it. It means a very early start. A proper nuisance, Tony commiserated, and gave Georges, listening in with an earphone, a slow and solemn wink. He rang off abruptly before any other question about Achilles might come blundering forth. Okay, he asked Georges. Not for me, Georges smiled. Gerard won't like me giving away the name of Hector. Or 3 years ago, either. How else could we have warned him that Gorski is here? But not one word about Parassini's true identity. You could have disguised it, meshed it in with your reference to Gerard's special project. Sure, I could have said his pet project had changed shape, got twisted, had an ugly face, turned into a monster to haunt his dreams. Don't you trust Gerard? Georges asked bluntly. That isn't the point. If I had told him the truth about Parassini, how do you think he would have behaved? Kept quiet? No. He'd now be sending messages, sounding the alarm, putting his department on red alert, other departments too. He'd have started some action, and coopered ours. Look, I'm hungry. Tony settled himself at the table, checked the Saint-Emilion label. Not a bad year, he said, and began breaking bread. They made a good supper. It will help keep us awake, Tony suggested, serving a second portion of brie along with a large slice of chèvre, the ham already sliced to the bone, the Saint-Emilion at its last glass. There hadn't been much talk during the meal, but even as it ended and Georges lit a cigarette, his silence continued. My voluble French friend, said Tony, relaxed and expansive. What's worrying you now? Gerard. Do I meet him at Nice Airport tomorrow? You meet all three, and give them the full report as you drive them to the Menton dock. You've got all the facts. I don't need to be there. I'd like to stay near the harbor. I wish you had trusted Gerard more. He's no fool. Not always. Georges said sharply. It was a good debriefing in Genoa. Gerard handled Parassini well. Nothing slipshod, I assure you. I believe you. Georges tried some diplomacy. If it hadn't been for you, Tony, we'd still be accepting Parassini at face value. I know that. He'd even be on his way to a post in Gerard's department, but nothing. How could he have been accepted in Genoa? That's the first question to ask. He came guaranteed all the way, and made his first contact with us in Istanbul. He knew the address of our agent there, gave all the right identification signals. That was Paladin who reached Turkey. Was it? Tony wondered. He said, how long was he in Istanbul? Several days. Had to get passport and documents, clothes, money, all that. And in Istanbul, too, he was given the right recognition signals for his next contact in Lesbos, passed on from agent to agent, each giving him the next name to contact, the next signal to use. Guaranteed all the way, beginning with our agent in Istanbul who had accepted him as authentic. Tony said slowly, Didn't any of you in Genoa know him personally? Was there no one who had been in Moscow and could identify him? Paladin was a careful character. Didn't meet foreigners, avoided all contacts with the West. How do you think he stayed safe for 12 years? There must be someone in NATO intelligence who saw him in Moscow, knew him as Paladin. Paladin wasn't his real name. A cautious type, I told you. Even so, there must be someone who could have identified him. What about our agents who recruited him 12 years ago? He recruited himself, as his private protest about the renewed campaign against Russian intellectuals. He volunteered, using a Polish journalist to contact a NATO agent who was briefly in Moscow. He wasn't really taken seriously at first, but the information he started sending, using his own methods to get it out to us, was of excellent quality. Where's the Polish journalist now? Dead. Where's that NATO agent? Retired. In London. He was hospitalized over Christmas, badly smashed up in a traffic accident, so he couldn't attend the debriefing in Genoa. Such a convenient and well-timed accident, Tony murmured. What did they use to run him down? A truck? Georges let that pass. It seemed merely a piece of bad luck at the time, was his only comment. And now, of course, even if the old boy came out here on his crutches, well, we've seen how Parassini has changed his appearance. Right under our eyes, too. Ironic touch, isn't it? Tony had risen and was moving over to the balcony door. I could wish the irony wasn't always turned against us these days. Time to start dealing out some of it ourselves. Switch off that light, will you, Georges? As the room darkened, Tony prepared to step onto the balcony. Coming? He asked. No, I'll stay here and watch for a radio signal. What's troubling you now? The sea breeze again? Tony closed the door gently behind him. Yes, the sea breeze. And Paladin's arrival in Istanbul, too. Or had Paladin actually arrived there? He could have been trailed to Odessa, taken into custody, and questioned under torture. A substitution wouldn't be too difficult. Find a KGB officer who worked in Paladin's department and knew the same files. He only needed to be Paladin's approximate age, and possibly close to his height, too, in case someone out in the West recalled that Paladin was of medium size. Coloring could be faked or changed. Heights were always the giveaway. Facial differences wouldn't matter. It was the impersonator's photograph and general description that would appear on the new Paladin travel documents. Odessa. Yes, that could be the place. There had been a delay there before the next step had been made to Istanbul, and the man who was to replace Paladin could have increased that delay. He didn't need to make a tortuous journey from Odessa to Istanbul. He could have flown to Turkey direct at the last moment, giving him that extra time he needed to question Paladin, and Paladin himself, if not dead then, certainly by this time. Tony stared down at the harbor and its protecting walls. It was silent. All was at peace. Within the giant horseshoe of black water, white hulls floated side by side, gently, easily. Neatly spaced lights, like hard, bright nail-heads, studded the edge of land, secured it from the dark bay. The sea was gentle, small ripples glinting even and constant under the gibbous moon, stretched to the dark rim of the horizon. The stars were brilliant, barely veiled by the thin clouds teased over the night sky. Silent and peaceful, Tony thought again. He gave a long last glance at the sea breeze before he stepped back into the warm room. All quiet out there? Georges asked as he switched on all the lights again. No signal so far on my receiver. If we have to use the sea breeze tomorrow, better wait for Brussels' answer before you start thinking about that. Tomorrow, repeated Tony, we'll have Emil check under the waterline. What? Tony saw once more the quiet line of boats all neatly moored, dark waters lapping at their sides. We aren't the only team around with an experienced underwater swimmer, he thought. He said, his smile self-deprecating, I keep thinking of an explosion set off by remote control. Don't look at me like that, Georges. It was you who gave me the idea to start with. When do you think we might hear from Brussels? It's barely midnight, and the longer we have to wait for an answer, the better. A flat refusal comes back in no time at all. Midnight? Tony asked, suddenly remembering Tom Kelso. Damnation. He reached for the telephone, dialed from memory. No answer. Georges, look up the local directory under Maurice Michel. I must have got the number wrong. But the telephone book listed the same number he had dialed. He tried again, more slowly, and still there was no answer. He waited for the space of 20 rings before putting down the receiver. "I don't like this," he said. "They're asleep. Or perhaps they turned the phone off. Tom said he'd be awake to take my call whenever it came. They may have gone for a late-night stroll." "I don't like it," Tony said. He held out his hand. "The car keys, Georges." He was pulling on his jacket as he moved towards the door. "Not alone," Georges warned him. "How else?" Tony pointed to the electronic gear on the table. "You keep your ear on that. And if questions come in, we don't budge from our requests. I'll stay in touch with you. Have you a spare transceiver?" Georges produced it from a drawer, along with a small automatic. "For reassurance," he said with a grin, knowing Tony's objections to firearms. Tony didn't argue. He slipped the pistol into his belt. With a parting nod, he closed the door carefully behind him. 20. The house lay in darkness. Tom Kelso drew up beside the deep shadow of the orange trees, stepped out of the Fiat, and opened its trunk for Chuck's suitcase. His earlier emotions, a paralyzing mixture of grief and rage, had left him. The visit to the casino and the brief talk with Tony Lawton had actually been good for him. Pain had been cauterized, mind braced. He could look at the facts, as far as he knew them, and see the shape of things that had to be done. Thea had carried out his final instructions almost too well. Not only had she drawn curtains and closed shutters and locked doors both front and back, she had also bolted them so that his keys were useless. He returned to the kitchen entrance, the one they generally used near their parking space, and knocked hard. Perhaps she was asleep upstairs, and he'd have to go round to the side of the house and throw pebbles up at the bedroom window. He knocked again, called her name, had a moment of real fear. His emotions weren't so deadened after all, he admitted, before he heard her voice answering. The fear subsided as quickly as it had risen. As he waited for her to open the door, he looked around him at the sleeping hillside. Down by the nursery, lights glinted cheerfully from the close group of 3 small cottages where Auguste and his 2 married sons lived. Lights, too, from the houses scattered up and down the Roquebrune road. And brighter by far was the rising moon, almost full, silvering the open ground, blackening the shadows of trees and bushes. Nothing stirred. Even traffic sounds were thinned and muted, peaceful and quiet and reassuring. The door opened, and he could take Thea in his arms and hold her. "Gardenia," he said, kissing her neck. "So you were having a bath. I was beginning to think I'd need a battering ram to get in here." He lifted Chuck's suitcase across the threshold, closed and locked the door behind him. Relief spread over Dorothea's face as she heard him sound so normal. She matched her mood to his. "I heard the car, but I had to dry myself and get some clothes on." "And that isn't warm enough either," he told her. She had only a thin wool dressing gown, belted and neat over silk pajamas. "I'll be all right." And her outfit was practical, chosen in spite of haste to get downstairs to let her cook something for Tom's supper. Besides, with all those windows and doors closed. "Not warm enough," he repeated, "once you've cooled off from your bath." Her face was flushed to a bright rose. Her hair was pinned up with damp tendrils curling over her brow and at the nape of her neck. Her smile delighted with his concern, but totally disbelieving. She was fastening a checkered apron around her waist, getting eggs and parsley out of the refrigerator. "I'm really not hungry, Thea," he said gently, "and I've some work to do." "No trouble, and no time at all." She glanced at the suitcase in his hand. Was that the work he had mentioned? "I'll have an omelet ready in 5 minutes. Why don't you wash and have a drink?" He nodded, dropping the suitcase on a kitchen chair before he went into the pantry and poured himself a single scotch. That was something, he thought. A gesture of trust. The first time Thea had suggested a drink in the last 5 or 6 weeks. He went to wash in the study's small bathroom, took off jacket and tie, replaced them with a sweater, listening to the clank of a pan on the stove and the sound of eggs being beaten. The smell of the omelet cooking in butter and coffee beginning to percolate spread through the house. Appetizing, he had to admit, as he returned to the kitchen. And a normal scene, with Thea at the stove, gently shaking the heavy pan, her face intent as she judged the omelet's consistency. Now she was snipping the parsley into its center, working deftly. Tom put out the mats on the kitchen table, napkins and forks, resisted a quick visit to the pantry for another drink. "I'm hungrier than I thought," he told her, as she folded the omelet, prepared to slip it onto a plate. We've stepped back into our own lives, he thought, except for the closed doors and windows, except for the suitcase lying on the chair. Thea had guessed something of his thoughts. "Must we keep everything locked up tight?" she asked, as she joined him at the table with a triumphant omelet, oval and golden, green-flecked with parsley, firm on the outside, slightly bavant within. "It's cozier," he said, evading the true explanation. "Come on, darling, share it with me. You must be hungry, too." "Tony's idea, I suppose," she said, discarding the apron, still thinking of closed windows and locked doors. "But isn't he being over-anxious? Poor Tony. I suppose that's his way of life, an obsession with danger." She shook her head in amused disagreement, a lock of hair escaping further over her brow. "We had a telephone call from New York, Brad Gillen. He had just heard." And as Tom dropped his fork and was about to rise, she added quickly, "Brad will call again as soon as he gets home from the office. That should be around 11 o'clock our time. I told him you'd surely be back from Menton by then. It's only 9:30 now, so we can eat in peace. What about a mild camembert to follow, and some Chateauneuf du Pape? Then fruit and coffee? And you can tell me what happened down in Menton." "Feed the brute?" Tom asked, but he was actually smiling. He felt better, much better. Nerve ends were being smoothed down. "I'll start telling you right now." So he began a full account of his visit to the town. Dorothea listened in silence. As she rose to clear the table, she said, "You must look through Chuck's suitcase tonight?" "Oh, really?" She frowned angrily as she stacked dishes into the washer. "Tony is impossible. Hadn't he any imagination, any sensitivity? Why all this rush? Couldn't he have left us alone? I'd like to know myself just why Rick Neely wanted to get hold of that suitcase," Tom reminded her. "I must search through it. No way to avoid it, Thea." "Then let me help," she suggested, glancing worriedly at Tom. He sounded fully in control, but even with food and wine relaxing him, his face was haggard and drawn as he lifted the suitcase and heaved it onto the table. He opened it, looked down at the neatly packed contents, and hesitated. Slowly he picked out a small book and 2 manila envelopes. "I'll look through the clothes if you like. The diary—" "It isn't a diary, just addresses and engagements. But there were some pages at the back that were headed memoranda, partly filled by very small writing, close-packed, words abbreviated. Expenses was Tom's first judgment. Chuck always kept a close account of what he spent in restaurants and theaters, and he stopped short. There were other items, too, and a few notes. I'll need some time to decipher all this. Let's move into the living room." "Decipher? Is it in code?" Dorothea asked as she turned off the kitchen lights, checked the door's lock and bolt. Tom was already carrying the suitcase through the pantry. He had it open again, placed on one of the couches, to let her more easily examine the clothes before she reached him. "No," he answered, as he took the address book and envelopes over to the writing table in the corner of the room. "Not code, just abbreviations, an old habit of Chuck's. He used to put as much news on a postcard as most people could get into a couple of pages." He sat down, turned on the small light at his elbow, and began reading. Dorothea looked down at the opened suitcase. She shivered, and then forced herself to start unpacking the dead man's clothes. Unfold, shake, search every pocket, she told herself. It would be a heart-wrenching job. Chuck had crowded a lot into his suitcase, ready for his winter vacation. Ski pants and jacket, turtleneck wool sweaters. The only touch of formality was a navy blue blazer, gray flannels, dress loafers, and a white shirt and 3 ties, for special evenings, presumably. Or perhaps a concession to Menton, if his stay had lasted a full weekend. The police, she thought as she unfolded the blazer, had been as expert in packing as Chuck. Everything looked as though it hadn't been touched since he had filled his suitcase to the brim back in New York. Perhaps the police had only made a cursory examination of the clothes, like a customs officer when nothing roused his suspicions. Why should they bother with clothes anyway? They were what they seemed, the usual belongings of a young man who had been planning a holiday and not a suicide. There's nothing here, she decided, finding only a folded handkerchief in one of the blazer's outside pockets. Inside there was a slit pocket without one bulge showing in the silk lining. Nothing, she thought again, but dutifully searched inside the slit. Her fingers touched something light and thin, and drew out a folded sheet of airmail paper. She opened it, and found a half-page of typing. A letter, dated the 26th of February, to Paul Krantz, Shandon House, Appleton, New Jersey. Across its top left-hand corner were the words, "Copy to Tom," and at the bottom of the page a hurried postscript in pencil with today's date, the 28th of February. "Tom, I'll hand this to you as I leave this evening. Didn't want to discuss it directly until you had time to read, digest, and think it over. The original letter is signed, sealed, ready to mail if Neely doesn't accept my first alternative." He began by denying everything this morning, then ended, after we had a bitter argument which I won, by a tentative admission of guilt, saying he needed time to consider, etc., etc. I have given him 24 hours to resign from Shandon Villa. If he does, then I needn't send the letter to Krantz, and you can destroy your copy. If he doesn't, I'll see you before I leave for Gstaad. Any improvements to suggest on what I've written? As ever, Chuck. "Tom," Dorothea called across the room, "I found something in the blazer pocket. A letter to Shandon House, telling them about the NATO—" "Mentioning Rick Neely?" Tom had risen, the address book and a newspaper clipping in his hand. Quickly he reached her, seized the typed sheet, and scanned it. Yes. There it was, brief and neat in 2 decisive sentences. Heinrich Neely was the only person who knew about Chuck's possession of the entire NATO memorandum. Heinrich Neely was the only person who had access to the 2nd and 3rd sections of the memorandum on the night of the 23rd of November, 1974. As for the rest of the letter, equally concise, it began with Chuck's admission of responsibility for the removal of the memorandum from Shandon House. It ended with Chuck's resignation from the Institute, together with the statement that he had acted out of conscience and with the belief, which he still held, that the American public had the right to know the full contents of the first part of the NATO memorandum. Tom read the postscript again, and again. At last he said, Chuck never had a chance, had he? He didn't even realize that Neely was a trained foreign agent, probably thought of him as an American who had been sidetracked into treason. Why else, Tom looked challengingly at Thea, did Chuck give him 24 hours? Why delay in sending the letter when he wrote it on Wednesday? Because, she thought unhappily, Chuck was hoping he could avoid mailing the letter. Perhaps, she said, he still couldn't believe Rick Neely had... Quickly she cancelled the word duped and found a kinder substitute. Betrayed him. Not until he met Neely face to face. But Chuck knew before he met Neely that he had been tricked. Tom gave her the small newspaper clipping. I found this tucked between 2 of the memo pages. It's from the Washington Post, published last Tuesday, one of those now it can be revealed items. It was a brief report by one of the more sensational but accurate columnists that the NATO memorandum, part of which had been published by a prominent newspaper as a public service on the 3rd of December 1974, had been delivered in its entirety to Soviet authorities. A reliable source at the Pentagon admitted that damage to Allied intelligence agencies had been severe and, in several cases, disastrous to agents in the field. Yes, Tom repeated. He knew he had been tricked. Brad Gillen had told him, and he didn't want to believe it. And then this appeared on Tuesday. Tom put the newspaper clipping back inside Chuck's address book. By Wednesday, Chuck was ready to admit he had been duped. Duped. No other word for it. So he wrote the letter to Paul Krantz, changed his travel plans, came to Menton to confront Neely. Tom shook his head. Good God, what a mess poor old Chuck made of everything. And always so sure he was right, always so confident he could handle. He broke off, turned away, said Chuck was out of his league. Dorothea began packing the last clothes back into place. First alternative, she said reflectively. What did he mean by that? It was in the postscript, remember? As if I'll ever forget that postscript, Tom thought. Chuck still vacillating, trying to show he could be tough. And would he have handed me that letter to Krantz if Neely had come to him this afternoon, accepted his terms? No, possibly not. Chuck would have taken the letter out of the blazer pocket, destroyed it, persuaded himself there was no longer any need to disturb me about it. And our talk together would have been nothing but evasions and reassurances. Tom, Dorothea was saying, her eyes wide with anxiety as they studied his face. If Neely doesn't accept my first alternative, Tom quoted back exactly. It's a reference to some jottings he made as a memo in his engagement diary. Talking points with Neely, I suppose. He was nervous. The telephone rang. Here, take it, Tom said, giving her the little diary, pointing to the page, and hurrying to answer the call in his study. Dorothea looked at the few lines of small writing. Alternatives. Either N resigns, removes self from Shandon Villa or any government or official posts, or I send letter to Krantz at Shandon House, including statements for necessary authorities. Chuck was always hoping, Dorothea thought, that his ex-friend Neely would accept the facts, disappear gracefully, cause no more trouble for anyone, and spare Chuck himself the necessity of resigning, of publicly admitting. Oh, Chuck, she told him in despair, why didn't you go to Paul Krantz as soon as Brad Gillen had talked with you? Why did you believe a newspaper columnist more quickly than a friend of your brother's? Everything would have been over by this time. Neely dealt with, and you. Yes, I know you'd have lost your job, but you'd still be alive. Tom came back into the room. That was Brad. Wanted to fly over here and help in any way, but I told him to stay in New York. There's a job for him to do there. Tony's idea, actually. Concentrating on Neely's New York girlfriend and the phone calls made from her apartment. Neely may just have slipped up there. I don't think there's much of a chance, though. He's a wary devil. Still, sometimes they make mistakes, and every little... But haven't we got enough on Rick Neely now? Tom took Chuck's engagement diary from her, folded the letter to Krantz around it, placed them together behind the clock in the mantelpiece. Your hands feel like ice, he was saying wordly. Better get upstairs and put some warm clothes on. Or why not go to bed? I'll join you as soon as Tony calls. I couldn't sleep. Then find a sweater and I'll light the fire. He began striking matches. Dorothea moved towards the hall. It would take more than a fire and a warm sweater to get this chill out of her heart, she thought. But we do have proof now, don't we? About Neely? Tom watched the first flames curl around the twists of paper, catch the kindling. We have nothing that Tony and Brad didn't already know. There's no proof that Neely is a KGB agent. Not a shred of hard evidence. He remembered Tony's frustration this afternoon. Now he was swallowing the same bitter brew. You mean, said Dorothea, scandalized, angry, he could get away with all this? Darling, get upstairs and put some sensible clothing on your frozen back. It isn't right. It isn't just... It seldom is, said Tom. Upstairs, Thea. When she came down again, dressed in wool pants and heavy sweater, the logs were flaring. 2 glasses of brandy had been poured, and the room was darkened except for one small table lamp. Where's the suitcase? She asked. In the hall closet. And let's not talk about it, Tom's voice seemed to say. He drew her down beside him on the couch and handed her a brandy. We'll soon get you warm, my girl. I was beginning to think you had gone to bed after all. He tightened his arm around her shoulders, drawing her close. Tried to relax and forget problems and worries in the gentle peace of this green and gold room. But he kept thinking about the information from Brad Gillen, which he'd pass on to Tony when his call came through. A small item and not worth mentioning to Thea, building up her expectations only to have them choked by more disappointment. But the small item was interesting enough to keep his mind harking back to Brad's voice. And tell Tony that the long job of examining the pages of the memorandum is almost complete. There was a jumble of fingerprints, but the experts have managed to isolate a few examples. They've got a couple, thumb and forefinger, at the top corner of 2 pages in Section 3 of the memorandum, which they haven't identified as yet. As yet. But the fingerprints could belong to Chuck, and that would land us right back at the beginning. What delayed you upstairs, anyway? 11:40 on the mantelpiece clock. Tony's call should be coming through soon. I just had to tidy up the bathroom. I left it in such a mess when I heard the car returning. You didn't open that damned window to air the place, did you? She almost had, and then remembered Tom's warnings and left it closed. The window was one of Solange Michel's brilliant notions. It was placed along the back of the tub, giving a daytime view of the hillside framed by the wisteria outside that climbed up and around to reach the overhang of roof. For modesty's sake, when darkness came and the bathroom lights were on, the heavy silk shower curtains could be drawn all around the tub, encasing it like a 4-poster bed. Too much trouble, she admitted. To reach the window, she would have had to step into the bath and get all those heavy folds of curtain drawn back. I thought this wasn't the night to risk a displaced vertebra. When do you expect Tony's call? Do you think he'll have any further news? I don't know. He cut off any speculations and rising hope on that subject by predicting someone's going to break their neck in that tub. But it has the most beautiful view. You can sit in it and look out at bulldozers and condominiums. Solange had never envisioned that. Dorothea laughed and said, Poor Solange. Poor Maurice. How the hell does he stand all her highfalutin ideas? It was good to hear that soft laugh, Tom thought. She's relaxed and warm, and she'll even sleep tonight once Tony calls and we get upstairs. No place for a telephone in any bedroom had been another of Solange's ardent beliefs. But the effect is attractive, Tom, Dorothea said, coming to Solange's defense. Give me comfort, any old... Tom stopped short, his body stiffening. What was that? Dorothea felt a current of cold air circle around her bare ankles. That, she said, dropping her voice, could have been my omelet pan. I left it in the sink, and someone has just put his foot in it. Coming through the window? It's open. I can feel a draft. Tom put a finger across her lips, set down his brandy glass, drew her quietly to her feet. He picked up a poker. Leave by the terrace, get down to the nursery, and waken Auguste. Tell him to call the police. Not Tony? Don't know his number. Quick. He was listening intently as he talked. Yes, a second sound, muffled but stumbling, came from the direction of the kitchen. He pushed her towards the French windows. And you? Get the police, he urged. She pulled aside the long curtains just enough to let her open a window and step outside. A hand came out of the darkness, gripped her shoulder, and threw her back across the threshold. She half fell, regained her balance, and then, as the man followed her into the room, retreated in panic towards Tom. The man was saying, No violence, monsieur. One movement from you, and my men will shoot both of you. And Tom, halfway to the window, the poker raised, froze in his tracks as he glanced back over his shoulder and saw at the doorway 2 other men with pistols drawn. Dorothea reached him, stood close beside him. He heard her quick intake of breath as she looked in horror at the 2 men now advancing into the room. Black ski masks over hair and face, gashes of white skin at eyes and mouth. Black coverall suits, tight over lean bodies. Black gloves and rubber-soled shoes. Completely anonymous, and because of that, more menacing. He caught her hand, gave it a reassuring grip, thought 100 wild thoughts, and felt the despair of total helplessness. 21. For a long minute, nothing moved. The two black figures in their grotesque masks had halted, paying no attention to Dorothea or Tom. Their white slits of eyes were on the man who had stepped inside the French window. He preferred the shadows. Certainly he wasn't risking one step nearer the light of the table lamp beside the couch, although his identity was disguised by a nondescript dark coat, a black silk scarf loosely covering his chin and mouth, and a hat that was pulled well down over his brow. About my height, almost 6 feet, Tom noted, but of heavier build, powerful shoulders. Even the voice, distorted by the scarf, will be hard to recognize again, but he's the boss, there's no doubt about that. Those two others are waiting for their orders. He will make the decisions. And he did. "Begin," he was saying in French. "You upstairs." He nodded to the taller of his two subordinates. To the other, "You, this floor." He drew a revolver from his coat pocket, folded his arms, kept his aim directed at Tom and Dorothea. "Chuck's case?" Dorothea asked Tom softly as she turned her head away from the watching man. "Yes. And don't let him think you understand French." She murmured, "That will be easy." "No talking," the man demanded in French. "Drop that poker. Drop it at once. Do you hear?" Tom kept his grip on it, said to Dorothea, "They'll speak more freely if they think we don't understand what they're—" "Silence!" again in French. "Or do you want me to let a bullet give you orders?" Tom paid no attention. "You're doing fine, darling," he told her. And it was true. The initial tremble in her hand was gone. Panic and fear might still be there, but her face showed little sign of them. She stared at the man uncomprehendingly. He broke into English. "No talking. Drop that poker. At once." Tom obeyed and took Dorothea into his arms. "You've no objection to this?" he asked as a mild distraction from the poker. He had let it fall as near him as he could risk. "My wife hasn't been feeling too—" "Quiet!" "May she sit down?" That could get Thea out of range. "Stay as you are. Both of you." So they stayed. Overhead, light footsteps searched through the bedrooms. On the ground floor, light footsteps padded through study and dining room. Drawers and doors were being opened and shut. But once they have found what they wanted, what then? They will know we've learned too much, he realized. Why the hell didn't I leave everything in the suitcase? Then we could have seemed ignorant. Then we could have stayed alive. How will they fake an explanation for our deaths? Something that could be accepted as purely accidental, a tragic occurrence, but what? The masked figure who had been searching upstairs was the first to return. Nothing and no one, he reported. Only one bedroom in use along with its adjacent bathroom, an interior one. The rest of the upper floor unoccupied. Drawers and wardrobes empty, no closets, no luggage, no guests, no servants. These two were living here quite alone. And so, no interruptions. The man by the window unfolded his arms, slipped his revolver back into his pocket. "Start searching this room. There may be closets behind the wood paneling." The telephone rang. "Let it ring," he yelled, so that even his man still at work in the study could hear his command. "Don't cut the wire. People are living here, you understand?" Then he fell silent, seemed to be listening intently. "No telephone upstairs?" he asked as the ringing ended. "None." "All right. Get on with your search." He lifted back the cuff of his coat, studied his watch, compared the time with the clock on the mantelpiece. "Hurry, hurry. And what's this?" he demanded of his second assistant, who had just entered from the study, holding a sheaf of papers. "Tom, your manuscript," Dorothea said, her voice rising in indignation. "What do they want with the—" Tom silenced her with a kiss on her cheek and a murmur in her ear. "Show them the suitcase. Get into the hall and up the stairs." Her eyes questioned him. "Lock yourself in the bathroom and—" The telephone rang again, and kept on ringing, making his whisper inaudible. Had she understood? Dorothea tightened her hand on Tom's arm. She raised her voice to be heard clearly above the ringing phone. "That manuscript is of no interest to you, but if you are looking for something special, then tell me what it is. I'll show you where you can find it." She took several steps away from Tom. "We shall find it," the man by the window told her, riffling through the pages of Tom's manuscript. Get back, there.
Dorothea didn't retreat. Have you the time to search all through the hidden corners of this old house? It could take you hours. That's my Thea, Tom thought, smarter than I am. I'd have blurted out, suitcase, and let them realize we knew more about them than was good for us. And there's Thea, wide-eyed and innocent, nudging them into the first move. But hurry, Thea, for God's sake, hurry. That guy in the ski mask who's thumping on the paneling is just about to reach the mantelpiece. And behind that damned clock he'll find everything they are searching for. The telephone ended its 20th ring. Ours, repeated Dorothea. The man actually hesitated. He said carefully, We want the valuables you have stored in a suitcase. A suitcase? Thea, my darling, we haven't time to waste. Tom eyed the masked man, who was now only 6 feet away from the mantelpiece. Oh, said Thea, seemingly enlightened. You mean this suitcase? And now she was walking rapidly towards the hall. Stop! The manuscript was thrown onto the floor, scattering widely. You tell us where it is. I'll have to show you, Thea walked on. A difficult closet to find. The owner of this house simply hates doors that look like doors. She was in the hall now. The 2 masked figures ran after her, caught her arms. How can I show you? She began angrily, struggling to free herself. Let her go, the master's voice called out, and his 2 obedient servants released their grip. Get that suitcase. Dorothea pointed to the Trompe-l'oeil panel. Idiots, she thought. They must have passed this closet, never even recognized the Baroque symbolism of plumed hats and draped capes and silver-headed canes. Just press your hand against that section. Oh, stupids, where the grease marks are. And why the hell don't you speak English? She pressed for them, just enough to let the panel open slightly, and drew back to let them finish the job. The staircase was behind her. She turned and ran. There was a shout from the living room. One of the men left the closet, started after her. But she reached the bedroom door, slamming it in his face as she raced for the bathroom. She had its door, heavy, thick, a solid antique of hard oak, locked and bolted before he reached it. She threw a towel into the bath for sure footing, remembering to turn on the faucets and the hand basin to cover any screech the curtains might make as she pulled them partly open, just enough to let her unfasten the sliding windows. The cool night air rushed in, and she stood looking down at the top of an acacia tree, yellow blossoms silvered by the moonlight. Behind her, the angry hammering on the door urged her on. I can't do it, she thought. I can't. But she sat down on the sill, slid one leg over it, and clutched the side of the window frame. A pause. Then gingerly she reached out for the wisteria. Slowly, slowly, until her fingers touched one of its strong ropes. Her hand closed around it and tugged. It gave a little, then held firm. If a wisteria could tear a roof apart, then surely it can support you, she told herself. And if not, jump for the acacia. She edged herself along the last few inches of sill, her hand tight on the wisteria. Now her second hand, and her body swinging loose for a wild moment, her legs dangling, shoulders wrenching, and fear screaming silently in her throat. In desperation, she searched for a toe-hold on the gnarled trunk, found it, and released some of her weight from her arms. Hand over hand, feet blindly testing each twist on the spreading vine, she lowered herself through the fronds of tender leaves and their drooping lanterns of mauve flowers. She didn't fall until the last 3 feet, when her arms gave out and she dropped with a jolt. I'm sorry, she told the wisteria and its shredded flowers, as she picked herself up from the ground. She tried to steady herself with a few deep breaths, and began running. But her legs were weak, her feet uncertain. Her pace settled into a stumbling walk. Did she make it? Tom kept wondering. Did Thea make it? He paid no attention to the suitcase, brought triumphantly into the room. He kept watching the hall. The first few stairs that were visible, he kept listening. There was only the distant sound of heavy beating against solid wood. Then it ceased. But there was no scream. Only light footsteps running downstairs. The man tried to be nonchalant. She shut herself into the bathroom. We might as well leave her there. No window? None, I told you. So I locked the bedroom door in case she decided to come out. He held up its key. Bedroom windows? Too high. A sheer drop down 2 stories onto a stone terrace. He pocketed the key and laughed. A real vixen. Who would have thought it? Get on with your job. Search the rest of this room. For nothing except the 2 envelopes had been found in the suitcase so far. These were being examined with excessive care. Even Chuck's passport, his air flight tickets, his hotel reservations, a timetable, a letter from a girl in Gstaad. Anything of paper, anything with writing, anything that could conceal between its pages. 2 paperbacks were shaken and searched. So were 2 magazines. The minutes passed. Time was wasting. And now, thought Tom, as he felt the rising anger of the leader, things are going to turn ugly. Once that suitcase is emptied, they'll start on me. His one way of escape, through the French windows onto the terrace, was still blocked. 2 men there, one kneeling as he pulled clothes onto the floor, went through pockets, even linings, and the 3rd man, continuing his slow, methodical search of the room, was at the small table near the mantelpiece. It would be next on his list. The kitchen door was locked. So was the front door, seldom used, double-bolted. In any case, a bullet in his back would catch him before he could even reach the hall. The poker, no chance with that against 3 pistols. And then, he thought, why not use some direct shock, anything to throw that son of a bitch off balance? Tom said, if you're looking for an engagement book, you'll find it on the mantelpiece. There's a letter there, too, which might interest you. The man looked away from the suitcase at his feet, stared at Tom. It's a copy, Tom went on. And there are 4 other copies in various hands. Did Rick Neely actually think he could wipe the slate clean by this little attempt at robbery? He's a fool. And so are you. He's a marked man. He has been under surveillance for the last 3 months. The man at the window hadn't moved, hadn't spoken. And then, from the thin black figure now searching the mantelpiece, there came, here's something. His gloved hands were holding up a small book and a folded sheet of paper for all to see. The man at the window came to life, moved forward, arm outstretched, eyes on the letter. Tom made a sudden dive for the poker, swung it sharply against the man's shins, threw it at Ski Mask, still on his knees by the suitcase, wrenched the window open and sidestepped onto the terrace. A bullet passed close. He raced for the lemon trees. As he leaped into their shadows, 2 men rushed out of the house, revolvers aimed blindly, and then, suddenly, a loud report that echoed over the hillside. That, thought Tom, was no pistol shot. He didn't wait to see the effect of it on the terrace, where 3 men now stood together. He seized that moment of their surprise and ran for the nearest olive tree, dodged behind it, waited for another bullet to sing past his shoulders. But there were no more bullets. He heard quickening feet, heels slipping in haste over gravel and earth. They were on the driveway, heading down to the road. And the nursery. And Thea? Tom left the shelter of the olive tree, began running. 22. Tony Lawton made a high-speed journey through the sleeping town. As he left Menton and passed through the lower spread of Roquebrune, he assessed the time it had taken him to come this far from Georges' hideaway. No, it couldn't have been done faster than this. 3 breakneck minutes down the stone steps, another 3 to the car, including the brief drive along the quay. Less than a minute to zoom through the empty tunnel, 3 more for the next 4 kilometers through deserted back streets and abandoned avenues, making 10 to this point. Plus another 2 at full tilt up this little hill, and he'd be arriving at the Michel driveway by 11 or 12 minutes past midnight. Not bad, even if distances were short in this part of the world, and impossible if there had been any traffic on the road. Bless all these sweet, obliging people who tuck themselves into bed by midnight. There were always afterthoughts, of course. It could be that the Kelsos had given up the idea that he would call this late, were already deep in sleep. No telephone upstairs, he remembered, and an old house with thick walls and heavy doors. Yes, it could just be that he had come chasing out here on a wild surmise. And yet, whenever he hadn't listened to the alarm bell that sounded off in his subconscious mind, he had always regretted it. Tonight the alarm had been sharp and clear.
Foolish or not, here I come, he thought, and eased his speed, with the nursery just ahead, preparing for a sharp left turn into the driveway. He began the turn, saw a car, a dark solid mass drawn close to the mimosa trees. He swerved back, traveled 100 yards farther up the road until he could make a left into Auguste's compound. 3 small houses grouped near the nursery zone entrance. He brought the Renault to a halt right under Auguste's bedroom window. He hadn't risked a short blast on the horn. No point in giving any warning to that car down at the Michel entrance. But surely the slight screech of brakes as he pulled out to avoid the truck and the light delivery van at one side of the yard must have roused someone around here. It had. A dog barked and was silenced. To make sure Auguste hadn't turned over and gone back to sleep, Tony got out of the car and scooped up a handful of coarse gravel to toss at the window pane, knocked on the door, rattled its handle, and started the dog barking again. And again it was silenced. Above him the bedroom curtains parted. A face looked out. Tony stood back to let Auguste have a clear view of him in the moonlight. The face stared down. Tony waved his arms. The face disappeared. A brief wait. The door opened, and he found himself looking into the double barrels of a shotgun. "Old friend, don't you know me?" Auguste stared. Then his arm relaxed. 3 years it had been since Tony used to visit this yard, sit on that bench under the trees, and listen to Auguste's stories about the resistance. He laid the shotgun against the door, called a few words back over his shoulder. As he stepped outside, his flannel shirt half tucked into trousers, suspenders dangling, boots unlaced. A broad smile creased his weather-tanned cheeks. There was a firm handshake, a warm greeting thumped on Tony's back. But the shrewd face was speculating hard. Tony wasted no time on explanations. "There's a car stationed inside the Michel driveway. My headlights picked out one man at the wheel, so it isn't 2 lovebirds having— Hand me that gun, Lucien," Auguste told the boy who stood just within the doorway. "Tell your mother to call the police." He turned back to Tony. There has been thieving going on. Yes, even here it has started. They come by night and load up. Plants taken and— No. I think the trouble is up at the Michel house." "A trouble?" Auguste demanded, alert as a hawk, his beak of a nose jutting out, his dark eyes narrowing as if they were ready to swoop on their prey. "Burglars?" "That's what I'm going to find out." "Not alone." Auguste's son had been quick. He returned now with a sweater added to his shirt and a heavy jacket for his father. Auguste drew it on, zipped it to the neck, and said, "Now we go together, eh?" "Could use some help," Tony admitted. "But first, block off the entrance to the Michel driveway." "With what?" "The truck." Auguste considered the idea, didn't like it much. His truck was valuable property. "I'll drive it," the boy volunteered eagerly. Lucien must be 16 now, but he was thin, all his growth going into his height. One of Auguste's older sons, huskier, would be a safer choice. "Better wake one of your brothers." "They," said Lucien scornfully. "They'd sleep through an earthquake." Recently married, both of them, Tony remembered. Lucien was making the decision for him anyway. He was already halfway to the truck. Tony, starting along the nearest path, called back, "Once you park it, get the hell out, and wait here for the police." Lucien looked disappointed, but he waved and climbed into the driver's seat. "He can handle it," said Auguste, still frowning, as he caught up with Tony and settled into a quick jog. There will be no damage to the truck," Tony assured him. "And if there is, I'll pay for it," he added with a grin. He pointed obliquely across the nursery to its far corner where the flowers ended and the rough ground of the hillside began. "We'll head up there, near enough to the driveway without actually being in it, and, to be hoped, not noticeable. A quiet approach to the Michel house could be half the battle." "This way," said Auguste, catching Tony by the arm, guiding him on to another path between the rows of flower beds and plastic-covered greenhouses. It was a zigzag course, and Tony might have found himself being forced to retrace his steps if Auguste hadn't been there to lead. The moonlight had become less dependable. Cloud cover was beginning to move in from the sea. Another half-hour, there would be nothing but deep shadows spreading over the hillside. And what about Lucien, Tony wondered. The truck had moved out of the yard and must be running downhill, but so quietly he couldn't hear it. Had Lucien, the young idiot, put it into neutral? The next thing they'd hear would be a crash against the stone wall at the entrance to the driveway, and they'd have to veer off course to pick up the pieces. One truck with gears stripped and fenders smashed, and Lucien jammed up against the wheel. But as they reached the end of their lope through the nursery, he heard the loud but normal sound of brakes as the truck pulled up, and then dead silence. He managed it, Tony said. Lucien actually managed it. Auguste only nodded, didn't seem the least astonished. He had halted, his eyes on the hillside. Someone's out there. He studied the sparse cloud shadows that blotched the stretch of open ground above them. Scattered boulders and bushes made it difficult to see. Only the Michel house, a dark silhouette, quiet, peaceful, was clearly visible. Auguste crouched low, pulled Tony down beside him, listened intently. One man, running. Stumbling, Tony whispered back. He's having a hard time. Then they both saw him slide down onto the surer surface of the driveway, come running, slowly, blindly, too worried about his footing to notice either them or the car down by the gate. Quickly, Tony glanced in its direction. The driver was out, staring at the truck that had blocked his exit. Now he swung around to face the running man. A woman, Tony said, rising to intercept her. Dorothea. He ran, but she was making one last desperate effort to reach the acacias. And then her head came up as she halted, suddenly aware of the car, of its driver. They stared at each other. She turned and came stumbling back onto the hillside, into Tony's arms. She cried out in fear, struck him, struggled to free herself, beat weakly at his face with her fists. He caught her wrists, pulled them down, saying, "It's Tony. Just me. Tony. Dorothea, it's Tony." Suddenly her rigid body relaxed, sagging against his. He held her tightly, felt her flinch with pain as his hand grasped her shoulder. Auguste was beside them. "What about him?" He pointed his shotgun towards the car. Dorothea was saying, her breath coming in painful gasps. "The police! Call the police!" "It's done," Tony told her. "How many at the house?" "3, all armed. Tom only has a—" The silence of the night was cut through by a pistol shot. It came from the house. "Tom!" Dorothea cried out. "Tom!" "No, no," Tony tried to calm her. "It need not be." But his own heart sank. "I'll deal with this one," said Auguste, grim-faced, and moved towards the car. Its driver had only hesitated for the fraction of a second after the revolver had been fired. He was already on the run, dodging downhill through the olive trees, leaping from terrace to terrace. Auguste cursed, could only aim the shotgun blindly into the darkness, and fired. "I scared the rascal off anyway. Do we go after him?" "No. Up to the house." Tony pushed Dorothea towards the acacias. From there she'd find a straight path through the nursery. "You get to Augustine. The police will soon be there. Tell them about the burglars." "Burglars? What else?" She nodded, partly understanding. "But I want to come with—" "No, get off this hillside," Tony called back to her, already on his way. He was running hard now, keeping to the driveway for the sake of speed. Behind him, Auguste's heavy footsteps tried to catch up. Dorothea hesitated, attempted to follow, gave up after the first slow steps. She turned away, began walking towards the acacias and the abandoned car. Rick Neely. It had been Neely whom she had clearly seen in that one terrifying moment when she thought she was trapped after all. But now he had vanished. There was only the dark green car, its door still open, and behind it, strangely, a truck drawn across the entrance to the driveway. From the Roquebrune road she could hear a sing-song siren drawing nearer and nearer. They were all too late, she thought, and burst into tears. They scalded her cheeks, searching out the scratches, stinging them, reminding her of the wisteria. The pain in her shoulder suddenly screamed, and for the first time she became aware of a bruise on her hip, a dull, steady ache that sent her limping into the nursery.
All too late, she thought again. All of us. Another 40 yards. Tony was calculating as he drew out Georges' neat little Beretta from his belt, and we'll be at the lemon trees. I can take the French windows, Auguste the rear of the house. And at that moment he heard Auguste's warning shout. In front of him, suddenly appearing around the curve of the driveway, came a tight cluster of 3 dark figures. They halted as abruptly as he did. Surprise only lasted for one intense moment. Tony dived for the bank of grass beside him, chanced a shot, and missed. The 3 had already separated, 2 scattering onto the hillside above the driveway, with Auguste after them. The 3rd man had darted into the row of olive trees to his right. Tony picked himself up, ready to follow, and dropped once more as a shot came from behind one of the trees. Only one shot. Perhaps the man was in full flight, didn't want to give away his direction by any more firing. But he was bound to circle around. Head for the car, thought Tony. He got up, quickly scanning the darkening terraces that descended row upon row towards Cap Martin. The moon was failing him. She had retreated into a swarm of clouds, dimming all chances of seeing the fugitive for at least several minutes. The car, Tony warned himself. That was to be the quick getaway. He began running towards it. From above him on the hillside came the blast of a shotgun. Tony smiled, kept on his way. There were lights now near the Roquebrune road, and voices. The truck was still there, so was the car, its door wide open. The minute he saw it, he stopped running, his angry eyes searching the terraced slopes of olive trees that fell towards the heavy dense band of blackness, the thick woods encircling the bottom of this hill. Damn it to bloody everlasting hell, Tony said aloud. That car, abandoned. The man had seen it, veered off. Behind him on the driveway there was a slip and a stumble. He whirled round. "Hey, don't shoot at me," a voice yelled. "Tom? Tom." Thank God. Tony's head jerked back to the olive trees. "Thea?" asked Tom as he slid to a halt beside Tony. "Okay. Okay? Safe." Tony's eyes never left scanning the terraces below him. "One of them is down there. The others took to the hill with Auguste at their heels. The 2 in ski masks? So that's why they looked like a couple of black skeletons." "Yes." "Then that's the guy we really need," Tom said, pointing towards the terraces. He was in charge, gave the instructions, knew what he wanted. Tony said quickly, "Get down to the gate. Tell the police to put out an alarm. Search the woods, check the Cap Martin roads. 2 men headed there." 2? The driver of the car ran off, deserted. Wouldn't like to be in his... Tony felt sudden hope, and then major disappointment. No, that had only been a shift of cloud over the moon, a swaying of branches touched by the early morning breeze. "Get moving, Tom." But it's useless, he realized as Tom raced away. Only shadows out there. Shadows and twisted trunks that looked like crouching men. You could call it luck, he thought of the armed man's escape. But he's the kind that makes his luck. Instant decision, no hesitations. I must have been an inviting target, standing up here on the driveway, but he resisted the impulse to fire, drew no attention to his escape route, and slipped safely away. As for the other one, the driver, I'd like less and less to be in his shoes. Instead of running, he could have got into his car, gunned it uphill to the house, given them warning. They'd all have scattered, and neither Auguste nor I would have glimpsed them, and we'd have found Tom dead. He had seen them at work, had known what they were after. Yes, Tom would have been silenced like Chuck. How the devil did he escape, anyway? Or Thea? These amateurs, Tony reflected, shaking his head in wonder. He stayed where he was, still watching the wide stretch of terraces. The driver must have reached the woods some time ago, but it was always possible that the armed man, the leader of this little expedition, was still hiding behind the tree trunk, waiting for all interest to ebb before he risked another step. From the direction of the gate, Tony could hear the truck being moved, and voices raised in urgency. One quick glance reassured him. 2 policemen had arrived, one of them still listening to Auguste, the other leaving Tom to run back to his Citroën, possibly calling for reinforcements.
certainly putting out an alert. At least, Tony decided, some action had been taken, and he went back to watching those damned olive trees. Tom and Dorothea, limping along with her husband's arm tightly around her waist, came up to join him. In time, he remembered to tuck the Beretta out of sight. "The alarm has gone out," said Tom, and 2 more policemen arrived. They've been sent down to the woods. Young Lucien is with them to show them the shortcuts, and Auguste caught one of the ski masks, wounded him in the leg. The other is being chased right now by Auguste's 2 older sons. So relax, Tony, relax. Then Tom's voice began to race with excitement. "That car down there. It's a green Opel, same registration as the one I saw earlier this evening. I now think that guy who ordered everybody around was the one who was driving it then. Same height, same build. Yes, could be." Tony stared at him. "Colonel Boris Gorsky?" Dorothea said, "But he wasn't the driver tonight. That was Rick Neely. I saw him clearly, just before he ran." Tony began to smile. "The best piece of news I've heard today," he thought. He said gently, "How did you manage to escape?" "By way of the wisteria." She tried to laugh, and failed. "And you?" he asked Tom. "Oh, I sort of threw him off balance." "Gorsky? How?" "First, by telling him where he could find Chuck's letter. He didn't even know one existed." Nor did I, thought Tony, but there was no time now for explanations. "It mentioned Neely?" "It nailed him. Then I said there were 4 copies of it now in other hands, and that Neely—" Tom paused. "I blew it, Tony. Sorry, but I had to. No other way out." "Blew what?" "Told him that Neely had been under surveillance for the last 3 months. Slight exaggeration, of course, like these 4 copies. Still, it worked. And then I caught him with a poker across the shins and bolted." Tony's smile broadened. "Threw him off balance? You yanked the rug right out from under his feet. And you settled Neely's future, too. Both of you." He kissed Dorothea, clapped Tom's shoulder. They looked puzzled, but he'd explain later. Another day, another place. He nodded towards the police car that was starting up the driveway. "They'll want a guided tour and a lot of answers from you. But there's really no need for me to hang around, is there? See you later, when we've all had some sleep." Dorothea had noticed his second quick look at the approaching car. "Auguste has told them all about you." "All?" "You just happened to be passing by. You saw a mysterious Opel in the driveway. You wakened Auguste, and the 2 of you went after the burglars." "Burglars?" Tom said with amusement. "And why not? Everybody knows that all Americans are loaded with cash. Think of all the jewels I have hidden away, darling." "She has recovered," thought Tony. He kissed her again, and began moving towards the police car. "Hey there! 2 in a row?" Tom asked with a laugh. Old Tony was going quite emotional tonight. Tom tightened his grip around his wife. "You think Neely and his friends will be caught? The man in the ski mask, possibly. Gorsky? Improbable." "Neely will be dealt with," Tony called back over his shoulder. Of that he was sure. He was still smiling when he reached the police car. "Good morning, officers," he began briskly, and then stared as Auguste, ending a long description of tonight's skirmish, got out to join him. "That's all," Auguste told them. "Monsieur Lawton could add nothing." One of the policemen wasn't so sure. "I believe 2 bullets were fired. 2 pistol shots, monsieur?" "Yes," Tony said, and could only hope the Beretta's small bulk wouldn't show through his jacket. "And 2 misses." "You were the target?" "I thought so." Auguste broke in with, "Instead of hugging the ground to dodge a couple of bullets, you'd have done better following me. I caught one of them, lost the other. Together we would have captured them both. Now let's go. I'll guide you back through the nursery. Don't want any more feet trampling over my freesias." He looked at the policeman and tilted his head. Both of the officers smiled. They seemed to know Auguste well. Tony seized the relaxed moment to say, "If you need me, gentlemen, I am staying at the Alexandra." "Your passport?" the younger policeman asked. "The concierge still has it. I arrived only this morning." "How long do you expect to stay?" 2 or 3 days. I'm on a sailing holiday along the Côte d'Azur. Be so good as to notify us when you leave. We may need you to identify anyone we apprehend. Could you recognize the man who shot at you? By height and build only, and that isn't too certain. The moon was clouded, only patches of light. Auguste said impatiently, I've told you all that, Louis. Louis had one last question. Do you own a revolver, Monsieur Lawton? Yes. Let me see it. It's in London, actually, in a bedroom table drawer. Auguste said, Much good it did you tonight. He grinned for Louis. And you know where to find me if you need any more information. That raised a small laugh. The two officers saluted informally, and the car drove on. I hope, Tony thought, that Tom will keep his mouth shut about finding me with a gun in my hand. Yes, he's got enough sense not to complicate life unnecessarily. That's a smart young man, he told Auguste. Both good lads. They know me well. But why did he ask about your pistol? He may have heard the two shots from a distance. One might have seemed louder, heavier than the other. Were they? Yes. Tony unbuttoned his jacket, showed the Beretta briefly. Belongs to my friend who owns the Renault I'm driving. And you happened to find the gun in the glove compartment? You'd have been a fool to leave it there when you were going out to hunt down trouble. But you could have told Louis and used up everyone's valuable time. That doesn't catch any of your burglars, Auguste. Do you have a gun in London? Of course. I kept strictly to the truth, always do with policemen, and with my friends. They had entered the nursery, walking slowly along the paths, now dark between the soft fragrances and muted colors of the flower beds. 2 shots of different caliber, Auguste ruminated and smiled. Yes, that Louis is smart. His father was a policeman too, and in the resistance fought alongside me against the Nazis. It was on a night like this, just about this time of year, we helped guide a small group of Americans and Canadians, special forces, landing ahead of Tassigny's 5 divisions. Right up through the mountains behind Menton. Didn't use the road, of course. Kept to the hillsides, rough country. Not like this, but rough as the devil's backside, all the way to Castellar. Now that was a real battle. The Germans were deep inside the mountain, quadrilateral fortifications. But we took it. Yes, a real battle. There were 20 American and Canadian graves up at Castellar, and many of ours. Auguste shot a quick glance at Tony. And now, when I tell my sons about it, they only count the lives that were wasted. Why not wait for the troops to come in with tanks and artillery? That's what they ask. Auguste shook his head, a mixture of anger and sadness. But there was no waste. Many of us died, all the rest were wounded. We silenced the German guns. They didn't blow the troops to pieces down on the beach or coming up the pass. Yes, we won that battle. You won that war. Auguste said nothing more. Then as they entered the yard, his step became as brisk as his goodbye handshake. Next time you choose to visit, make it in daylight. A nod of the head, and he was heading for bed. I will, Tony promised. And tell Lucien he did a fine job. And that reminded Auguste. If you see him down by the road, he called back from the doorway, send him packing up here. He has a full day's work ahead of him tomorrow. The door closed, and Tony stepped into the Renault. For a moment his eyes rested on the glove compartment. It was just possible that the alert was in force and there could be police checks on all drivers and their cars in this area tonight. He opened the compartment and placed Georges' Beretta inside, everything nicely legal for the ride to Menton. Quietly he started the car, drove out of the yard and down the Roquebrune road, back to the old town. 23. The all-night vigil ended at 5 o'clock, when the final message was received from Brussels. All set, Georges said, coming over to the bed where Tony had been having one of his periodic catnaps. At once Tony was awake and on his feet. They've agreed?
More or less.
Some advice, of course, and one alteration. What? Tony shot out. Their cabin cruiser is in the 14-meter, 46 feet almost. That's something. How many knots? Over 30. That's about 35 miles an hour. More than 3 times the speed of the sea breeze, said Tony. So what's the reason for any change in plans? The length and bulk of the Aurora. I like her name. But Tony was beginning to see the problem. She has ample room for our party and her 3-man crew, but that size would be difficult to maneuver inside the anchorage. It might be a very delayed departure. Tony nodded. The harbor was small and jammed with boats. So what do they suggest? That we board the Aurora where she is now docked, in the Port Privé at the other end of Garavan Bay. It's big, 3 times as big as the harbor. Can hold 800 boats in its private anchorage, another 200 in the public section. Actually, it's more convenient for us, quicker to reach from Bill's house. Tony's voice was clipped. And just how do we persuade Parasini to accept this change? Our whole plan will end before it begins, he thought, if Parasini's suspicions start being ruffled. Georges laughed. That, they said, was for you to work out. Very funny. For once, Tony's sense of humor failed him. And what about that escort, he asked, bracing himself for more complications. Provided. We got it? Tony's surprise changed to delight. Old friend Jimmy Hartwell had really pushed and pulled. We actually, yes, you got what you wanted. The 2 men looked at each other. Then let's see what we can do with it, said Tony. Together, smiling broadly, they moved over to the table. The next half hour was an organized jumble of big and little things to be done, all of them necessary. While Georges dismantled his equipment and turned it back into innocuous objects, Tony burned the clutter of notes and scraps of paper in a metal basin after he had memorized some lost details. The Aurora's exact position in the Port Privé, the name of Vincent, their chief contact in the crew, radio signals for communication. Coffee was brewed and drunk while they drew up their timetable for this morning. They washed and smartened up, finished the coffee, and went over their schedule once more. Outside it was still dark, with only a hint of diffused light spreading from the east. Time to call Emile, Tony said. We'll give him a pre-dawn swim. You mean you are actually serious about... Better to look foolish than be stupid. Tony pulled out the transceiver and called in the sea breeze. Emile was awake. A peaceful night. No actual approach made to the boat. 2 men had patrolled the mole. They had been quite obvious, making no effort to hide themselves from the sea breeze. 2 of ours? Yes, could be. Possibly Bill's men trying to reassure you. And you heard nothing at all, not even the lapping of the mere? Emile, not a literary type, was puzzled but definite. Nothing. All right. Let's take out some insurance. Get into your wetsuit and slip over the side. Examine the hull, keel, rudder, every damn thing under the waterline. How quickly can you do all that? 20 minutes? Less? Good. Get started before the light strengthens. Call us back. Tony switched off, saw Georges' amused eye studying him. Need something to do? Then listen to the weather reports. He himself walked restlessly around the room, and then went out onto the small balcony for a few breaths of cold, dank air. The sky was slowly turning a bleached black, banded with gray at the horizon. The last of night lingered over the lighted harbor. There the sea breeze nestled cozily with the other boats, all at rest, everything tranquil. Looking down at her, watching for any sign of Emile, nothing to see. Emile was good at his job, as slippery as a seal. Tony was already working out his own immediate problem, Parasini's tender suspicions. As the gray of the horizon softly, surely seeped into the sky like water over a river bank, Tony returned to the room. It looks calm enough out there. Some clouds, but nothing threatening. What's the forecast? A bright sun, cool, and possibly heavy winds from the southeast this afternoon. but we'll be in Nice before then. With luck. Tony picked up the telephone and dialed Bill's number. Not his private line, just the ordinary one that would ring at his bedside and rouse him from sleep. He kept his call brief once he had Bill fully awake. "I'll drop in to see you this morning. In half an hour?" "No, nothing is wrong. Everything's fine. I just want to go over your timetable, make sure that it matches ours. Meet me down at the gates, will you? A walk in the garden will be just what I need to work up an appetite for breakfast." "Yes, at the gates. See you." "Cryptic," said Georges. "Giving nothing away." "Just like your call to him last night." "Had to be." "Why?" "Do you think his telephones are bugged?" "But Bill's no fool. He makes a regular check on them, a matter of routine." "And on nothing else?" "The whole place was thoroughly gone over before Bill and Nicole arrived there." "Oh, come on, Tony. Parassini must know about Bill's regular checks. He wouldn't risk a bug in a phone." "What about a small listening device in the calendar on Bill's desk? Or in the blotter? Or how about a lamp bulb with sensitive filaments near every telephone?" "Very specialized stuff. Where would Parassini get—" "Oh, I see." Georges was conscious of Tony's raised eyebrow. "From his kind friends in Menton? But still, does Parassini know enough about installing sophisticated devices? That wasn't his line of business." "It doesn't take much know-how to screw a light bulb into a socket." "No, but it takes someone constantly monitoring. Parassini couldn't sit around in his room all day listening. There could be a monitor installed in a nearby house on the Garavan hillside." It was a disturbing thought. Georges had no comment. Tony said, "Look, they must be guarding Parassini as closely as possible. He's too important, and they've had time to arrange all necessary precautions." Georges nodded. "One thing has been puzzling me. Surely he must have radio contact with Gorsky. So why did he have to meet him? Why even meet Neely at the market yesterday morning?" "I've been thinking about that too. There could be two very different reasons why he had to meet either of them. Neely, because Neely was handing him something more solid than a verbal message. One of your sophisticated gadgets, perhaps. Gorsky, because Parassini had been moved out of his cozy corner over the garage into a room next to Bernard's and Brigitte's. Perhaps he could only risk a very quick message on his transceiver, giving time and place for a meeting and important instructions. Possible?" "Very possible," Georges smiled as he added, "How he must have cursed Bill for moving him into the main house. No privacy for anyone these days." And then all their speculations ended with Émile's signal. Tony answered it. Émile's usually placid voice was uneven and hurried. Tony listened quietly. "Put it together again, can you, just as it was? Stow it on deck, someplace unnoticeable but reachable. Don't worry, the sea breeze will be safe as long as she is in harbor, so there's no danger to anyone. I'll join you well before 11. Get ready to move out by then, Émile. Yes, you and I. We can handle her, can't we?" A laugh that was genuine, a cheerful goodbye, and the exchange was over. Georges said slowly, "He found something?" Tony nodded. It was taped to the starboard side of the hull near the engines. He detached it, examined it. There was no time mechanism, just a remote control device. "And you told him to put the damned thing together?" "We can always heave it overboard once we are far enough offshore." "Now, Tony," Georges began warningly. "Mustn't keep Bill waiting." Tony looked at his watch, moved towards the door. "All clear here?" Together they gave the room one last quick check. "All clear." Georges locked the door behind them, and they made their way down the staircase into the narrow street. The Renault began climbing the twists and turns up the hill above Garavan Bay. It was a heavily wooded area, with a spread of houses and gardens hidden by walls and trees, dark, silent, mysterious in the somber light between night and day. Bill's place was as secluded as the others on this narrow road, but he was standing outside the gates to make sure Tony could identify it easily. So Georges' arguments were cut short. Why he had insisted Couldn't he join Emile and Tony on the sea breeze once he had brought Gerard and the others from Nice, seen them safely aboard the Aurora? By that time he would have briefed them thoroughly. "No," Tony said, as they came round one of the sharp turns and saw Bill ahead. "One of us has to stay with Gerard and his traveling companions. We know what's been happening here. We know their arrangements. They don't. That's it, George. You've got to stick close. All the way. To Brussels. You're in charge, actually, but don't let Gerard notice." The Renault drew up. Tony had the door open. "Good luck, old boy. See you next week." He was out, shaking hands with Bill, entering the gates with a last wave towards the car. Georges drove on uphill to reach the high road along the crest of Garavin. Tony was right, of course. Gerard would need a lot of extra details to persuade him to follow Tony's plan without adding some variations of his own. Better not say it is Tony's plan, Georges decided. Not until we reach Brussels. Better let him think we have been following Commander James Hartwell's instructions right from the beginning. And so to Nice Airport. And to a most exacting cross-examination from 3 razor-blade minds once they came out of shock. In Tony's words, dicey, very dicey. He put Tony out of his thoughts, concentrated on what he would say and how best he could tell it. "Did my phone call waken the household?" Tony asked as Bill closed the gates behind them. "Left them all sleeping. Who was that in the car with you, Georges? Why didn't he stop off, say hello?" "He's on his way to the Nice airport. Early, isn't he? Wants to make sure he arrives in time. He's a bright boy. Easy to work with." "That's Georges," said Tony, looking at Bill's handsome and honest face. Oh, yes, he could be as devious as the best of them. But basically, Bill was a straightforward, no-nonsense-about-me type. Tony began thinking back to Georges' remarks about Parasini and sophisticated bugging devices that he could manage to install without much specialized knowledge. But what had he used to overhear Bill's conversations? Because, Tony reminded himself, not all talk was made over a telephone. Apart from devices in set places like a desk or a night table, what the bloody hell did Parasini use to listen to Bill have a private word with Nicole on the terrace, or with Bernard in the garden? Or even to conversations like this one, with Bill now suggesting that they'd head for the kitchen and rustle up some breakfast. "Sounds good," Tony said. The house was about 100 yards away. Not far enough, he thought unhappily. "Let's walk a little. I need the fresh air. Cooped up most of the night. You've a lot of garden here. How far does it stretch?" "About 5 acres. We've kept a flower bed or 2 near the terrace and pool, but all this," Bill pointed to hedges and trees that sheltered elaborately shaped plots, "we just let go. Too much work for Bernard." Then, as Tony took the nearest brick path, leading away from the villa itself, Bill said, "You didn't haul me out of bed to talk about horticulture. What's your problem?" "At this moment," thought Tony, "you are. I've a rising suspicion that Parasini knew your telephone rang, is now up and around and listening to every word we say." "2 things," he replied. "The engine trouble we had on the sea breeze, and the weather. I thought you had got the engine fixed. We are still working on it. Oh, it's safe enough, unless we run into any strong weather. The latest reports are predicting a possible southeaster by this afternoon, and that's not a pleasing prospect, Bill, with an engine you can't depend on. Then the cruise idea is off?" "No. It's too good a security measure to pass up. But the cruise may have to be cut short if the weather prophets are right. As soon as the wind freshens too much, we can easily slip into the nearest harbor before anyone starts feeling queasy. Wouldn't want Gerard to be seasick, would we?" "Gerard? Is he coming too?" "That's the word this morning. He's got some news for Parasini, a job with NATO. Did you hear about it?" "No." Nor I, until Georges cued me in." "Does Parasini know?" "If so, why the hell didn't he tell me?" "Well, it wasn't definite until Gerard pulled some strings and used his powers of persuasion. But it's all set. One caution, Bill. Let Gerard break the good news to Parasini. That's Gerard's pet project, you know. He really will be hopping mad if we jump in ahead of him. This job for Parasini and NATO, very hush-hush, very important. That's all I know. A bit soon, isn't it? Gerard thinks not. It will depend, of course, on the debriefing during our little cruise, but I'm sure Parasini will be able to help clear up the outstanding questions. About what? About whom? Heinrich Neely. He's been under surveillance for the last 3 months. We know he worked for 9 years in America as Alexis, and one of his last contacts there was a man called Oleg. Are you listening, Parasini? Are you listening? It's just possible that Parasini can add to our file on Alexis, and on Oleg, whose real name is Gorsky, Boris Gorsky. I don't think Parasini has much to add to his previous debriefing. Memory can play tricks, blot out small facts that don't seem important, recall them later by some new association of ideas. Where's Gorsky now? Haven't a clue. And that was true in its way. Gorsky might be on Cap Martin, or in a cottage up on Garavin, or 6 miles away in Monte Carlo. Could he be in contact with Neely again? If he is, we'll get him. Through Neely? Yes. And we'll pull in several of the smaller fry, too. A pretty redhead who's secretary to McElhose out at Shandon Villa, and at least 3 others working around the place. And they are bound to have set up a system of outside contacts. It could be quite a haul. Contacts, Bill said slowly. His gray eyes looked somber, his pleasant features grim, his usual smile, white against a permanently tanned face, vanishing. He smoothed back his longish, sun-bleached hair, now ruffled by the breeze, pulled the collar of his suede jacket up around his neck as if he suddenly felt chilled. You think Neely is onto us? Tony didn't answer. He had been studying Bill closely. Casual dress, no cufflinks this morning, and no tie for any clip to hold in place. The suede jacket would only be worn at odd moments, so forget the possibility of buttons being wired for sound. No rings, a belt buckle, yes, and Bill's watch, that old favorite he had worn for years. Or was it? As Bill's wrist came up to smooth down his hair, then adjust his collar, the watch was in clear view. Bill's worry was growing. You think this house could be under surveillance? With his setup, Neely must have gathered a lot of information, mostly for his own security, about recent rentals, strangers signing long-term leases. I'm sure they've been taking a close look at all new arrivals who set up house in the last 2 months. That's the reason why you and Parasini are going to meet these NATO intelligence officers instead of them coming to visit you here. We'll have them waiting for you, keeping out of sight. All you and Parasini have to do is get on the boat as quickly and discreetly as possible. And don't be late. Sailing when? Didn't I tell you 11 o'clock? So, get to the dock half an hour before that, and you step on board by 10:35 at latest. Can do? Why not sail as soon as we reach the sea breeze? Better let us make sure that no one at the harbor is too interested in her. Or you. Can you lend me your 2 men to help me keep watch? Sure. You're taking a hell of a lot of trouble for Parasini. Or is it for the NATO guys? See right through me every time, don't you? It's the NATO guys who are my responsibility. And they are some of our top men. Neely would give an arm and a leg to know their faces and put names to them. A high-level meeting, then. That at least pleased Bill. Yes. So let's get down to the last details. Synchronize watches and... Hey, Bill, yours is running 10 minutes slow. Can't be. I only got it yesterday. Bill peered at the elaborate watch face. Does everything but talk, he said. Or show the time clearly. These damn numerals. He froze as Tony held out his wrist, let him see his own watch. The 2 timepieces showed only 1 second of difference. What's the matter with... Quickly, Tony put a finger up to his lips for silence, pointed at Bill's watch, then jerked the thumb back in the direction of the house and tapped an ear. Bill stared back at him. Needs winding, said Tony. Or has it stopped altogether? Tony unbuckled its strap. drew it off Bill's wrist. "What the hell? Damned annoying," Tony said. "You'd better use your old one." He was feeling the weight of the new piece. It wasn't excessive, seemed perfectly normal. "Can't," Bill said. "It got smashed up last Sunday." "How on earth did you manage that?" "Not me. It was Parasini and Nicole horsing around the pool. I laid my watch beside my chair while I went for a swim. They knocked the chair over, and the watch ended up under Parasini's heel." "How much did you pay for this one?" "It was a present. Nicole went half shares on the purchase price, and Parasini bought it yesterday morning." "Now that's what I mean by his taking too many chances, wandering around town like that." Tony had his all-purpose knife out, resisted trying to open the back of the watch. It would be tightly sealed anyway, and worked on its winder instead. Anything, he thought, to give Bill an excuse for not wearing it. "Careful, Bill," he said. "You'll break off that key if you—" "Damn it, you have broken it." Tony snapped it off as he spoke, hurled the watch into a nearby bush with bright purple flowers. "Let's get one of your acres between it and us," he said softly as he drew Bill far up the path. At last he was satisfied and came to a halt in a one-time rose garden. "Now we can get down to business." "You think there was a bug in that watch?" Bill demanded, half angry, half bewildered. "Who the hell could have—" "Parasini. I'll begin with him, and then go on to details about plans. Be prepared for a shock, Bill, but just listen. Don't ask questions. We haven't time for that." Tony plunged into the story of Parasini. "I'll say this for you, Bill," he ended. "You got a grip of yourself more quickly than I did last night. It took me half an hour to calm down." "I'll let go once he's trapped in Brussels," Bill said through his teeth. "Now what about your plans?" "Here's our schedule." Tony gave their timetable, the Aurora's name and exact location, and the marina below this hillside. "Got all that?" Bill nodded. "We get there by 10:25, no later. And sail by 10:30. Wait until you've got Parasini in the car on your way to the Port Privé before you mention the Aurora. That will take all your tact, Bill." "I'll manage. I can tell him I just had a signal from you belaying the sea breeze, engine acting up again. As for the weather, you took care of that angle. If Parasini was listening, he caught an earful this morning. And he is now locked in your bathroom, far enough away from Bernard and Brigitte or Nicole, trying to get a message to Gorski on his transceiver about Heinrich Neely requiescat in pace, and about Paracini's triumph accepted into NATO. I don't think he will balk at the change from the sea breeze to Aurora." "You baited the hook too well," Bill said as they left the rose garden, started walking down the series of paths and steps. He frowned at some new problem. "Nicole, when do I tell her?" "You don't. She's too attached to Parasini." "To Paladin, you mean?" "She admired him. He never took a nickel, worked for the West because he believed in us. Such as we are," Bill ended abruptly. To paraphrase old Winston, democracy may not be perfect, but it's a damned sight better than anything else around. Nicole, Bill was still troubled about her. "Just leave her in happy ignorance. I'll tell her tonight, once I hear from you in Brussels." "She wants to come on the cruise, too." "Impossible!" Tony was really startled. "Keep her out of it, Bill. She stays here, with Brigitte." "And what about Bernard?" "He was going down to the harbor with us, so that he could drive the Mercedes back here." "May I borrow him, and your car, just briefly? I'll tell him what I want done myself. And where do I reach your 2 men by phone?" "I'll call them and pass on your instructions." And then, as Tony raised an eyebrow, Bill reconsidered. "No, I won't. Those damned bugs. I suppose I'll have to leave them in place and not rouse Parasini's suspicions." So he gave Tony the phone number and the 2 names with the identification password. "Bless your sweet understanding heart. Won't forget this," Tony said, and he meant it. Okay. Any other pointers you need to give me? Then what about some breakfast?" "I'd better not meet Parasini. He may have noticed me last night among the onlookers at the casino. If he sees me here with you—" Tony shook his head. "How are you getting back to town?" I'll start walking down the road. You send Bernard after me in that old rattletrap of his, and he can leave me near my hotel." The bush with the bright purple flowers was coming into sight. "I'll pick that damn watch up and drop it into my desk," said Bill. "Have you another one?" "I'll borrow Brigitte's. I don't imagine she has been wired for sound." As they reached the bush, Bill took out his handkerchief and went searching for the watch. Like a lost golf ball, he thought, and just as elusive. At last he found it and placed it in the center of his handkerchief, wrapping it up into a thick wad. Then, clutching it tightly inside his fist, he jammed his hand into his jacket pocket and kept it there. There was a smile on his face as they walked on in silence, avoiding the sound of footsteps on the brick path by moving on to a slope of dew-wet grass. But the joke would have to remain untold till he met Tony again. That damned watch actually had stopped. Tony chose an oblique approach to the gates, using a row of tall, thin cypresses to hide him from curious eyes at the house. Have we forgotten something? Left anything undone, he wondered, as he walked down the road to its next curve. There he sat on a low wall, waited for Bernard's car, and looked at the view. Far below him, Garavan Bay stretched from its eastern boundary of russet cliffs, towering over the Port Privé, to the western harbor sheltering under the old town. The red sky, sailor's warning, now fading into a reassuring blue puffed with small white clouds, briefly touched the high cliffs and turned them into a wall of flame. The Mediterranean sparkled in a clear, pure light, promising the mere landlubbers a perfect day. "Good morning to you," Bernard called out and opened the car door. I hope it is a good morning, Tony thought. He climbed in, and they began the serpentine descent. 24. Rick Neely's quarters at Shandon Villa consisted of an outer office, handsomely furnished with couch and chairs where business could be conducted or important guests entertained, and an adjoining bed-sitting room for private use only. There, one of the closets had been fitted with the necessary equipment to keep him in touch with his own secret world. Its installation had excited and pleased him, gave him a feeling of increased status, a sense of widening power. Until yesterday. Until then, everything had been progressing smoothly and well, and now he pulled himself free from the twisted blanket and rose. Dawn was breaking. He hadn't slept, partly because he had spent the night on a couch in his office, partly because of Gorski's presence in his bed-sitting room. It had been the only solution to the emergency that had arisen so unexpectedly on that disastrous visit to the Kelso's house. Shandon Villa had been the nearest refuge. Impossible, said Gorski, to continue along the shore road to his rented cottage, even if it was only 2 kilometers farther west. Impossible, Gorski had repeated, to risk traveling on foot. The police had been called in, the alert was out, the search was on. So Gorski had taken shelter in Shandon, with Neely guiding him safely out of view of the 2 yokels on their guard duty against jewel thieves. He must give me credit for waiting for him on the road below the olive trees. I watched him scrambling down those terraces, gauged his direction, was there to meet him. Without me, where would he have been? I didn't have to wait for him. In an emergency, it was each man for himself. Will Gorski admit it? No, thought Neely. He'll blame me for the whole of last night's fiasco. But it was he who was up at that house, not I. Will he blame me for that, too? Neely, in dressing gown and slippers, padded silently downstairs. It was too early as yet for the cook and her helper to be working in the kitchen. Some food and hot coffee, and perhaps Gorski's mood would be mellowed before he had to leave. Soon, within another hour, while kitchen staff and the McElhouse family were still asleep. As he started back upstairs with a loaded tray, he remembered those other mornings when, in dressing gown just like this, he'd get his own breakfast in his snug apartment in Georgetown. A simple life compared to his present one. Suddenly, he felt an unexpected nostalgia for the years when he was Alexis and worked alone. Not actually alone, of course, But he had felt a certain independence, delivery of reports to agents who stayed anonymous, telephone calls that came from voices without faces, meetings arranged and kept in reassuring secrecy. Yes, it had been a useful life, and comfortable. But here he had been drawn deeper in. He had learned more, been told more. Yesterday it had excited him, pleased him. Today it roused a strange disquiet. He re-entered the office, set the tray down on the nearest table. He could hear Gorski's harsh but muffled tones droning on as they had done at several intervals through the night, making contact with someone locally. But this time the someone had as much to say as Gorski. I'll never know what this is all about, Neely thought. From now on, Gorski will tell me little. I am demoted. And why? It was the Kelso incident that made the abrupt change in Gorski's attitude to me. It had never been a friendly association, but on Parasini's orders, not inimical either, until last night. Apart from two single words, one of them impossible used twice, the other idiocy uttered in blistering rage, Gorski had only opened his mouth to say, "Where do you transmit?" Not one particle of praise for either the neatly arranged closet or the clever combination lock that would defeat more than a curious housemaid. Not one word either about the Kelso house. What had actually happened up there? Neely wondered once more. Probably he would never learn. Gorski was not the type to admit his mistakes. Gorski, Oleg, the man he had hoped in Washington never to meet again. And now, thought Neely, he is on my back. I can feel his teeth in my neck. There was complete silence now in the bedroom. Neely hesitated, then knocked on its door and waited for a response. At last it opened, and Gorski, fully dressed, ready to leave, came out. His face was calm, his eyes cold. He looked at the breakfast tray and poured himself a cup of coffee. Neely, helping himself to bread, butter, and honey, was suddenly aware of sharp scrutiny and lost his appetite. The silence unnerved him. He didn't even drink his coffee. He blurted out, "There was no other way. The old man shot at me. I had to run." "Before he shot at you," Gorski said, not even concealing his contempt. "After. And he missed? Yet he could aim well. He wounded Gomez and handed him over to the police. And Felix? He got away, with much difficulty. He is at the cottage. I have instructed him to leave, remove what he can, destroy the rest. But Gomez will give no information. The cottage is no longer possible. You have ended its usefulness. I'm not to blame for Gomez. If you had dealt with Charles Kelso effectively, there would have been no need for our visit to his brother's house. We could have concentrated on our real mission here, not on a distraction that should never have been allowed to develop. How else could I have dealt with Chuck? He threatened me, and I persuaded him to postpone action. That gave you time to, not time enough to examine the suitcase before his body was discovered. You should have stayed here yesterday afternoon. You should have gone through his belongings while we dealt with him. But no, you had to run off to Aires, provide yourself with an excuse for not taking part in his death. You could even have stood watch like Gomez. Yes, Gomez, who is now in the hands of the police. If he can be recognized as one of the electricians who were working at Shandon yesterday." Gorski's lips tightened as he stared down at Neely, who sat with head bent, coffee cup pushed aside and forgotten, on the edge of his chair. Gorski's recital of mistakes continued. "You told me that Kelso had threatened you, that he showed you notes for a letter he was about to write, if you didn't resign. You did not tell me that the letter was already written." Neely roused himself. "It was only drafted, not actually written. No? Here is one copy." Gorski placed it in front of Neely. "There are 4 others. You do not have copies without an original, and it is ready to be mailed. Did he tell you to whom he sent it for safekeeping?" "He only warned me he was drafting a letter," Neely insisted. "And you believed that?" Gorski's scorn ended in a brief laugh. "The letter is probably hidden in his apartment," Neely suggested quickly. Gorsky's contempt increased. "I had a thorough search made there yesterday, as soon as you told me about Kelso's notes. And no search would have been possible if there wasn't a time lag between here and New York. But your luck stopped there, Neely. We found nothing. Nothing." "Then perhaps he was bluffing. There was no draft, and therefore no letter ready to be mailed." "What a comforting thought. Idiot. Read that postscript to his brother. There is a letter now in the hands of someone he trusts, someone who is waiting for Kelso's instructions whether to send or destroy it. As soon as he hears of Kelso's death, he will either mail or open the letter. In either case, disastrous for you. Impossible to stay here. You resign today and leave by tomorrow morning. I will send 2 men with you to make sure your journey to Moscow is without incident." "Moscow? Recall? For what?" Neely said. "How can I resign? I am in charge here. The first seminar begins next week. Do you actually mean to sacrifice all my work, all this project? Parasini would never agree to that." "Parasini has a bigger project in view than even Shandon Villa. If there is a choice between them, he will concentrate on the success of his own mission." "And what is it that's so important?" Neely countered. "To throw away our control over Shandon Villa, that's madness. And Parasini couldn't substitute one of his agents to take over my position here. There isn't time. The job will go to my chief assistant, perhaps permanently if he shapes up. And you know I selected him because he is excellent cover, politically a middle-of-the-road liberal who is against extremes, right or left. How far would you get with him?" Neely had made a good point, Gorsky conceded. "When does he begin work here?" "Tomorrow or Monday. He arrives in Menton today." Gorsky was silent for almost 2 minutes. "Then we shall arrange it this way. You don't resign. You will ask for a leave of absence, with your assistant taking charge for the next week or so. This will give us time enough to have another candidate ready for your job, someone who has more distinguished qualifications than your assistant. We will push him hard just as we pushed you. Use every bit of influence, pull every string we can find in Washington. And when we are ready to insert him into your slot at Shandon Villa, you can then turn your leave of absence into resignation." "But how could I ask for any leave at this moment? The first seminar—" "You have been working too hard. You've done too much. The death of your friend Charles Kelso has caused you great distress. You need 2 weeks to rest and regain your health." 2 weeks? Neely was scornful. "You'll never be able to install anyone in 2 weeks, Gorsky was adamant. "And if there is a delay in our plans, all you have to do is to request an extension of your sick leave." Gorsky's anger, held at a low simmer, was beginning to boil. "Any excuse, you fool, to prevent your job from being filled. You keep McElhose expecting your return. Can't you do even that?" Neely moistened his dry lips. "What about Anne-Marie, or the others?" "They will be sent elsewhere." "But why?" "Because of NATO intelligence." "What?" Gorsky didn't explain. He continued with the problem of Anne-Marie. "You will reprimand her this morning for incompetence. You will create a scene. She will leave in anger. And after that you will ask McElhose for sick leave. A most appropriate request after the performance you have just given." "You are clearing us all out of Shandon?" Neely couldn't believe it. "All our work, all our organization." "We take the loss and wait and begin all over again, but carefully. NATO's agents will keep Shandon Villa under close observation for several months." "It could be a false alarm about NATO intelligence." "Their agents are here in Menton. 3 came in yesterday, aboard the Sea Breeze. One, Emile Baron, has been identified. He is guarding their boat. Of the 2 others, only Georges Despinard can be definitely connected with the Sea Breeze." "Yes," Neely was quick to remind Gorsky. "It was I who found out his name and the Sea Breeze address at the police station. And the 3rd agent is Lawton, who is staying at the Alexandre. It must be. They were together at Shandon yesterday afternoon." "It doesn't follow." An agent like Despinard could have used Lawton to arrange a visit to Chandon. It had been Despinard who had prowled around the gardens, not Lawton. All we know definitely about Lawton is that he is a friend of Thomas Kelso. He is a friend of many journalists, including Despinard. But you have your suspicions? I've had them for many months. Gorski was enigmatic. Haven't you acted on them? Had him followed, his rooms searched? If we had discovered anything at all, said Gorski, as if he were talking to a child, do you think I would only have suspicions? Neely said bitingly, I've never known a lack of proof to keep you from taking action. And that, he saw by Gorski's face, had been a mistake. He hurried on. So we have 3 low-grade operatives in Menton sent by NATO on a fool's errand to protect Parasini. And at last, 2 very senior officers arriving today. But the most senior of them all was already here yesterday. According to one of our best informants, he sent a brief message to Paris requesting dual repairs for the Seabreeze. 2 more agents, of course, and identified himself by one of his code names, Uncle Arthur. And that, he thought, as he watched Neely lose his cockiness and revert to being suitably impressed, restores the correct balance between us. No need to spoil the effect by admitting that Uncle Arthur's real name had never been identified. It was only known to 4 NATO officials in Brussels, and none of them were talking. As for his colleagues, they were ignorant of his rank and importance, accepted him as one of themselves. It had proved so far to be the best possible cover. So far. But he was here in Menton, and Lawton was here in Menton, as elusive as ever, and these 2 had coincided before. Accidentally? There never had been any proof that Lawton and Uncle Arthur were the same man, and yet, when 2 suspicions become one, Gorski said, watching Neely's baffled face with a smile, then I act. But if Lawton is a NATO agent, how could he have any interest in Chandon? We've covered our tracks. NATO is interested because of you. They have been watching you for the last 3 months, according to Kelso. Tom Kelso? What does he know? He was bluffing. I received further confirmation only half an hour ago, from Parasini. He was trying to reach you here, give you orders to clear out. I took the message. I am now passing his instructions to you. Something is wrong, Neely protested. No one has been watching me. Not for 3 months or 3 weeks or 3 days. Are you contradicting Parasini's judgment or mine? No, but why didn't NATO move in on me as soon as I reached Europe? Have you forgotten that a suspected agent is watched for his contacts, that the net is not drawn around him until a large haul can be made? I know, said Neely, and didn't conceal his irritation. He was certain he hadn't been followed, either in Washington or in Menton. But the point is that you leave here by Monday at latest, for Aix-en-Provence, a natural choice for a man who needs rest and the medical treatment. It has thermal baths, many doctors. More importantly for you, crowds and a confusion of streets. Felix will meet you without any trouble. It can easily be reached from Menton, a 2-hour drive, and it is near the Mediterranean. 10 miles from Marseille. You are shipping me out on a freighter? Neely tried to conceal his anger. If we have to, yes. Gorski noted Neely's rigid smile. But, he added, we can offer you more comfortable quarters than that. We have a cabin cruiser available. His voice had lost all harshness, had become almost friendly. Neely thought over that idea. Yes, once it was time for him to slip out of Aix-en-Provence, it would be easy to travel 10 miles to the coast, be picked up at one of its numerous small harbors. NATO agents would concentrate on the Marseille docks, the obvious place for a man in flight. A cabin cruiser available? All right. Shall I type out my request for sick leave now? Make sure it suits your scenario. Write it by hand. Neely sat down at his desk, found paper and pen. Is this a trap of some kind? Or is Aix-en-Provence the trap? If I am under suspicion, the French police could easily detain me there at the request of NATO. How long will it take you to find my replacement? He asked, as he dated his note to McElhose. Any delay could be dangerous. Extradition is possible once the Americans receive Chuck Kelso's information. Or have you forgotten that I am supposed to be an American citizen? You will not have long to wait before your replacement is here. A week, perhaps, not more. A week? He's lying, thought Neely. He is ensuring my complete obedience by promises. Does he think I will defect? But this time Neely hid his anger well. He began writing, pleading this and that exactly as it had been dictated. He signed the letter, handed it over to be read. Gorski nodded his approval and watched Neely as he sealed the envelope and addressed it. A week, he emphasized, as if he felt reassurance was necessary. I begin to think you have my replacement already chosen. Gorski concealed his chagrin. Every important actor must have his understudy. You mean there was always a substitute waiting to— But of course. You could have met with an accident or needed a serious operation. Such things happen. Yes, thought Neely as he stared back at Gorski. Accidents do happen. Thank God that Parasini is in charge. If he weren't here to restrain this man— And once again Neely felt the same cold fear that had seized him in Washington. Get some clothes on, Gorski told him. You'll drive me into Menton, leave me at the market. And don't take long to dress, 2 minutes. He had switched off the lights and opened the shutters, and was now making a quick check of the terrace and gardens. He was at the office door, his hat in his hand, his coat over his arm, waiting impatiently by the time Neely had pulled on trousers, shirt, and sweater, and slipped bare feet into loafers. Less than 2 minutes, thought Neely, but Gorski had no comment. His eyes and ears were intent on the silent house as he hurried downstairs, led the way through the hall, ghostly in the first light of morning. He did not speak, even when they reached the garage safely. No one in the garden, no one at any window, and entered the car. Only as they left Chandon's gates did Gorski say, Hurry, drive as fast as you can. He threw his coat and hat into the back seat. Get rid of them, was his final command. Then, slumping low, head kept well down, eyes on his watch, a frown on his face, Gorski seemed to forget Neely completely. Neely made one last show of independent judgment. He halted the Citroën a couple of blocks from the market. Too many trucks pulling in, too many farmers opening their stalls, he said briskly. I'm not going to be caught in a traffic jam. You get out here. Gorski had no other choice. To keep the car standing while he argued would only draw attention to them. He got out. Neely had a parting word. You shouldn't be seen with me anyway. Or have you forgotten I'm under surveillance? He smiled and drove on, cutting away from the shore, heading back into town. Surveillance, he thought with contempt. Just one of Gorski's lies to keep me in line. No one has been following me. I'd have sensed it. And to prove he was right, Neely spent a few extra minutes weaving in and out of streets and avenues, keeping his eye on the rearview mirror. As he expected, no one was tailing him. There's only one real danger as far as I'm concerned, and that is Chuck Kelso's letter. How long will extradition take? If I'm faced with that before Felix arrives in Aix-en-Provence what would be Gorski's word? Oh, yes, to escort me safely to that cabin cruiser, another convenient lie to keep me trusting Gorski. Then what do? What do I do? On sudden impulse, he swung away from the center of the town, entered the tunnel that led to Garavan Bay. The Hotel Alexandra was along there somewhere. How easy, he thought, it would be to walk into the Alexandra, ask for Lawton, and make a pretty little speech. I am not the American citizen Heinrich Neely by name, born in Brooklyn, 1941. I am Simas Poska, born in Vilnius, 1940. As a trained agent of the KGB, I adopted the identity of Heinrich Neely when I escaped from the German Democratic Republic in 1963. Since August 1965, I have fulfilled my duties as a Soviet intelligence officer in Washington. In January of this year, I came to Menton to continue these duties. I have no connection with the death of Charles Kelso. Murder is not my bag, my dear Mr. Lawton. And so I defect if you'll guarantee me this and that, etc., etc. Yes, how easy. But defection is not my bag either. In spite of Comrade Colonel Boris Yevgenyevich Gorsky, affectionately called Oleg by his friends, all two of them, if that isn't an exaggeration, I am still a capable, intelligent, and loyal officer of the KGB. Neely reached the Alexander, making a quick U-turn onto the westbound avenue so that he could pass its door. He slowed down. So easy, he thought again, and laughed. Why not throw Gorsky's hat and coat, unwanted relics of last night, right into the hotel garden? Smiling broadly, he put on speed and headed back towards the tunnel underneath the old town. As arranged, Gorsky had met Felix, waiting in a dilapidated van near the flower stalls outside of the market. "The harbor," he told Felix. "I want to see if the Monique has arrived." "She's here." Felix wasn't speaking French this morning. That had been part of his disguise for the Kelso assignment last night. Like the black coveralls and ski mask. His thin face was gaunt, and his voice depressed. The capture of Gomez was a real setback. Together they had made a good team for almost 8 years. Who would be his partner on today's job? Some new arrival from the Monique, no doubt, who would want his own way or need everything explained twice. Better to work alone, Felix thought. Yes, a real setback. Then I want to verify her exact position. It had taken a generous payment and some rapid arrangements to get a fishing boat to leave well before dawn and let the Monique slip into its mooring place. "I'll take the tunnel," said Felix. "It's the quickest route." As they emerged onto the waterfront, Gorsky scanned each pedestrian, each car. "That black Citroën just ahead of us," he said quickly. "Neely. What's he doing over here?" The wide avenue that edged Garavan Bay would never lead to Cap Martin. "Follow him?" "Yes." Well ahead of them, Neely made his U-turn, slowed down as he approached the Alexander. Felix was roused from his state of gloom. What is he doing? He, too, made the turn, drew to the side of the westbound avenue as if he were going to make a delivery. His face was now as sharp and eager as a ferret's. In bitter disgust, Gorsky said, "The man who knows when he is under surveillance. Just look at him, Felix. He hasn't even noticed us." That would be difficult, thought Felix, hidden as we are by the high sides of this closed van marked Alimentation. Eggs and butter, that's us. Still, Neely's mind wasn't on his proper business. He's stopping. But as he spoke, the black Citroën picked up speed, began traveling at last in the right direction for Cap Martin. "Let him go," said Gorsky. Yes, he was thinking. Neely always runs. In Central Park with Misha, or last night at the Kelso place, he runs. He saves himself. Always. And now he is about to defect. I know the signs. I can smell them. "Did you manage to salvage our communications equipment from the cottage?" he asked suddenly, and gestured towards the interior of the van. "Guns, ammunition?" "Everything. All packed in cartons, ready to be set up or stored on the boat. Also, I brought some changes of clothes for us both." Gorsky nodded his approval. "The Monique," he directed Felix. Then, back to thinking about Neely, he lapsed into silence. 25. The Alexandra, one of the new hotels facing Garavan Bay, was constructed in Siamese twin style. An apartment house for long-lease tenants had been built directly onto its side, seemingly independent but conveniently linked by their jointly shared restaurant. For anyone who wanted to approach the hotel discreetly, it was fairly simple to stay unobserved, provided, of course, that he had previously scouted the area and discovered its possibilities. Tony Lawton had done just that as soon as he had checked in yesterday morning. Future insurance. It paid off now. Once Bernard had deposited him a good 100 yards away from the Alexandra, and the KGB agent on guard duty, a minor character this must be, Tony reflected, but still an annoyance, he walked briskly to the apartment house and nipped into its hall. There were other early strollers, too, out for a pre-breakfast constitutional or the morning newspaper. Gorski's man, glued to the hotel entrance, paid little attention. From the apartment house hall, one elderly lady with hair curlers wrapped up like a pound of sausages being pulled by her small white poodle towards the sidewalk, Tony entered the restaurant. No patrons. Croissants and coffee, standard breakfast, only needed a tray and room service. Avoiding the kitchen door, he made his way between the rows of tables and entered the small lobby of the Alexandra. Empty at 7 in the morning, except for the night clerk still on duty and half asleep. Tony didn't approach the desk or the self-service elevator. He took the stairs, nicely carpeted, silent, and only 3 flights to his floor. His room key, behind a mezzo tint on the wall near his door, was still in place, jammed between the picture frame and its cord. Tony's room was modern, small, everything built in as on shipboard, with a stretch of sliding windows opening onto a balcony and a view of the bay. He resisted both, flopped down on one of the narrow beds. "Bliss," he said, feeling his spine stretch, his back muscles ease. But not yet, he reminded himself. Not yet. First, a call to Bill's 2 bright boys. They must be to have chosen their identification routine. No humdrum weather talk from them. He was to ask, "Is Jeff around?" And the answer would come back, "No, he's out looking for Mutt." Yes, thought Tony, I rather like their style. Their names were Saul and Walt. Canadian, British, American, Bill hadn't said. Only that there would be no language hang-ups, and thank heaven for that. Tony's instructions would be quickly understood, and then to make his message authentic he was to end with Bill's customary sign-off, "No more muffins for tea, make mine jelly donuts." Happy idiots, all 3 of them, but their touch of light relief was just what he needed to break up this morning's strain and tension. Tony's mind relaxed along with his body. He stopped worrying about the difficulties and dangers of making an open call to 2 unknown agents. He rose from the bed and dialed their number. "A return visit to last night's scene," he began, once the formalities of Mutt and Jeff were over. "But this time come as VIPs and pay us a visit. Be our guests. For arrival, manner should be dignified, dress restrained, perhaps a dark raincoat to cover more normal clothes, the kind of thing that is worn around that area. Can do? A briefcase would look good, too. 10 o'clock, prompt. Sea is calm, breeze is light." "Understood. Understood," said Saul, or Walt. "Anything to add?" Tony gave them Bill's jelly donut routine. It was received with a brief and businesslike, "Okay." So, that was settled. Next, a check with the Aurora itself. Vincent, the man to contact there, was very much on duty. Identification went briskly by a series of numbers. Tony's message was equally crisp. Georges arriving at 10 with party of 3, all 4 with identity cards. 2 men, both known to Georges, entering Marina 10:25, boarding 10:28, sailing 10:30. "D'accord," said Vincent. "We'll transmit sailing time to escort. Bonne chance." And that, too, was settled, thought Tony as he laid aside his transceiver. Any gaps left? There always were, of course, and then you had to improvise quickly and hope for the best. Too bad that he couldn't be down at the marina to make sure Georges and his party had reached it, or to see Bill and Parasini actually board the Aurora, watch them all sail safely out to sea. It would have been a satisfying moment, but impossible with the time schedule necessary to keep Parasini from thinking up some demanding questions, such as, "Why are we leaving the house so early? We don't arrive at the harbor until 10:30. We board the Sea Breeze at 10:35. Isn't that the arrangement? Bill had difficulties enough without those queries being raised, intent as he was on getting Parassini into the car before the Aurora was even mentioned. Otherwise, Parassini would head indoors for the bathroom. Nice excuse to make contact with Gorski and pass the word that Sea Breeze was off and Aurora was on. Aurora, find the Aurora. And Gorski would. Yes, the original time of departure from the house on Garavan Hill had to be kept. And that, Tony told himself, is the reason why you won't wave goodbye to the Aurora. Uncle can't be in two places at once. He ordered the usual café complète, and began laying out the necessary change of clothes, shaved and showered. Breakfast still hadn't arrived. The hell with it, he thought, and got into bed. He set the alarm for 9 o'clock. That would give him an hour and a half for sleep, enough to set him up for the rest of this day. He needed it. But 15 minutes later, the waiter unlocked the door, brought the breakfast tray shoulder-high, triumphant delivery into the room. Tony came awake as the lock turned. "Scusi," said the young Italian, his good-morning smile transfixed as a naked man leapt out of bed with hands raised karate style. "Scusi, signore." The tray, almost dropped, was laid hastily on the nearest table. "Just a nightmare. Un incubo," said Tony, draping a sheet around him. 2 francs for a tip, and the boy's nerves were partly restored. At least he had managed to get the door and close it carefully. The coffee had spilled over the paper tray cloth. Half a cup was still pourable. Croissant and brioche only fit to be eaten with a spoon. He turned away from the unappetizing mess, drank the coffee in 2 gulps, and dropped once more into bed. Just as he stretched back, preparing to drift off, his transceiver on the table beside his pillow gave its insistent buzz. He reached for it, switched on the connection. It was Emile reporting from the Sea Breeze. "Something new was added during the early hours. It must have been between 4 and 5, when I was having some shut-eye. There's a cabin cruiser, the Monique, not far from us. She has taken the place of a fishing boat." "Your friends? They cleared out to let her?" Tony began in alarm. Good God, he was thinking, what kind of beer-guzzling pals did Emile welcome aboard last night? No. That was one of the other fishing boats. My friends are still here, working away. 2 of them dropped in for breakfast. I couldn't call you until they left. All is quiet now, but—" Emile hesitated. "But the Monique seemed too interested in us. You'd better have a look at her. When do I expect you?" "Now. Give me 20 minutes. No need to rush. As I said, all is quiet." 20 minutes. Tony signed off, grim-faced. The Monique. Gorski's? Could be. A cabin cruiser. And right in the harbor, not waiting out in the bay until the Sea Breeze sailed. Which meant the Monique could watch all the moves that Tony had planned instead of relying on observers stationed at the dock, sending out radio reports on the exact number of men arriving at what precise time. Gorski, if he was on board the Monique, would certainly have his binoculars trained on the Sea Breeze, and, unlike his observers, even if he had never seen Bill, he knew the difference between Parassini and Bernard. But how, Tony kept wondering as he called for a taxi to arrive in 10 minutes at the apartment house next door, how the bloody hell did Gorski manage to get his damned cabin cruiser into an anchorage that was already jammed full? Money? Influence? Or sheer luck? He dressed rapidly. Blue jeans, rough navy sweater, an old denim windbreaker that could reverse into a tweed Eisenhower jacket, rubber-soled shoes, a knitted cap pulled down to cover his hair except for the wild fringe he had combed over his brow, eyeglasses with plain glass lenses, a temporary mustache. In the mirror, the effect was good. A workaday sailor with hands in pockets, hunched shoulders, and a slight roll to his walk. From the false bottom of his bag he selected 2 hairpieces, one dark brown, one blonde, found a dark mustache, and shoved them into the tweed lining's pockets. Transceiver, Gauloise cigarettes, a small box of coarse matches, and he was ready to leave. Again, his room key was hidden behind the mezzotint. Again, he used the staircase, avoided the hotel lobby, and made his way through the dining room. He reached the front entrance of the apartment house as the cab drew up. He was inside before the startled driver could even get out of his seat to open the door. "The petite porte, and double the fare if we reach it in 5 minutes," Tony said, bending down to tie his shoelaces as they passed the Alexander's entrance. Gorski still had a man there, leaning against his car's fender. Either Gorski had agents to spare, and Tony doubted that, or he had become much too interested in Lawton. He stopped the taxi not far from the harbor's steps. The double fare was paid, and a good tip added. "Meet me here at 10:15, he said. "Can you be sure of that? It will be a short journey, but I'll pay well." The driver, an old sailor type himself, looked at the money already in his hand. 10:15, he agreed, without fail. Now, thought Tony as he altered his walk to suit his appearance, we'll have a look at the opposition. "Did you see her?" asked Emile. He had recovered from his attack of astonishment. He hadn't expected Tony to arrive so quickly. He hadn't even recognized him, mixing with the small groups of sailing enthusiasts and fishermen that gathered for the usual talk or early morning stroll around the harbor area. It wasn't until a seaman detached himself from 3 other nautical types as they passed the sea breeze that Emile actually identified the man as Tony. Couldn't miss her. The Monique was a sleek and classy lady, with good lines and a capable look. She was smaller than Tony had expected, which accounted for the ease with which she had entered the harbor. She lay just 4 doors away, as a landsman might put it, cheek by jowl with the fishing vessel under repair. Emile's friends were now having trouble with one of the sails. Tony had had to pass her to reach the sea breeze, a bad moment when, like the 3 sailors to whom he had loosely attached himself on their walk along the wharf, he paused to admire the smooth and shining cabin cruiser. "She is being loaded," Tony said as he took a mug of coffee from Emile. "That only started about 20 minutes ago, just after I called you, with the tall fellow carrying down cartons onto the dock. He got one of the crew to stand guard over them while he went back for more. Didn't want anyone else to touch them. Can you beat that?" Emile's good-natured face, round and blunt-featured, was tired and drawn this morning, but his usual cheerful humor had reasserted itself with Tony's arrival. He grinned and shook his head. "Don't know which is funnier, that man carrying those cartons one at a time all by himself, or the way you look." He noticed the mug of coffee was already emptied. "Like some breakfast?" "A lot of breakfast," said Tony, and went on brooding about the loading of the Monique. At least 8 cartons, extra valuable, contents delicate. 4 suitcases, 3 baskets of hastily packed food supplies. 2 men at work on the project. One of them, slow-moving and deliberate, using a makeshift gangplank, was now doing the heavy work, lifting and carrying. The other, still guarding his precious cartons on the dock, stood close beside them and gave out instructions. He had paused to rake Tony's little group with a very sharp look. Just the usual nuisance, he seemed to decide. Curious locals without work of their own to do. His glare was enough to sour all their interest, and they moved on. Impatiently, he had turned back to the job of loading, without even a second glance at Tony. But Tony had recognized him. The gaunt face, fair hair, prominent eyes now popping with annoyance, belonged to the electrician who had come hurrying up through Shandon Villa's gardens along with Gorski. "Where's that explosive you found?" Tony asked suddenly. Emile lowered the heat under the bacon. "I did as you said, stowed it in a coil of rope. Want to see it?" He left the cabin, returned in a few seconds with a small waterproof bag. "Plastic and detonator inside. What do we do with it? Give it the deep 6 once we're out of harbor? The sooner we get rid of this surprise package, the happier I'll be. Who made us a present of it, anyway?" Tony took the lethal little bag, no bigger than the palm of his hand, studying it thoughtfully as he twisted the wire that tied its neck into a tighter knot. Time was passing. He might be too late. He rose, saying, "It won't be long." Emile stared after him. He was already outside, stepping onto the dock. He passed the 3 intervening boats, a sailing craft, a motor launch, a fishing vessel with Emil's friends communicating in hoarse yells, but kept his eyes on the Monique's loading area. The tall, thin man was now boarding her along with the last suitcase. Only the 3 baskets were left, large and bulging with food, obviously of less importance. They could wait until the 2 men had got their cartons safely stowed away. Tony halted, lit a Gauloise, let it droop from one corner of his mouth. The 2 men, each carrying one of those fascinating cartons, electronic equipment, made their way aft, heading for the rear door of the cabin. They entered, and Tony moved. He ignored the 2 baskets that contained perishable items, bread, vegetables, fruit, cheeses. He went for the one that held the clutter of cans and jars, food that wouldn't need immediate unpacking. He tripped heavily against it, giving it a hard shove with his knee. The basket toppled on its side, and at least half of its contents spilled out. He made a grab for it, dropping the small waterproof bag among the lower layers of cans as he set it upright once more. "Mon Dieu!" exclaimed a woman behind him. "Did you hurt yourself?" A man told him they shouldn't leave their stuff lying all over the place. Could have broken your neck. The 3 small boys laughed, began picking up cans and jars, tossing them back into the basket. Fine fun. Several other people had gathered near Tony, attracted by the bang and clatter of his little accident. And on the Monique, the thin, fair-haired man, his eyes popping out of his head, had raced forward. He checked his cartons, relaxed a little, shouted at the boys. It seemed a propitious time to retreat. Tony walked back to the sea breeze, leaving the makings of an argument behind him. The could-have-broken-your-neck fellow was taking no snash from any luxury cabin cruiser. Popeye retreated to his cartons. A scene was the last thing he wanted, and it was left to his slow-moving comrade to disembark his considerable bulk and pick up the remaining cans and jars. "Hurt yourself?" Emil asked, as Tony entered the cabin, noticing the slight limp. He turned back to the frying pan, concentrated on breaking a couple of eggs beside the curling bacon. "Only temporary." Tony rubbed his knee, restored the blood flow, and was thankful that, so far, he wasn't a candidate for gout. "What was all the racket about?" Emil glanced around. Tony was pulling off his knitted cap, smoothing his fringe of hair back in proper place, removing jacket and eyeglasses. Then he sat down, looked blandly innocent. There was no sign of the small waterproof bag. "Where's that surprise package? I thought we'd better return it to its rightful owner." "Sure you got the right man?" "Yes. He'll be on the Monique before she sails." As Emil gave him a hard but worried look, he added, "He has to be. Who else could decide whether or not to press the button and blow the poor old sea breeze sky high? He'll be aboard, that's certain. His chief assistant is there now, that lean, pop-eyed blond fellow. The 2 of them left a dead man floating in Shandon's pool yesterday." "One of ours?" "No, he wasn't one of anything. Just a danger to their security. So they silenced him." "Drastic?" "That's what they are. Drastic. The Special Action Boys of Department 5. "The hell they are," Emil said. That changed the picture considerably. He served up the eggs and bacon, filled 2 mugs with coffee, produced half a loaf of crusty bread. "Fresh," Tony remarked, cutting off a thick slice. "Been doing some baking?" "I didn't leave the boat," Emil assured him with an answering grin. "My fishing friends brought it along, their contribution to breakfast. They brought some bits of news, too. Arbor gossip, of course, but they don't like their new neighbor. That fat crew member who helped with the loading, he's the only one visible, told them to cut out the hammering. People were trying to sleep." "People?" "3 in the crew, and the man who came down to have a look at the Monique. Then he walked past here, had a good look at the sea breeze, too. Didn't stop, just walked past, then turned and went back to the Monique. He boarded her. He's probably still there. Haven't seen him since, or 2 of the crew." "The underwater experts," Tony suggested. "Well, they had a busy night. Now they are resting from their labors and preparing for the day to come. He noted Emile's expression. No more qualms about returning unwanted gifts? No, Emile said most definitely. After all, said Tony, it is really up to the button pusher, isn't it? A case of holding your fate in your own hands, he thought. What was this joker like, the one who pretended he wasn't interested in the sea breeze? About my height, dark hair, handsome, husky, too, good shoulders, carried them straight. Wearing what? A dark suit, a black turtleneck. So he didn't have time to change his clothes, just ditched his coat and hat. Yes, I guess we all had a busy night. Emile's blue eyes questioned him. I know, Tony agreed. I have a lot to fill in for you, and I will. But let's finish with the Monique first. Any more particulars on her? 9-meter class, but deceptive. Her power is high for her size, 30 knots. She sailed from Monte Carlo early this morning. Not a usual crew, but owner's permission granted. All in order. The owner is an oil heiress who jets around. One of the liberal chic, excessively liberal this time. Not too much. The Monique is only her second best boat. And where did you pick up all that information? Is it pure gossip or partway reliable? Well, I took a bet with Paul, one of my fishing friends, that the Monique couldn't do more than 20 knots. He said at least 25. So he went along to the harbor master's office, where his cousin works, and checked. And I paid up. Tony's eyes gleamed. Do you think you can interest him in another bet? How long does it take him to hoist his sails? That would block the Monique's view of us nicely. Around 10:30, I'd say. Or if you can think of something better, anything to distract attention. Distract attention from what? My God, Tony thought, he knows practically nothing. He's been hugging this boat for the last 24 hours, while Georges and I have been chasing around. All he got from us was a cryptic warning and a very unpleasant swim. Let's get the facts out, he said. Turn on the radio, Emile, and we can talk. Emile smiled. There are no bugs here, Tony. I've checked. I was only once off the boat last night to ask my friends over here for a glass of beer. Twice, Tony said gently. You had that underwater trip around the old sea breeze. But you did a fine job, he added quickly. Emile was 26, and his feelings bruised easily. Just fine. At least there was some action. Emile set down his coffee mug and rose. He began a quick but methodical search of the cabin. It was small, could sleep 3, seat 6, or stand 8. Yes, Tony thought, Gerard wouldn't have enjoyed his conference with Parasini here. Much more comfortable for all of them on the Aurora. He glanced at his watch. 9:05. He had about 50 minutes to brief Emile, tell him the important details. Parasini, the original plans for the Sea Breeze, the switch to the Aurora, the Sea Breeze deception beginning at 10 o'clock, their own time schedule. 50 minutes would be more than ample. Tony relaxed, poured himself another slug of coffee. Nothing, Emile said with relief, finishing his self-appointed task. Completely clean. Sorry to have troubled you, but I've been seeing some dicey examples of electronic magic. Bill's house is a complete trap, as Shandon Villa will be. You know, the opposition even wired Bill for sound, with a watch no less that he only takes off to go swimming. Cute. And then Tony's amusement ended. Christ. He stared at Emile. Does Parasini own a watch like that one? For a long moment, Tony sat completely still, completely silent. I think I've messed things up, he said softly. His voice sharpened. There was a gap, goddammit, and I didn't see it. His face was white and tense. He could hear Bill's patient voice explaining to Parasini in the car about the necessary change from Sea Breeze to Aurora, perhaps even giving the advanced time of sailing, and every single word would be sent out by Parasini's watch to be picked up near at hand and relayed to Gorski down in the harbor. God, he said, and closed his eyes. Whatever this is, it's bad, thought Emile. What do we do? Can't reach Bill to warn him. Can't risk those blasted bugs near every telephone. Can't leave here either. Got to brief Emile at once, let him know what to expect. Do? Tony asked heavily. We don't give up, that's certain. And he told himself, if I see the Monique suddenly preparing to leave at 10:30, I'll ram her right into harbor, damned if I don't. All right, let's talk. Emile nodded. He decided to turn on the radio anyway, and sat down to listen. 26. At 10 o'clock, prompt to the minute, 2 men came walking down the dock. They kept a steady, unhurried pace, making their way politely but firmly through clusters of people, paying little attention to anything except their own grave conversation. They wore navy blue raincoats. Their shoes were polished, their heads neat and well-brushed, their collars and ties restrained and impeccable, and one of them carried an attaché case. Lounging at the bow of the Sea Breeze, Emile was the first to catch sight of them. He took out his cigarette case and turned his back on the Monique as he spoke 2 words into it. Looks good, he told Tony, who was still keeping out of sight in the cabin. He lit a cigarette, took a couple of drags, and only then did he seem to become aware of the 2 visitors. His nonchalance left him. He flicked the cigarette over the side and went to meet them, jumping onto the dock with apparently a smile of welcome. Actually, it was the Mutt and Jeff identification, delivered in a quick murmur, that was amusing Emile. He gave them a small salute, brought his voice back to normal. Hope you had a pleasant trip. This way, gentlemen. He even steadied them by the elbow as they stepped on deck. You're overplaying it, buddy, the taller of the 2 said. We aren't as decrepit as all that. He looked about 60 or a little less, gray-haired, slightly stooped, with a white indoor complexion. Just the VIP treatment, Emile assured him. We're being watched. The other one said nothing, just pursed his pale lips. He was of medium height, putting on weight like his friend, his reddish hair fading with age. He, too, looked as though he spent most of his time at a desk. What a pair of elderly ducks, thought Emile. Where did Bill find them? And these are the men who patrolled up and down the mole last night, making sure no one boarded the Sea Breeze. If that had happened, they might have needed more help than I did. Emile was smiling broadly as he ushered them into the cabin. Hi there, said the gray-haired man. I'm Saul. Walt, said the other. Tony? Emile? They shook hands, looked round the small cabin, noted its tightly drawn curtains. Who's doing the watching? Saul asked. That cabin cruiser you passed, the Monique. We saw her arriving just as we were knocking off duty last night. Neat-looking piece. So that's our target. Rather, said Tony, we are their target. His study of the 2 men ended. Excellent, he told them. An excellent job. But you can start stepping out of character. What? Asked Walt. No more VIP treatment, and just as I was beginning to like it. But without wasting a second, they shed the raincoats, pulled off the ties, stripped themselves of shirts and neatly creased trousers. They were now in tight-fitting jeans, coarsely knitted sweaters. Saul's was navy, Walt's a dirty white. The wigs were next to go, revealing Saul's hair to be light brown, longish, sun-bleached at the edges, with a loose wave falling over his brow. Walt had black hair, thick and heavy, curling close to his head. From the attaché case out came 1 pair of faded espadrilles, 1 pair of old sneakers, a small jar of cold cream, tissues, a mirror. With lightning speed, they went to work on greasing and wiping their faces. The white indoor look vanished, was replaced by their permanent tans. And once the polished shoes were changed for espadrilles and sneakers, the transformation was complete. 2 young men, not much older than Emile, and equally lithe and lean. Emile's admiring stare was cut short by Tony. Time to jolly your fishing friends into making a bet, he was told. He left immediately. Tony studied the two quick-change artists. "Congratulations," he said. 3 minutes it had taken them, no more. "What now?" Saul asked. "As soon as some diversion starts on board the fishing boat, you can slip out and stroll back down the dock." "That all?" Saul didn't hide his disappointment. "It's plenty. Did you know you were photographed?" Just wish, Tony thought, there had been 3 of them. Still. Gorski might possibly deduce when he saw 2 men that Gerard had substituted for one of the officers who were originally coming to meet Parasini. Did I mention 3 to Bill when he was wearing that bloody watch, or did I have enough sense to keep my big mouth shut, only talk of Gerard? No time now to start recalling that garden scene, and stop worrying there's nothing you can do about it anyway. You'll drive some guys crazy back in Moscow trying to fit names to your faces. Who's running their show here? Gorski. Who's Gorski? Asked Walt. A tough customer. He had his underwater experts attach an explosive to the sea breeze last night. Emil found it. They seemed to know what that must have entailed, for they looked impressed, and were no doubt reassessing Emil. Tony continued. There's something else you could do. Risky, of course. You'll possibly be on camera again. What I've got in mind... But Emil had returned. No need to place a wager, he told Tony. They've been working on the mainsail. Got it hoisted halfway, and it's stuck. Quick, he urged Saul and Walt. Now's your moment. Walt didn't budge. What did you have in mind? He asked Tony. At 10:30, wait at the head of the dock. You'll see me wearing this checked tweed. Tony picked up his denim jacket, showed its lining. Accompanying a man, dark hair and mustache, dark suit. Run some interference for us when we pass the Monique, will you? They were on their way. 10:30, Saul said as he and Walt stepped on deck. Quickly they passed Emil, leaning against a rail, watching the fishing boat with amusement. So far its sail hadn't come slithering down, exposing the bow of the sea breeze to curious eyes on board the Monique. Emil drew a breath of genuine relief. The 2 men were now on the dock, with no connection observed between them and the sea breeze. Behind him, Tony's voice said, I've got 3 minutes to catch a cab. See you. And Tony left 2 almost on the heels of Saul and Walt. He was once more wearing his denim jacket, knitted cap, eyeglasses. His walk, when Emil risked another glance at the dock, was a brisk, seagoing roll. He caught up with Saul and Walt, passed them, was lost in the thickening crowd. Definitely thickening, Emil noted. The harbor had come to life. Now there was constant movement on the dock and on the long mole above it. In the anchorage itself, some boats had already left for a cruise, weather permitting. Some were being sluiced down and polished. Others, with less optimistic owners, were being secured against any afternoon storm. It was the usual Saturday crowd of weekend sailors, wandering around when they weren't on board, interested in anything new and different. There were tourists, too, taking the air, feeding the seagulls while they had their photographs snapped, and the old salts gathered in 2s and 3s, watching this waste of good bread on birds who knew how to scavenge for themselves, were more convinced than ever that foreigners were crazy. Emil left his post at the rail. It was 10:15. Better get the cabin straightened up, he warned himself. And what do we do with the clothes that Saul and Walt have left strewn around? Sure, stow them away in a spare locker meanwhile, but how and where do we return them? He went inside, shook his head over the wild disorder that met him, and set to work. The taxi was waiting, just as arranged. Thankfully, Tony got in. At least this was something that hadn't gone wrong. He gave the driver exact instructions that would take him halfway along the bayfront, a brief run that would only last 4 or 5 minutes. There, at the same red light where he and George had stopped last night, good God, was it only last night, the taxi made its left turn into the westbound avenue. Just here, Tony said, money ready in his hand as the cab drew up. He waited until it was bowling back to the old town before he moved over to a row of shops, So knew that some were still vacant like the apartments above them. This was where he would meet Bernard, just outside the tea room. He had let Bernard choose the rendezvous, as they had driven down to the Alexandra that morning, to give the quiet, unassuming man a touch of needed confidence. Bernard might be Bill's faithful retainer, but he was the last man Tony would have recruited for the job on hand, except that there had been no other choice available. The tea room with cakes for sale, Bernard had suggested at once. He and Brigitte often went there. Brigitte liked their Napoleons, cream inside instead of custard. It had lime green curtains and pots of cyclamen. Couldn't be missed. All right, Tony had said. Once you drop Bill and Parasini at the boat at 10:25, start driving like the hammers of hell and pick me up near your tea room. Not at your hotel? No, at the tea room. And waste no time, Bernard. This is pretty urgent. And also our own top-secret plan? That had impressed Bernard, even if he was mystified. Say nothing to Brigitte or Parasini or Nicole. Bill knows I'm making arrangements with you, so there's no need to discuss them with him. And Bernard, still perplexed but always obliging, had told Tony to rely on him. He'd be at the tea room as soon as he could. He wouldn't forget Bill's walking stick. He'd wear a dark suit, as Tony had suggested, and he wouldn't say a thing to anyone. So, thought Tony, here I am now, looking at green curtains and splashes of cyclamen, waiting for Bernard. I am far enough from the harbor, where Gorski must have someone stationed as lookout for the arrival of Bill's Mercedes. I am far enough from the Alexander and its weary watchdog. The taxi wasn't followed. I may actually be in the clear, unobserved except by that girl behind the counter arranging her cream puffs. He moved away, farther along the row of shops, chose a safer place to loiter unnoticed, a window display of real estate photographs, desirable properties for sale, but kept a constant eye on the road that led from the marina. Bernard wasn't late. It was Tony, overanxious about traffic jams and distances to be covered. He kept forgetting how short they were in Menton, who was 5 minutes early. But so was Bernard. In astonishment, Tony caught sight of the Mercedes speeding towards him. He had scarcely time to get his mustache peeled off without taking 3 inches of skin before Bernard was about to reach him, and pass him without recognition. Tony whipped off his glasses and cap, waved, brought the Mercedes to a startled halt. Well done, he told Bernard. But he was thinking, I'm glad that none of my friends were around to see that messy encounter. Amateur night at the Palladium. I'd never have heard the end of it. And he wondered briefly, as Bernard followed his instructions and drove on past the tea room with its roving-eyed girl, if Bernard was able to do what was expected of him without blowing the whole show. How did it go? Bernard burst into a quick and excited story. Bill had made them leave the house early, insisted on driving, said they could be followed, kept watching the rear-view mirror, taken the winding curves of the narrow road like a crazy man. Then, once round a sharp turn, Bill had pulled up short. And there was a car following. It came round the curve, saw the Mercedes standing there, avoided it, side-swiped a wall at the edge of the... Tony caught Bernard's arm, interrupting the flow of words. We'll stop here. He was drawing off his denim jacket, pulling out a dark brown wig and mustache from a pocket. We'll change before we reach the harbor. Arrive as expected. So, he told Bernard, applying the mustache for him, press hard on it. Hold your fingers there. Yes, that's right. And now this wig. Get it well down. Cover your own hair completely. Bernard, after his first startled moment, was quick enough. His own thin, reddish-fair hair vanished. He studied the transformation in the car mirror, took out a comb to arrange his heavy dark waves in place, fingered the mustache once more, and nodded his approval. It alters a man, he admitted, and smiled. Tony had pulled on his own wig, changing his medium-cut hair, indeterminate brown, into longish blonde locks. Serious business, he warned. No more smiles, Bernard. We could be watched every step of the way from the Mercedes to the sea breeze. Let's get moving. They started on the last lap of the journey towards the harbor. "What did Bill do?" Tony asked, prompting Bernard back into his story. "Did he drive on?" Yes, that was what he had done. He had driven like a madman and turned on the radio and talked through it about a change in the arrangements. And Parasini, how did he take it? At first, angry. Told Bill to turn around, he was going back to the house, and Bill said, "You don't want to meet Gerard? Because he's not coming near the house. It's no longer safe. You saw the car, it knew where to pick up our trail. What's your choice? Go back or go on as arranged?" So we didn't go back. And Parasini, as relieved as I was to arrive at the marina, 6 minutes early. Bernard shuddered, remembering the speed with which they had made that wild descent. "We were lucky, I think. But Bill's a good driver. I'll say that for him." He pointed ahead. "I can park there, all right?" Tony nodded. Yes, he was thinking, Bill is good. If he hadn't remembered Parasini's watch, well, he did and I didn't. The Mercedes came to a halt. Bernard's hands were still on the wheel, his grip tightening until white knuckles showed. A case of stage fright, Tony thought. And at this moment I'm not too certain of my own lines. "Now all we have to do is walk along a dock," he said reassuringly. "Look at no one, Bernard. No one. Just keep talking to me." Am I supposed to be Parasini? Bernard's doubts were growing. "We'll never manage to. You're his height, and that's the important thing." "But if you are Bill, then I know. I'm 3 inches shorter. But he never was seen around town, was he? I've got his color of hair and his limp and his cane. So we'll manage. Shoulders back, Bernard. Remember the way Parasini walks. And keep to my left side, your face turned towards me and away from the boats. Ready? Here goes." He reached over to the back seat for the walking stick, gripped it in his right hand, and got out of the car. Bernard had no choice. He got out too. "Left side, Bernard, left side. And you look fine." As they crossed the avenue to reach the harbor, Bernard asked, "Are we doing this because of Parasini?" "Yes." "To distract the KGB?" Bernard's face was grim. "Yes," said Tony again, and repressed a smile. "Just a little distraction. And a very big bluff. And now let's talk of other things. What did you think of that Milan-Turin soccer match last week? A near riot, I heard." And Bernard, who followed every football game on television, had a topic to keep him going on that nerve-wracking walk to the sea breeze. Once he paused in his monologue, almost as they were reaching the Monique, to glare at a couple of young men who were about to pass, and then, as they came abreast, slackened speed while they argued about some item in the newspaper one of them was opening. "Face this way," Tony got out in time. "Watch me." Bernard remembered. He averted his head from the 2 men on his left, ignored their newspaper with its pages being turned, spread wide for consultation, and went on talking to Tony. The Monique lay behind them. Tony checked a surge of relief, kept the same steady pace. Brilliant, he thought of the newspaper. Saul and Walt really knew all the tricks of the trade. They had managed to break the Monique's view of Bernard and Tony just at the crucial moment of passing, and they had made sure, too, that their own faces wouldn't be clearly photographed. 2 bent heads, gesticulating arms, a flutter of turning pages. That was all Gorski would make of them. Yes, brilliant. And essential. For the mainsail on the fishing boat was no longer of any help. It had been lowered and furled. Tony looked at Bernard. His shoulders were squared. He held himself tall. And now that the annoyance of 2 young men trying to crush past him was over, he was even enjoying himself. "Careful," Tony warned. "Just another 10 paces to go." They reached the sea breeze, entered its tidied cabin. Emil was now at the ship's radio talking with the harbor master. He broke off to say, "Got this 5 minutes ago," as he handed over a coded message. It was from the Aurora. It read, "Cargo fully loaded, sailed on schedule. Trust Vincent. Everything done Navy style. Bill and Parasini might arrive 6 minutes ahead of time, but the Aurora sailed exactly as arranged at 10:30. Tony crossed over to one of the starboard windows, gently eased its heavy curtain apart. Beyond the fishing boat, the Monique rested quietly. No sign of leaving. He kept watch, waiting for any sudden activity. Nothing. He stayed there, watching and waiting. At last he let the quarter-inch gap of curtain close. He was smiling broadly. They couldn't follow the Aurora now. She's well away. "We did it," Emile said and slapped Bernard on the back. "Easy, easy, take it easy," Tony said, restraining his laughter and theirs. "Don't forget that an important conference with 4 very serious people is beginning in this cabin, and you are one of them," he told Bernard. "Don't look out the windows. Don't open the door. Keep the curtains closed." He was removing the blonde wig, reversing the jacket back to work-worn denim. The cap he would need, glasses and mustache, expendable. "Get rid of the fancy dress," he urged Bernard. "Make yourself comfortable." Bernard peeled off his dark mustache and wig. "Where are we going?" "For a pleasure cruise." "I just sit here? Stay inside? What about you?" "We're the crew," Emile said impatiently, "and we'll be busy on deck until we clear the harbor. We cast off at 11. Prompt." He turned to Tony. "I checked with the harbor master about that. No delay, he said. There's another boat pulling out at 11:10. Emile's grin was wide. "Guess who?" So, Gorski was giving them a 10-minute start. Mighty generous of him, considering the Monique could raise almost 35 miles an hour, while the sea breeze under power could manage 11.5. "They're 30 knots, thought Tony, against our 10. He will be right on our tail from the word go." "Also," Emile was saying, "I told the harbor master we probably wouldn't head in here tonight. Possibly returning tomorrow." "You did you?" Tony sounded nettled. Bernard interrupted them both. "I've got to get back by this afternoon. Brigitte doesn't know where I am. She's expecting me—" "She'll wait," said Emile brusquely. And to Tony, "I thought it was a good idea. The Monique is bound to be listening for any communication between us and the shore." He paused, guessed the reason for Tony's silence. "Of course I didn't mention Nice. Did you think I was fool enough to steer them in that direction?" Tony relaxed. "We're all getting too sharp-set," he thought. "Then it was a very good idea. It would certainly jolt Gorski. What overnight trip for the sea breeze, and where? Not according to plan. And why wasn't Parassini's watch functioning? Why was nothing being received right now from the sea breeze cabin?" "Yes," Tony answered him. "The watch is functioning, but it has been too far away for any monitoring. Far, far away, Gorski, and getting farther by the minute." "One thing is certain," Tony predicted. "Gorski won't let us out of his sight." "And then?" asked Emile very quietly. "It depends on Gorski, doesn't it? He could try to board us. There are 5 of them, don't forget. Or he could ram us. Oh, come on, Emile, cool it. Worrying is my business, not yours." Bernard stared at them. "There's still danger?" "It's only beginning," said Emile. "Oh," said Bernard. His face brightened. He forgot about Brigitte and cream cakes for tea. "Well, I'm not going to stay in here doing nothing. How can I help?" "By staying in here," Tony told him. "Don't look out, don't be seen. That's the most important thing right now. And later? Later we'll call on you, if necessary." Tony checked his watch for the 3rd time and stepped onto the deck. He passed quickly to the port side of the boat, where the cabin would shield him from the Monique's view. There he could wait for the next 2 minutes, and time to cast off. He would be seen then, of course, no way to avoid it. But with his collar hunched up and his knitted cap down over his brow, his head bent, his face averted, he might just postpone identification until the right moment, and that wasn't here, at this dock, at 3 seconds to 11. "Okay," he sang out for Emile's benefit, and moved towards the lines. "Let's go." 27. Blue sky and white clouds, steady breeze and rippling waves. It was the Saturday sailor's delight. Small craft dotted Caravan Bay, everything from rowing boats with outboard engines to light yachts under sail. The sea breeze headed east as though she were bound for Italy. She was taking it easy, traveling only at half speed so that she'd be less than a mile from the harbor when the Monique emerged. "There she is," said Emile, "and they've seen us." "Good," said Tony. The Monique skirted the offshore craft, only began to put on speed as the sea breeze passed the high promontory of cliffs that formed the end of the bay and was lost to her sight. Temporarily. The Monique, under full power, reached the cliffs, came sweeping around them to enter Italian waters. She found herself almost faced with the sea breeze, which had turned and was now heading back under full power towards Caravan Bay. Once there, sea breeze reduced speed and sailed on, past the harbor, past Menton's West Bay, rounded Cap Martin, and again dropped out of sight. Again the Monique gave chase, soon reached Cap Martin, only to find herself faced with the sea breeze as she turned east once more. And that was the way it went for the next 20 minutes. The Monique, baffled and angry, retreated to a less ridiculous position where, a couple of miles out to sea, she could heave to and watch the sea breeze from a distance. "She should have done that in the first place," Emile said. "Whoever is giving the orders isn't much of a sailor. He's more accustomed to tailing his quarry through city streets." Bernard, dressed in a heavy, ill-fitting sweater borrowed from Emile's locker, clung on tightly to the rail and said, "If he isn't much of a sailor, then he's feeling like me." He was cheerful, but pale of face. He averted his eyes from the waves that seemed to him to be growing bigger. It was colder, too. "Go below," Emile advised. The clouds were moving. The breeze had strengthened into a wind from the southeast. Not too much force as yet, but it was blowing up. Bernard shook his head, clung on. Bright sun and blue sky should surely mean that there was nothing to worry about. "I like it here." They were far out in Caravan Bay now. He could see the whole of Menton. Emile's bout of sharp temper back in the harbor had left him. It was the waiting that had irritated him. That and the unnecessary ballast they had been forced to carry in the shape of Bernard. Now he clapped Bernard's shoulder before he moved inside to the radio. The message from the Aurora was due any minute. Tony was at the wheel and enjoying himself immensely. He had zigzagged across both the bays, sometimes heading out to sea as though he were actually making for the Monique. Then, before he got too close to her, he had steered a wide curve back towards land. In a light breeze, this had been simple enough to maneuver, but with the wind strengthening, well, thought Tony, it won't be too pleasant for them sitting out there. They'll have to use more power, keep themselves steady, and not let the Monique get out of control. Emile called to him. "Still thumbing your nose at Gorski? He's got the message by this time." "But we've lost our advantage," Tony reminded him. Back in the harbor, and even for the first 5 minutes of this erratic voyage, the Monique had been unaware that the sea breeze knew all about her. The Monique had been the watcher, the calculator, the chaser. She hadn't realized that she had been watched, calculated against, and then led into a senseless chase. But now, Gorski knew. The sea breeze was going no place. "Well, we've given him a couple of real problems. Is there anyone important on board of us? Has he been duped all the way?" And, Tony added, how much has his own security been endangered? That is what really hurts. Just a moment. Emile pressed his left hand against his earphone, noting down the message as he listened. "Received, over and out," he said at its end. He brought the slip of paper to Tony. "How's that?" he asked, with a wide and happy smile. The Aurora's message was succinct. Cargo unloaded, easy transfer made, already airborne, instructing escort return full speed Menton, ETA noon, will cover your position. "An escort?" Emile said. "We could use it. If it arrives in time. I think we'll make our move right away. In another 20 minutes, that sea is going to be rough. "And what do you make of that, Emil?" Tony pointed to a motor launch traveling at full speed, sending spray flying high as it cut and bumped over the waves. "It left the harbor 8 minutes ago. Has been circling widely around us." Emil picked up his binoculars. "Looks official to me. Harbor police? They don't like the way you handle a boat." "I doubt if harbor police would be as wild and erratic as that." "They're crazy," Emil agreed. "But it must be fun, too." "I'll go on deck, have a clearer look." "No, take the helm. Head her straight out." Tony was pulling all the curtains apart, leaving a glass-enclosed cabin. Conference over, he thought with a smile. "Towards the Monique? That's right. Get within hailing distance." "Too close." "All right, within clear sighting distance. That's all Gorski will need. His binoculars are as good as ours." "That's still within pistol range." "In this rising sea? They couldn't hit an elephant." "They'll have rifles," Emil warned. But Tony was already stepping out on deck, binoculars ready for a quick look at the motor launch. Bernard had retreated to the mast, one arm locked around it. His hair blew wildly around his eyes, but there was still a smile, small but determined, to greet Tony. "No, I'm not going inside," Bernard said. "I prefer to be sick out here." "So do I," Tony told him. "A useful tip, stay relaxed, keep your knees slightly bent, sway as the boat sways." "What's that ship?" "I think it has been following us." "That brown boat? A motor launch. And I think you're right. It's like a sheepdog, moving round and round." "And we are the sheep to be herded?" Tony raised his glasses. The launch didn't show any official pennant. 2 figures keeping well down, but not clearly visible with the spray flying over their heads. Was this some reinforcement that Gorski had ordered up? Or— "I think you're right again," Tony said. "That's our sheepdog. But who? Those 2 crazy maniacs?" He kept staring at the launch. Its circling became tighter as it drew protectively nearer. Protective, thought Tony. That's the exact word. They are giving us support. He waved both arms. Emil was bringing the sea breeze around, and there, across a short stretch of rough water, was the Monique. Clear sighting distance, thought Tony. Our empty cabin will be easily seen. Gorski has his glasses trained on it. He pulled out his cap, said to Bernard, "You take it, keep your ears warm, and stay behind the mast." And then he stepped forward to the rail. He faced into the wind, his hair blown straight back, revealing his face clearly as he confronted the Monique. He could almost feel Gorski's binoculars boring into him. "So, there goes my cover," he thought. "Identity established. But there'll be no rough stuff. No rifle bullet between my eyes. Tempting, though, at this moment, when I'm an easy target. Would Gorski risk it, with that motor launch watching? I doubt it. Gorski likes things neat and natural, all evidence concealed." Suddenly, the Monique moved ahead. Rough stuff after all, thought Tony. She's going to ram our bow, witness or no witness. "Hold on!" he yelled at Bernard. But within seconds, the Monique had passed clear, leaving the sea breeze rearing and bucking in the crosswaves from her wake. Tony picked himself up from the deck, held on to a safety line. He was soaked through. So was Bernard, but he was still in place, both arms tight around the mast. In the motor launch, Saul said to Walt, "Did you see that?" He stared after the Monique. "A real bastard could have clipped them." "His last word," suggested Walt. "All right, let's head for the beach. This storm is really building up now." The sea breeze had the same idea. "She'll make it," Walt said. "That kind of old tub usually does." Old tub? She looks smooth enough, but snub-nosed, which was lucky for her. They fell silent, partly because of the rising sea. The Monique was still in sight on a westerly course under full power, keeping well clear of the land. "She'll make it, too," Walt said as they entered Garavan Bay. "Pity that tailwind doesn't catch her stern, tip her bows into—" He stopped short, staring, wiping spray out of his eyes. For at that moment, the Monique had exploded. "My God," said Walt. And then a second explosion, bigger, louder, flashing a ball of flame. "My God," echoed Saul. "She had ammunition on board." He looked back at the sea breeze, but she was still plowing her steady course towards Menton Harbor. 28. By Sunday morning, the storm had blown itself out. The bitter wind and chilling air had gone as quickly as they had come. The promenade was no longer an empty stretch of writhing palm trees lashed by spray, or a target for pebbles picked up from the beach and thrown by angry waves. Once again, people were walking and talking, or sitting at outside cafe tables. All had returned to normal. Except Nicole. She was still partly under shock, Tony noted, as he entered under the yellow-striped awnings and saw her seated at her usual window table. Her dark hair was as smooth and gleaming as ever, and her clothes as smart. But her pale face, perfect in its shape, was even whiter, her large brown eyes still larger. There was no smile on her lips. The morning paper had been pushed aside, coffee was untouched. 3 half-smoked cigarettes lay in the ashtray. "Are you early or am I late?" Tony asked as he took the chair opposite her. "I couldn't sleep. Couldn't stay in that house. I've been driving around." She tried to smile and failed. "But thank you for coming, Tony. It is safe to meet here now, isn't it?" "Well," he said, "the opposition is in slight disarray, meanwhile, but let's keep our voices down, until my coffee arrives at least." He covered her hand with his and pressed it. "Are you all packed, ready to leave? I've got a car waiting at the garage." "First," she said, drew her hand away. "First I must tell you something." She fell silent, not meeting his eyes until the waitress brought his coffee and left. Then she looked at him, her voice low but determined. "I'm leaving, Tony. Permanently. I am going to send in my resignation." "There's no need for that," he said quietly. "I want out." "Why?" "Because I've lost confidence. I was of no help to you. I might even have endangered the whole. On the contrary, you helped a great deal. Tony, I don't want excuses and I don't want sympathy. I failed you. I failed everyone." He glanced around the room, empty except for the waiters and counterman, who were having a discussion of their own in this lull before lunchtime. "You helped," he insisted. "You made that house up on Garavan Hill a very pleasant place for him." Yes, she thought in anguish. Parassini had found it very pleasant indeed, far easier than he had ever expected. "And so he became too sure of himself?" she asked bitterly. "He thought I was a simple-minded idiot, and Bill was an easy-going American, and Bernard and Brigitte were just part of the furniture." "Well, he's disillusioned about all that now." "About Bill, yes." "It all worked out, you know," Tony tried. "With no help from me." "You're really determined to ruin my day, aren't you?" Tony asked half-jokingly. "Sorry. You should be celebrating instead of—" "Sorry, Tony. At least you got your sleep, I see." He looked a different man in his well-cut jacket, excellent shirt and tie, from the one who had driven up to the house yesterday along with Bernard. 2 disheveled figures in borrowed clothes, incongruous in a Mercedes. He had stayed only long enough to tell her about Parassini. 12 solid hours. "At the Alexandra?" He shook his head and smiled. He was thinking of the waiter who had been scared witless. It had seemed the easiest solution to have Saul pay his bill and collect his clothes. "See?" she asked, and sighed unhappily. "See what?" "You don't trust me, Tony." He said nothing to that. What's behind all this, he wondered. "You could have told me more when we met here on Friday. You could have drawn me into the action. You used to do that. We worked well together once." "I hadn't anything to tell you on Friday." She stared, incredulous. "You mean you didn't know about his real identity?" "As much as we all knew, you included." "Then why did you come to Menton?" "A simple tour of inspection, that was all." But you sensed something, didn't you? Again he said nothing. You thought I liked him too much. You thought, let's say you were too uncritical of him. Tony's anger was sudden, surprising even him. He regained his calm. You didn't keep him in check. But what worried me the most on Friday morning was that he was endangering himself. Tony shook his head over that stupidity. We were all fooled, at least part of the way, so shut up, will you, darling? You aren't the only one who's hiding a blistered ego under his celebration shirt. Except, she said slowly, I didn't even earn a celebration shirt, not this time. And so I'm backing out. If this could happen once, it could happen again. All you need is some rest and recreation. I'm driving to Paris, a nice, slow trip, regular meals, no wet sea, no telephones. Will you join me? The question was casual, the invitation not. She smiled, but she shook her head. You have plenty of girls, Tony. They'll be at every stop along the way on that nice, slow trip. The smile vanished. Her eyes left his. Her voice seemed strangled. I liked him, Tony. She looked up then. I really liked him. So that's it, thought Tony. She fell in love with Parasini. And you're still in love, he began, and stopped, his lips compressed. Nicole saw his face tighten. She gathered up her handbag and left so swiftly that he was only halfway to his feet as she touched his hand and was gone. Nicole! She was out on the sidewalk, walking steadfastly away, the skirt of her loose white coat swinging about her red leather boots. She made the choice, he thought, and sat down again. His coffee tasted bitter. He reached for the abandoned newspaper, if only to stop thinking about Nicole. Front-page prominence was given to the 2 explosions yesterday on board a luxury cabin cruiser, and to a lot of wild speculation. The only factual item was that a naval patrol boat, arriving just after the Monique had disintegrated, had searched for survivors, an impossible task due to the heavy seas prevailing at that time. None had been found. But on an inside page tucked away at the bottom of a column was a small report on a suicide at Shandon Villa. Tony rose, went over to the telephone, searched for some jeton, and dialed the Kelso's number. It was Dorothea who answered. Tony, we wondered where you were. Why didn't you call us yesterday? I was pretty well tied up. But what about lunch today? Oh, Tony, we can't possibly. I'm in the middle of packing. We leave tomorrow. Tom is down in Menton now, making all the final arrangements. About Chuck, he's going home too. Did you see that Shandon made today's paper? Oh, that. It didn't tell you anything, but I've got the inside story. From whom? Remember that nice young policeman, the one who came up to the house on Friday night to get our statement about the burglary? Louis? He came back yesterday to ask more questions. That was Louis, definitely. He had been down at Shandon Villa. When? Tony asked, his interest quickening. Around breakfast time, just after Rick Neely shot himself. Incredible, wasn't it? The only thing that had astonished Tony was the quickness of it all. He'd have given Neely 3 or 4 more days, perhaps a week. What had happened that had made Gorski move so fast? Dorothea said, It was suicide, Tony. He was found in his bedroom, with a gun in one hand and a letter in the other. Typed? No. It was in Neely's own writing. She laughed as she added, You really are a very suspicious man, Tony. Neely had been overworked and depressed, as I think he should have been. Tony restrained a sudden attack of sarcasm. Not to Dorothea, not to dear, sweet, trusting, believing Dorothea. Had she forgotten the fakery of Chuck's accident? Yes, he agreed, but who else had been wandering in and out of that bedroom? One of Gorski's electricians, or the little redhead? You don't think it was... Dorothea began slowly. No need to think of anything. It's all past tense now. Yes, she said. Yes. Then she roused herself. Tom's going to be disappointed he missed you. Can you drop in this evening? No, I'm leaving too. I'm on my way, in fact. Then we'll see you in Washington. When are you coming to America again? I can't say exactly, but we'll meet. Yes, we really must have dinner together. And talk. She sounded vague, as if she were already thousands of miles away. Better get back to your packing. She laughed. You should see the complete chaos around me. Everything seems to have multiplied. But that was all she had to worry about now, where to put what into which suitcase. Give Tom my best. How is he? Fine, just fine, she said happily. Our thanks, Tony, and my love. See you sometime. She ended the call. Goodbye, beautiful, he said into the silent phone. Sometime. That was how it went. He paid the check and moved quickly out of the cafe. Felt a strange depression as he stood there among brightly checked tablecloths under a yellow-striped awning. Now the garage, he thought, and a car with luggage in place ready to go. But he still stood, undecided. Out of habit, he scanned the faces that passed him, the cars that were parked along the curb, and suddenly, just ahead of him, there was a car he recognized, a small red Opel. He began walking. Nicole hadn't seen him. She was seated at the wheel, her smooth dark head bent, her shoulders drooping, her eyes on her hands lying inert in her lap. She was a girl crying out for help. Tony opened the car door. She looked up, her cheeks tear-stained, her large eyes despairing. Move over, he said, and she did. He got in and started the engine, glancing around at her suitcases piled into the back seat. Where? I don't know, she said, barely audible. She dried her cheeks and tried to laugh at herself. She broke down once more. Oh, Tony, I thought I'd never see you again. He wondered, then, if her tears might have been for him and not for Parasini. For a moment he stared at her. You don't lose me as easily as that, he told her. His old smile was back, his spirits rising. He edged out into the traffic and headed for the garage. This concludes the reading of Agent in Place by Helen Macinnes. Copyright 1976 and 2012 by the estate of Helen Macinnes. This book was read by Stefan Rudnicki and directed by Janita Eyre. Edited, mixed, and mastered by Ken Barton. This unabridged recording was produced in 2023. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.